Here.
Commissioner Griffin?
Here.
Commissioner Markort?
Here.
At this time, could we all stand for our invocation? Commissioner Markwart.
Father, we just come before you this morning, God, and we thank you, Father, for the opportunity, God, to gather together today, Lord, and to serve the people of Otero County, Lord, through these difficult times, Father. We come to you in humility, God, and acknowledging, Father, that the real victory lies with you, God, and all the wisdom, Father, and strength is with you, Lord. So we pray, God, that you give us that wisdom this morning, Lord God, and that strength to make the right decisions for the people of Otero County. Father, we lift our sheriff up to you, David Black, this morning, Lord God. We just pray, Father, you continue to strengthen David, God, and just give him strong conviction and wisdom, Lord God, to handle his office, as well as Robin, Father Holmes, with the clerk's office, and the obligation that many of us have, God, in county government, Lord. We just pray that you give us the wisdom and the guidance, Lord God, to do the job right, Lord God, and in a way, Father, that honors you. As we thank you, Father, for this morning and welcome you into this meeting in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
To follow us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and see a symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
At this time, could I'd make a motion for the approval of the agenda? May I get a second?
I'll second.
it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 The first item on there will be the sheriff's report.
Good morning,
Morning.
Commissioners.
Good morning.
David Black, Otero County Sheriff. For October, the Otero County Sheriff's Office patrol deputies responded to 2,522 calls for service, generated 182 investigative reports, issued 98 traffic citations, conducted 64 traffic crash investigations, and through their work it resulted in a total of 54 arrests. In our narcotics division, we wound up with 4 arrests, 37 case reports, 5 assistances with the Border Patrol at checkpoint cases. Had 122.1 grams of meth was seized, 45 illegal prescription pills. Something we hadn't seen in a long time, they seized 4 LSD pills. And we did have 26 grams of fentanyl that was seized for a total of about $15,000 worth of illegal narcotics. Our special events, in October we were able to attend some community events. We went to several trunk or treat events. We had one in Chaparral, we had one in Tularosa, we had one at the Oaks Club. Again, our DARE classes are underway at the elementary schools in Chaparral, La Luz, and Cloudcroft. Classes are being taught once a week. We did have a slight break in some of the classes. We had some COVID issues at the schools that we had to put off a couple of weeks of teaching the classes, but they are now back in the classrooms teaching. I was not able to attend this year's Crime Stoppers banquet. I had was out of state during that time. Again, we try to support the Crime Stoppers banquet every year. It's a great program. I just want to let you know, too, the Otero County Narcotics Division was the recipient of the Crime Stopper of the Year Award. So congratulations to all the members of our Otero County Narcotics Division. On the 14th of October, I met with the Tularosa Kiwanis Club, gave a little presentation to them about our community relations projects, and visited with them about a project that that they are trying to get started, which is, it's called Don't Meth With Us. And it's a program that we'll also try to get into to help them teach this program in the schools, not only the schools that we go to, plus we'll include the Tula Rosa schools. I've been attending numerous meetings across the state as part of a council for working on the standards that will be required to become an accredited agency. That's something that I think they have a program through the New Mexico Municipal League for all the municipalities. It's a little more difficult, it's a little different for the sheriff's offices. So in conjunction with New Mexico counties, we're putting together a program kind of looking towards the sheriff's offices, you know, and how it's a little different from the municipalities. So hopefully, our goal is by the first of the year to have this rolled out to where sheriff's offices can start applying for that. And we're looking at about a 3-year commitment to get an accreditation for the sheriff's office agencies. As far as our training and stuff for October, we did just some makeup trainings on our biennial stuff. Some of the guys that couldn't make the scheduled classes, we just did a few makeups, and we are all completed now with all our biennial training, and we'll come January we'll erase the board and start all over again for the next 2 years. On the 10th, Deputy Dwayne Herrera graduated in Mexico Law Enforcement Academy. He is now back at the office, and he has started his field training program, so hopefully in about 10 weeks we'll have him assigned to a shift and taking calls. If you guys heard, but Corporal Livingston is retired. He was in charge of our courthouse security. We'll work on a replacement. I think there's an item on the agenda we need to discuss to help us move forward with his replacement as far as a supervisor over at the courthouse. We did hire 2 full-time dispatchers. One of them got a call the other day. They've just decided that dispatching is not for them. So she has resigned, and we'll. So we do have 1 full-time and 1 part-time position open. We do have 2 deputies that are currently in our pre-academy program. Basically, what we do there is we're going to give them exactly what they're going to get at the academy. So they're in that program right now. They'll go up in January and attend the academy. And hopefully July is when they'll graduate from the academy. We do have 4 deputy positions open, so we will be accepting applications for those positions. And on our vehicles, we just took possession of our last truck that has been upfitted with all the emergency equipment. A big thank you, I need to say this, to Senators Bill Burt and Ron Griggs, as well as Representatives Rachel Black and Willie Madrid. They came through on our capital outlay money and gave us the money to purchase these vehicles, so a big thank you to all of them. And with that, I'll stand for any questions that you have.
I'm good. Just appreciate all your help. Sounds like you've been not
busy.
terribly busy, but busy.
Yeah.
Trying to get end of the year, come January 1, we get to start it all over again for another 2-year round. So
One thing I do have to ask you, David, is one of the gentlemen in the Tule Creek issue has asked me when we're going to have another meeting, and I explained to him you've been busy, that we'll get to, so that might need to come up pretty quick.
I'll get with you on that. I just put a notebook together with all the information we've been sharing, the other meetings and stuff like that. So let me get that together and kind of just go through everything. There's some issues that I do believe we need to discuss with another meeting. There's some things that have been brought to light that I think we need some clarification on. So
We probably need to get our attorney on board with this time too.
And that was one reason I kind of holding off,
Okay.
waiting for him to kind of get his feet wet, get in the door and stuff, and we'll get him involved in everything that's going on
Okay.
with that.
I guess have you been attending some of these meetings around town that were people that are concerned about the COVID and the mandates and possibly losing their jobs? I know that did you go to the one at Grace the other day on Indian Wells?
I went to the first one. Again, we was out of town for a hunt and stuff, so I didn't get to, I haven't attended one since.
Okay.
I have been in touch with the person that's kind of running that.
Yeah.
I get daily updates from them as to what they're looking at, what they're learning. So I've been kind of.
And of course they're concerned, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, yeah, we're as we've been in and we continue to be in uncharted waters, you know, with all these mandates and stuff, and now the repercussions of these mandates with people losing their job. That's our job to protect that and keep that from not happening, as well as the school board meetings. You know, the school board meetings have still been under masks and social distancing and all the mandates that we have already jointly considered and declared to be unconstitutional in that public hearing whenever we pass that resolution. So I don't think that the superintendent or the school board administration has the authority to kick people out of their meeting with a security guard. I would think, and I would ask you to consider being present at those meetings, or having your deputies be present at the school board meetings, and making sure that the people have the right to be able to address the issues that are going on with our children in the classroom with the school board. In my opinion, a lot of our school boards are hijacked right now, and we you know, they're preying on the most defenseless people of all, as our children. You know, we sit in a classroom right here, not a single one of us have a mask on, but my 7-year-old child sits in the 7th grade, or in the 1st grade right now, and he's forced to wear a mask. And myself, as well as a lot of us, are getting really fed up with it. And we look to you, as a sheriff, as the one that's to defend our freedoms and our rights and our liberties and all those things that you've taken an oath to, as well as each one of us, to protect. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of fearful to think of the future and what it may all boil down to, but at the same time, it's worthy, and I encourage you to stay the course.
Mr.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Emergency services?
Good morning, Commissioners. Matt Clark, Emergency Services Director. On code enforcement, they opened up 40 new cases, closed 8, and completed 68 follow-ups, 4 fire inspections, and 1 investigation. AMR went on 31 alcohol and drug overdose runs for the month. 16 of them were alcohol issues. 2 were over-the-counter or prescription overdoses. 3 were fentanyl. 5 of them were an opioid of an unknown, undetermined source. 3 were heroin. 1 was oxycodone, and 1 was meth. So the stuff that Sheriff Black is picking up is greatly appreciated, because it does keep it off the streets, and they are seeing a rise in it again. The fire departments responded to 224 calls. 10 of them were fires, with 3 of them being structure fires. 201 were EMS calls. And with that, I stand for any questions.
You mentioned code enforcement opened 40 cases. What kind of cases are we opening here?
A lot of them are the trash in properties. I believe a lot of these are in Chaparral and in Tiburon. I know they've been hitting Tiburon really hard.
Okay, so you'll be back later on for the agenda item that's later? Okay.
I was just going to ask, where are we at on getting our code enforcement to where they can carry a weapon?
I have not approached that. We can look into it, definitely, working with the sheriff.
Yeah, I think we need to look into that, just for their own protection.
Yeah, and I'd have interjection and code enforcement carrying a weapon as well. And it might be different than Vicky's as well.
I'm good with that.
On the comments and remarks about drugs and the drug problem that David just hit on just a minute ago, as we've been beating the drum for how long on securing our borders, that's where all of our drugs are coming across right now. So for the political argument that there's no problem with our border right now, all you have to do is look at all of the addicts in all of our cities and the homelessness that's blowing up, and that's all a direct result of the border crisis that we have right now and the complete disgrace of the administration that's in there right now. But you know what my question probably is going to be, what's the update on the Three Rivers fire?
There is no new update. I did speak with them again, and
It's typical of the Forest Service. It's been how long? 8 months? 8-9 months? And we have a fire that devastates our forest and devastates the countryside, and the Forest Service can't even tell us if that fire, we know that it was man-made, but the Forest Service can't even tell us if that fire creeped out of a campground or if it was intentionally set up in the mountains to do exactly what it did. I think it's a horrible, total disrespect from the Forest Service to not be in better communication with the county and the residents of this county, at least to give us an update if we have a possible arson living in our county, or if we just have somebody that didn't have good judgment in starting a campfire. I'm not going to forget about it, and you shouldn't forget about it either. You should be pressing them that. You should be calling them and asking them for the sake of the county and for us, how that fire started, where they're at in their investigation, and what hopes they have in finding somebody, because it's now I'm hearing a bunch of inside that it could possibly be somebody from the Forest Service that started it. That's happened in the past. That's not something that's never happened before, whenever you have Forest Service employees starting big forest fires so they can profit off of them by putting them out. And the further this goes on and the less we know, the more room it's going to leave for speculation like that. So they can do everybody a justice, Laura and them, and give us an update on where they're at on that investigation on the Three Rivers fire. So if you could please advocate for that in our next meeting, it would be nice to have one of them here maybe to give us an update and let us know how that fire started and where they're at in their investigation.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other deal, Matt, is, I forgot, but, it's going to come up, same thing as with Corey, my Canyon Place issue. I talked to our attorney this morning about it. The three of us will sit down and have a conversation about this and find out. It's been going on long enough.
What was it again, Gerald? I'm sorry.
The Canyon Place, I don't have those pictures with me. It's a dilapidated house. It's in the county. The original owners are dead. The executive people are dead. 4 years past due on property taxes. It's a danger right now with the plywood hanging and swinging in the air. And something needs to be done with it or about it. So we'll visit with that.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Road Department. Morning, Tom.
Hi, Commissioners. Tom Porter, Otero County Road Department. The past month, we actually were able to finish cleaning up most of the mountain roads from all the flooding we had this past summer.
We got 82, all the subdivisions on 82 are cleaned up, re-rocked, ready for winter. Dale moved over to the 130 and just finished dressing those up from what we've done. Did a major patch job throughout Carr Canyon and West Side Road because those roads took a run on the chip seal side of it. They got destroyed this year. Weed Road, Lewis Canyon, Perk Canyon, 16 Springs, and Twin Forks were some of the other ones that were hit real hard that we had to clean up. We're in the process of doing another major patch job down in Chaparral. We just finished pulling a bunch of ditches in the La Luz area, and we've moved over to the KC Road area. And that's helped with the voting machines. We got those all moved for this last election.
Have we made another pass on the roof, or is it already, we done with
Now
that?
we're done.
We're done?
Yeah, it's already, we've got the temperatures now that, we did 3.5 sprays this year. Along with Vicki, that correlates with what her numbers were also. She did about 3.5 sprays. It's usually a 2 spray during the whole season. This year, with the way the weather was, we had to hit it a 3rd time, and then there were 3 or 4 spots we had to hit just to make sure it was going to stay killed. We pretty much got it in check on the public side of it. The private side of it, Vicky's working on that. Of course, there's some landowners that aren't going to do anything with it.
So the other day, we had a little meeting here on the 2 plant species that they're wanting to add to the endangered. What was the outcome when you went to talk to Vicki on that?
They've actually removed a few and added some. So she was coming up with a better list on, you know, everything we've got. It's not going to affect anything that we're spraying. There's a couple up in the mountains that they've added onto it, and we don't have any rue up there yet. So we haven't moved the spraying up on the mountains yet.
Okay, well, they'd called me off the mesa, so I didn't know if there was some that's down there.
I think he was going to touch base with John Lou and find out what she was looking at. Because from what Vicki saw, it really hasn't changed a whole lot.
Okay.
Well, we just appreciate you, Tom, and all the work you guys are doing. And we'll let you all know that we took time out about 3 weeks ago, maybe, when we met with the state. We want to thank the state of New Mexico for coming down and meeting with us, Frisco and a few of them. I met with Tom and Pamela and Sylvia, and we met with the state of New Mexico out at the road department the other day to discuss the issues with Highway 54 and the flooding that has affected the road by the state of New Mexico changing the dimensions on some of the culverts, removing some of the culverts from Highway 54, deleting some of them, making some bigger. In a nutshell, they changed the flow of water when it crosses from one side to the other, and according to the rule of law, you can't do that. Even if you're the state of New Mexico, you can't do that. So by them doing that, it has affected some of the properties where they're being flooded in areas where they've never been flooded before, and they're getting more water where they've never gotten that much water. So, you know, when we sat down with them, it wasn't like a demand that they have to rip all the boxes out and change everything back to where it originally was. But what we did get from them was a verbal agreement that they would join forces with the county to access a lot of monies that they have. And what I want to see happen is I want to see a lot of that money allocated to people that live around Highway 54 and that are being affected by the flooding that the state of New Mexico has caused the people of Otero County. They have liability in this. The state is liable. There's a window of liability. And we need to hold their feet to the fire, the same way that individual property owners' feet would be held to the fire if they were to change the flow of water coming across their own private property. So it's going to be I'm sure it's going to be a fight. It's a battle every time you deal with the government, but we've also got a commitment from Frisco in the state of New Mexico to help us upstream, where a lot of the problems could be solved, doing some work upstream on the BLM side as far as dikes and ponds to keep the water from flowing at such a high rate down. So it's just one more issue that we need to really stay focused on. I know we have a window that we have to stay inside of to get this done, but if we can improve some of the roads through state money and improve some of the culverts and ditches and to get the water out of people's front yards, then that's the objective. So
I've read some of that information, Tom. They said they added culverts, moved culverts. Adding the culverts is just increase the water flow? Is that
So,
why we having an
What was
increase?
happening in the past is the highway was working as a dike, and the few culverts that it had in it were slowing the water. The water was slowed down. It was dispersed throughout basically the 13 miles between Tule and Alamogordo. What they've done is they've taken 3 or 4 culverts out, combined them all into one area. So now instead of having that water spread out throughout 13 miles, they brought it into 7 different areas. And those 7 different areas, one of the worst ones is aimed right at Gardner, and it's just, forcing all that water down through that way.
Is that right there in the area by where Mountain Meadows goes that used to always back up and fill up with water?
Right up
and
there by
then,
the DOT checkpoint,
yes.
that's one of the worst ones. Down here by North 54, that's another one of the really bad ones. They've actually taken all the water basically from Alamo Earthworks south to basically right in front of North 54. They've taken all that water that used to go under 3 or 4 culverts, put it into one culvert and dumped it out there, right there just north of 54.
In that ditch that used to
In that
run.
ditch.
yeah, and it's something that we definitely, need to make sure that they're accountable for changing the flow of water, I think.
Is there anything right now that we can do to try to protect? If there's nothing, we can really build any berms. If the water's gonna go somewhere, if we berm it, it's just gonna run down the street.
Right now, basically, it's coming down through the railroad and then spreading out, combined, unfortunately. There's nothing slowing it down. What Commissioner Griffin and I were talking to the state about is eventually getting to the BLM. We've got an H&H study going on right now for the next Riata Bridge that is actually going to incorporate, that study will incorporate the foothills just south of Tularosa, so we'll actually have a good floodplain drawing for that area and know what kind of volumes we're talking about. And that's what the state DOT wants to take a look at, and then we'll have something to present to the BLM, because most of that south and east of the, south of Tularosa, east of the highway, a lot of that state and BLM, this DOT is looking at possibly will approach BLM and state and say, okay, can we put retaining ponds up in here? It's gonna be a long drawn out process, it really is.
Well, for right now, during this process, can the county go and make sure all of our ditches, the county ditches in those areas, are in the best condition they can be in to try to help?
Here again, and I know you've got it on the agenda, is what do I not fix to jump on this? Right now, we're pulling ditches in La Luz because we had major flooding in La Luz. We're down in KC, we finished La Luz, we're headed to KC Lane. I've got a window between rainy season and snow to do what you're asking. I've got KC Lane, I've got to get it cleaned up for the same reasons. We've had properties flooding out there, and then we're moving down to Ora Vista for that area that you and I looked at to try and get some of those ditches pulled. In the meantime,
Ora Vista could get backed up a little bit. Those are not as bad as what over there at the other.
well, right now, that, like, for example, that ditch along Gardner, it needs to be mowed, correct? We just pulled all the silt out of that a year and a half ago. So right now, other than the weeds, it's pretty much clean. Riata, we went in there a year and a half ago, pulled 250 truckloads of silt off the east side of Riata down to the curve on Money.
and it could probably use it again, but I'm trying to get some of the other areas that we haven't touched in years.
Well, this is a pretty important, if it comes again with the amount of water coming that's been.
We're not gonna slow it down. There's no way to slow it down on our side of it. I mean, the best we can do is keep the ditches cleaned out and get it out of there as fast as we can, but there's no way we're gonna stop a 2 and 3 inch rain that hits up above Tularosa and not have it do the damage it's been doing.
I just wonder if there'd be any avenue where we could declare some kind of an emergency to get some kind of emergency funding, Rachel, maybe, and then maybe use that funding to hire outside contractors to do maybe some of the maintenance to some of the ditches and stuff, you know? I mean, if it's an issue of manpower at the
Well,
road shop to not be able to get to them.
And there again, yeah, and a lot of it is manpower, but a lot of it also is, you know, what are we gonna do with like that ditch on Gardner? You know, we've got a proposal on what it would cost to make it support the flow that it requires. We're looking at $2 million to make that ditch handle the flow, just that little piece of H&H they did for that area.
In that ditch, you know, if we could do it apart from the regulations and the protocol, we could do that ditch we could probably clean that ditch out and redesign it in probably a week. The county probably could. I mean, all you'd have to do is just to take a transit out there and get your grade and then
But
get
I
the
can't-
moving dirt.
But there again, we can't build driveways legally with what you're asking.
Yeah, we've been out there and been over that one.
I know. There's a lot of, like you're saying with Gardner, I've got 2 sets of culverts in there that drain that ditch out. There's the first driveway's got 2 36-inch culverts on it. They can't carry the flow. They go into another driveway that's got 2 missile tubes in it with a concrete head wall. They're not gonna carry that flow.
With the missile tubes, that's a private road, isn't it?
And so's the one with the 36s.
Okay.
Excuse me.
It's a bad, yes, ma'am.
You make all the excuses you want to about Gardner Road. It has, I'm going to blame, years and years ago, it was caused by the county. I don't know who was the road guy then, but that was caused because when the water was running south, they came in there when they put in that subdivision down south, because that water, that whole area
We went
flooded.
right out through there. Yeah.
I mean, it flooded and it flooded big. So, can't remember the guy's name now that had that land, and he decided he wanted to subdivide. So the county went in there and they cut the water going south, there at Gardner Road. Going south, they cut it, closed that down, and all the water went down Gardner. Now that's where the water started coming down Gardner. When I first moved there, we could walk out on their ditch and look down and walk, when it was dry, walk over to the neighbor's house. Now, I've got a 5-foot berm at least there that we had to build. And there's no way that I can even see over it. So the county is not responsible for private land. That's been told to me over and over again. When the neighbor down the road put in the culverts, they were told that it had to be 40-inch, and they had to pay for it, even though that's a county ditch. They had to pay for those.
Cool.
So now, saying that 40-inch is not big enough, and the people that live there now will have to pay for something bigger. Now,
Yeah, it doesn't seem fair.
if you don't look at everything that has happened there and start making excuses from now, that's, you have to look, somewhere along the line, you have to look at the history and what caused it.
Sure.
Now, we had to pay to have those berms built because the county didn't. It was private land. But yet, county is what started the whole damn mess.
Yeah.
What berm is she talking about they built along the road?
Okay, so she's talking about the Sunglow subdivision, and that was way before, I think, any of our times. I know it was before my time as road shop superintendent. They built that berm on the west side of Riata to protect that subdivision, and it appears, and from what she's saying, right there at Gardner, I showed you that berm that they put in there to stop the water from flowing south.
And then, not only that, but when they stopped that, the water was still, not as much, but it was still flooding that section. So the county comes in and builds a berm up. You drive down Riata and you can see the berm that protects, that keeps the water from running onto that subdivision. So, but that's county property, right? Even though it was there built to protect private property.
So is there an alternative to that? Is there a fix to that, Tom? If you take the berm out, it's gonna flood the subdivision, is what you're telling me?
Yes,
Of course it would.
because that is one of the areas that gets basically 1.5 foot of water for half a mile coming across Riata. That berm stops it, and then it goes down to another ditch that's just north of that subdivision.
North of Gardner?
No, north of...
Just of that subdivision? Do you have any suggestions?
You know, I proposed that, well, I had Wilson take a look at that one that would help with theirs, but that whole section, I don't know what to do with it. There's, you know, you've got so much private property out there. You know, we've gone in, like I said, we've gone in for a couple of years and cleaned those ditches out to try and get it through the culverts that are there. Unfortunately, that's not going to resolve her issue.
And is some of this from the state highway? The increase?
Well,
Or no?
the increased flow on Gardner, yes. And with the highway and with the railroad cleaning out their boxes and adding new bridges in there, you know, there's nothing slowing it down anymore. We have Pecos and, you know, the south end of Pecos now, every time we get a good rain, instead of it going down alongside of Riata and then going through the next dip where we're going to put the next bridge, it's actually coming through fast enough, it's turned Pecos into a river every time it rains.
And maybe whenever we get that report, that hydro report, you know, we can track down where the problem's coming from, and because those guys from the state are right, you know, I mean, and we've known this. The solution is upstream.
Yeah.
Solution is just slowing it down above.
You know, and still, if you get 1.5 inches rain in that pecan orchard, you're not going to slow that down.
Sure.
Either, you know.
Sure.
The problem is, what we're getting hit with now, we may not get a drop of rain out on Riata,
Yeah.
but south and east of Thule, they get slammed, and it's all coming down right through that way.
But we know, we hear you, Gwenna, and we understand what you've been through, and we know I think it was an injustice, what was done by changing the flow of water, but if there's anything we can do, you have my word, I mean, if there's any places where we can help you and give you more relief down there, we'll do all we can for you.
Well, it's like Tom said, the first thing needs to be done, the ditch needs to be cleaned, mowed,
Sure.
and whatever, and all because it's so overgrown. And the last time they came out there with a tractor and they took some dirt out of the second, the one that's right across from me that lives across the ditch, they just dug some dirt out, put it up on the bank, and it was pretty useless.
Well, the vegetation in the ditches is all over Otero County,
Oh,
so
of course it is.
Well, and here again, the issue with that, and we'll get into that discussion, you know, we've had a rainy season 2 to 3 times more water than we normally get. Sadly, the weeds aren't growing until we get the rain, and by then I can't get in the ditches to mow. Even with that boom mower.
Well, put the fire department out there and let them burn it.
Fence them off, get a bunch of sheep, and wash down to the next section.
I'm gonna let Pamela let me buy a couple buffaloes, BLM had
There
some
you go.
for sale. She said no.
Okay.
But you do have some type of report study coming back that's gonna tell us,
We have an H&H study for the construction on the next Riata Bridge. That H&H study will incorporate everything that's coming down that way, because even Wilson and Company is kind of scratching their head on how we're going to deal with that amount of water.
what needs to be dealt with before the bridge is built, or figured out.
Well, no, that's why they're doing it. It's all part of what we pay for when we have them engineer this.
And is Eric staying on with you on that Lawless Gate deal? Because I see emails
They've
from
actually
him.
been out there surveying. I believe it's this Friday, they've got a meeting with the personnel from Holloman to look at some of their maps and get some of their GPS readings, because it's going all the way up to the gate, so.
Right.
Any word on funding for the road, for the actual project? I know that the county's gonna take, what is that gonna cost, $360,000 out of our general budget for the plans to build the road whenever we don't even have the funding secured on it yet?
That'll be coming in through next June. It'll go
We
through
better
the,
hope, or we're gonna have $360,000 for road design sitting on the shelf. That's why I didn't vote for it.
that's all I have, Tom.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
I don't see anybody here from the detention center.
Yeah, Carolyn's
Oh,
hiding
there.
out there.
Good morning.
How are you, Carolyn?
Doing better.
Good, good, good.
So this morning, our total population in the facility, or total population together is 191 people. We have in facility 160, 131 males and 29 females. I have currently 8 at the Otero prison, 15 at Hudspeth County, 4 that are at the Department of Corrections on the CJ hold, and we transported 4 this morning to DOC to start their time. I have 3 juveniles, 3 male juveniles, and they're currently housed at Bernalillo County facility. So I don't really have a lot, but I did want to go over just a couple of things. For Thanksgiving, they will be given a Thanksgiving, it'll be a lunch. That will be, consist of a turkey, a vegetable, maybe it'll be corn or green beans, just depends on what they get on the truck. They will get mashed potatoes and gravy, they'll get stuffing, they'll get a piece of pie with whipped cream and a drink. For dinner, they'll have a sack lunch, which usually consists of 2 sandwiches, a bag of chips, a fruit, a drink, and I think that's all. So they'll get that. So they will get that for the Thanksgiving day. Breakfast will be as normal. What we had for contraband for last month, was 4 letters, 4 separate letters. We had 3 Suboxone and 1 of PCP that was found. We currently, well, most of the holidays we try to keep them busy with giving them stuff to do. We do have contests. We did have a Halloween contest, and those that are not on any type of discipline are allowed to participate. We provide them with a couple of sheets of paper, and they enter in, employees vote on it. We give them about a week to do their content, do their poem, their picture, or their theme, and then they turn it in to us, we judge it, and then we give them a little treat for that. We do that for Halloween, we do it for Thanksgiving, we do it for Christmas, just give them something to do. You know, we started visitation. We've been doing visitation. It is scheduled, but we are doing visitation for the inmates. I think it was a time. We had put it off as much as we could because of COVID, but we need to get them to be able to see their family, not just talk to them on the phone, but actually see them. So we have started that. They've been doing that, so that's been going very well. I think they're happy about that. We are currently down about 23 employees still. 3 are part-time. I just need to make sure you're well aware of it. A couple of meetings ago on a Wednesday, we had discussions with White Sands regarding, they brought up having access to the main housing. If you remember, the main housing is the 8 pods that we have in the back, very north part of the facility. And when they get ready to go in there and remodel those areas, we're going to have to move out an entire pod. And they'll have to be out for at least a week to a week and a half. So I went ahead and reached out to the Otero County Prison Facility and spoke with the warden down there to see if he could accommodate. I explained our situation and what this would all would entail. And he was more than willing to help us. I just need to be able to give him more information as to when. And we were looking at the end of this month. So I'm not sure. I wasn't able to be at the meeting yesterday because I had a family emergency. So, but I'll be sitting down with Trent and Nina here in a little after the meeting and finding out exactly what took place and see what we know when we're going to start the main housing remodeling. So what I would do is take out one of the pods, one of the bigger pods that we have on the seaside, and move them all to the Otero prison. Then, depending on where construction wants to start within those 8 pods, we would have one empty for them to go in and start. They could start doing everything they need to do. If that one's done, then we'll move them over and go through that until we're done with the entire back pod. So I just gotta find out what we're doing with dates and how long this is actually gonna take. I know the first one will take the longest.
About how many people are in a pod?
It just depends on the pod. You're looking at your C2, C3, and 25. You're looking at, those are the bigger pods, 25 to 26 people, because I'm counting floor space too, you know.
So when they go down to Chaparral to the prison, will they be in separate, like their own pod down there, or are they going to be mixed in with?
No, they have to keep them separate. They have to keep city separate from state, from federal and county. So we're all kind of separate down there. So that's why he needs to know, because he's going to have to open up one pod just for ours. And he was willing to take 20 of them. So if I have 26, then the other 6 will have to go into another pod. We'll have to just classify them into other pods. And we'll move them down there. So, yeah.
How your kitchen facility's working?
Oh, we're so much happier to be back in the facility. I think it's a little happier. The ice maker is down. I think when we took it out, it messes up something. So we're waiting for them a part to be shipped in so that they can fix it. Ecolab is finally have to come out and they have to do something as well. But it's nice to have it back in the facility. I still kind of look down and say, what's the trailer? You know, because I was so used to it outside. So, but now we're back in. It's nice. I think they, even the more room that they do have, they're happy with it. I did have to rent a refrigerator for inside so that they could bring the stuff from those other outside units in. So let's say they were going to make for dinner, they could bring it in at lunchtime and have it in there so they have access to it. Because when they're in there and the inmate workers are in there with them, they can't leave them while they go get the meat or go get the drinks or whatever. They have to have it, you know, either they have to have an officer come in and watch them, or they go around to the other area, or we have to put them up. So it helps to have that refrigerator, so we rented one, and so they have inside the actual kitchen, so they can put stuff in there that they need for the next meal.
So, you mentioned you got 3 people you're short help openings. Why? Why is nobody applying? Is it the same problem everybody else has around town, or is it, what is it that, do you hear anything that why nobody wants to apply or come out there?
No. I assume it's because of everything else, like everywhere else. You have to remember too, this is a place where it's not like just going to work somewhere. You have people that are going to get assault you, whether it be verbally or physically. And some people are not, they don't like conflict and confrontation.
It's a special call.
It
It's
is,
like,
and some people just, it's
Well,
not
yeah.
for them. They may apply, come out, and then they're like, this ain't for me, I
Sure.
can't do this.
Well, I know when I was out there the other day, you're fixing to double in size.
I know. And I've brought this up before, and I said, what are we gonna do? Because if I don't have enough people now, how are we going to do these other areas where I don't have no people?
yeah, and unfortunately, you're not the only one that has that problem.
I
It's
know.
everywhere.
Everywhere.
Ugh.
Yeah.
How in your population out there, Carolyn, what about the legal status of the inmates? Is that something that you know? I mean, how many of those that you have incarcerated are legal or illegal immigrants?
No.
Do you have any? Do you check their legal status whenever they come in, and you don't have any illegals in here? Okay.
No, that's.
I didn't know. Who knows nowadays? You know how, but yeah, and I didn't know. I mean, if you pick somebody up from the county, David, that's broken the law, do you check whenever their status comes back? If they're illegal, do you call the Border Patrol, or do you call?
We can do a cursory call to the Border Patrol and see if they want to deal with it. But legally, federal law,
You just have to. It
you
doesn't
can't
make
even ask.
doesn't make any difference. See, that's just one of the many problems that we have nowadays. You know, I mean,
I think that is just one more big part of our immigration problem that we have.
and it's because it's all controlled from the top. Because the people of Otero County, if it was the will of the people of this county, you can bet your boots that the people would want you to check somebody's legal status, and if they're not a legal citizen, then why should we have to take care of them and pay for their jail and pay for their food and then release them back out into our community whenever we know that they have no legal status to be in our country? It's just the total breakdown of our government right now, you know, I mean, I think anyways, but yeah, crazy.
So, I understand the prison in Chaparral is close to El Paso where they can draw, there's more population, more people, possible workers. Are we doing anything less, than what they are? I'm trying to figure out a way to attract people to come.
That's what I've been trying to do too. So we sit down, our staff, we try to figure out, we have posters out. I had asked Cassie, we can do radio, because I've heard Lincoln County advertising. I've heard other places. I said, why can't we? And so that ended up going through, and we do.
We did radio for a while. We're taking a break right now. One, it's very costly, and it wasn't budgeted, but we weren't seeing an increase in applications. It wasn't worth the cost.
And I think, we posted it everywhere that we could post it. We don't know. I mean, we've had people that are commuting from El Paso and Massachusetts. I think the drive gets old, and then they finally say, it's really not worth it. If I can find something closer, I'm better off just trying to find something in Cruces or El Paso, so they end up quitting. Some people are looking at advancement. They want to go into law enforcement. I had one that was a corporal, and he got accepted into DPS, and he's gone to DPS. Another one went to Department of Corrections because it was closer to her in Massachusetts. So she's going to work at Southern Prison Facility. Other ones are just like, it's not their cup of tea. It's just not for them. It's not hard, but you have to have you have to be able to understand and know they make people follow rules, enforce them too. And some people are not, that's just not.
No, I understand.
And if we had any communication with the Department of the DOD or the Homeland Security right now, they have 5,000 Afghans out at Holloman right now that they don't even know what they're going to do with. We bring these people out of their country into our country and now, but if there was any kind of communication, maybe we could sort through a lot of these Afghans where maybe there would be some that could maybe be groomed to go to work at the jail. Who knows? I mean, but it's just the government breakdown right now is just, it's,
Now, Lieutenant, is it Alvarez? I can't remember. Lieutenant Alvarez with State Police did reach out to me, but this was regarding if they had to arrest someone from Afghanistan, the people that are in that camp, and bring them in, how would that affect? And I was like, well, we're going to have interpreters because, our whole way of life is a little different.
absolutely.
And so there might be some issues there. How would we do it?
Oh, there will be.
Yeah.
I was up at the hospital yesterday, and the folks at the hospital said when the government brings some of these Afghans in, they just drop them off and leave, and they don't even leave an interpreter there. Where these people are there and they don't know the language, and the people at the hospital can't speak. It's just we have to have communication with the Department of Defense and Homeland Security. But in order to have communication, they have to respond to our request to come and to attend the meeting. I wrote them. I invited them. We invited them to come to the meeting, and they refused. The Department of Defense refuses to come and answer any questions the Commission might have about the Afghan population that they have moved into our county, and it's total disrespect, I think.
Just trying to figure out how to get some people to go to work.
I don't know, other than grabbing them and bringing them down, I don't know what else to do. I don't know. We get one, we did get one hired, and she already put in her notice, so she'll be gone by end of next week. So, I already included her in that though, so she's already included those numbers, but yeah, it's just, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's one at a time.
One day at a time.
Yeah, one day at a time, one applicant at a time.
Yeah.
Really. But if you have any suggestions, please reach
Well,
out to me.
we're here to support you, and we appreciate you guys, and we hate that you get stretched so lean out there, and I know it's got to create a ton of stress whenever you're not fully manned. So, but hang in there. We'll hopefully we'll get a break before too long.
I'd just like to thank Carolyn and her staff for being patient, because holy cow, moving them from one place to another place, so they can paint here, move a wall there.
Oh, and then dealing with all the security in between, I mean, it's not like...
It's a nightmare trying to these ladies.
Yeah. Yep, I can imagine.
I'm great.
I know how you feel.
Don't quit.
I want to see that publicly, because you guys have really been to the arena.
So we do have one, I just wanted to tell you one more thing, is that we are, have the front office of defense kind of closed to the public, because they are working in those areas and they're knocking down walls. So Mike, I know, is going to try and figure out something that we can put out in the lobby, so that if, let's say, somebody got released and needed to pick up their property and wasn't able to get it for some reason when they were released, or commissary came in at the end of the week, something for them to be able to alert, so that the office staff would be able to say, oh, okay, there's somebody in the lobby, and make their way out there to assist them.
I was thinking of video doorbell, those little video doorbells you can get on low. And it would be able to be put on everybody's desktop. When someone rings it, they'd get an alert, they all could look at it. Be something like that.
So until we get something, and right now with all the construction going on in that front office and then the training office, they really are not supposed to be in that area so that nothing happens.
And you're talking about right in the main lobby, right when you come in the front doors?
Those windows, the windows where the girls sit, where the office specialists sit, yes, that area, yes.
Because, Trent, I thought there was not going to be any work done in that area. Right when you come in, yes.
Front office,
Not in the
She's talking about the front office.
the front office.
Oh, the front office.
Front office,
Oh, okay.
yes, where the girls
Okay.
are at, because they're in that new area now, temporarily, until they finish their area. It's
Okay.
gonna take 2 months?
Okay.
Well, 4 weeks on that front area, then you guys would be able to occupy the front area, and then 4 weeks on the break room and.
Oh, okay, so 1 month for the front and 1 month for their area. Okay.
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 Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you.
Okay. Project manager?
Good morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning, Trent.
Morning.
Yeah, we've been very busy at the detention center. The Admin South addition this month was completed, and they are moved into it and occupying that space so that the admin renovation can commence, which that has started. As we just stated, the renovation, as per plan, or as per the specifications of the contract, was only supposed to take 2 consecutive weeks. I think that was an oversight, and for the amount of work to be done in 2 weeks' time was not the right amount of time to be putting in those documents. So we went back to contract and said, how much time will it take you to do this project? So they stated that it would be 4 weeks. We phased it into 2 phases. The front half, 4 weeks, the back half, 4 weeks. So the contract documents are currently being revised to reflect this schedule. So that'll be our new schedule for this admin. But 2 weeks just wasn't simply long enough to be rearranging floor plans and new flooring, paint, ceilings, all new lighting, new mechanical, everything. So that was a little bit of a change, but it won't extend the overall project. It's just extending this portion of it. And so there won't be any days added to the contract for this. The kitchen renovation was completed this month. They're back occupying that. We removed all the mobile units, which was a great thing to have those out of there. The kitchen addition is currently scheduled to be complete by the end of December, which that'll allow us to get rid of the temporary freezer units, and that'll have the kitchen office and dry storage and all that stuff complete. So we're hoping that that schedule holds, that there's not any holdups between now and then, so that we can have the entire kitchen usable. The medical addition is in progress. All of the, since last month's meeting, the hollow core roof planks have been placed. All the block veneer is now complete on the outside. They have the roof prepped and all of the curbing for all the mechanical and equipment. So that this week, on Monday the 22nd, they're going to be placing the lightweight concrete up there, which will have us about 99% dried in. And that'll free the roofers up to come in and put on the final membrane. So we're making good progress on the addition. All the MEP on the inside, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing rough-ins are all underway and making really good progress on the inside of the facility. We're still waiting for it. We had an estimated date to be in booking. That's still depending on these locks being delivered on the proper date and being installed in the proper time. So we're not set on a date yet to get into the booking so that they can start renovation, but we're looking into that to try to get that a little more refined to when exactly we will be able to occupy that area. We did end up having to go in and extend the contract 137 days. So the new substantial completion for the entire project will be May 5th of 2022. One of our biggest things that we're looking into right now is, with us starting to get more inside the facility doing demolition and renovations, we're foreseeing a problem of possible delays with the court hearings, because all the court hearings are being held in 2 different locations within the building. We've reached out to all the court systems to try to forewarn them of the amount of noise that's going to be taking place between now and May, and that it's not going to be a short duration in time, and to see what we can do to try to prevent any type of delays or shutdowns due to too much noise in the building for them to perform hearings. We're still kind of in the middle of that process, but we wanted to get ahead of that game before there was any possible delays. That's all I have for the detention center. For timber on fire station, it's going great. The exterior of the building is complete, of the pre-manufactured building. They have all the framing and utilities all roughed in and complete on the inside. The drywall was completed this week, and they're working on finishes for that. They will be starting the site work soon, and which is all the curbing, parking lot grading, everything like that. So we're still scheduled and on schedule to be complete by the 5th of February. That job's gone pretty smooth since we got out of all the rain delays that we experienced earlier in the project. We did go in and had to do a new electric service at the Sunspot Fire Station. That's all complete. We did receive a final bill for that, and I went up and we have a few item punch list that the contractor has to perform, but then we'll be able to have that one closed out. One thing that we are working on is Chin's Phase 3, is we have all the funding for it. I just received the 90% drawings for it yesterday. Did a review with the architects this morning, and we are scheduled to go out for bid in January for this project. And that's good news. EOC is the same thing. January 6th is the date we're scheduled to receive all the bid documents so that we can put the EOC building out for bid as well. And that's all I have.
Back to the detention center. Carolyn, are those court deals, are they TV court?
There's the magistrate uses the polyphone, and the district uses, and the magistrate use the laptops that they provided to us. We have 4 laptops.
Is there any way to relocate them over to a finished area that's not going to be?
Until the medical edition is complete, we don't have anywhere to relocate. That's the issue we've come across.
Trent had brought up a good idea, and we've been discussing it. There were 2 things that we were thinking of, is either getting a portable and putting it outside the subport right next to where our units are at, and then fencing it off with a ramp and some kind of a fencing going in towards the teleport, so that there's less access, I guess, and or maybe possibly using some kind, maybe one of the new rec yards, the enclosed rec yard. I don't know. But the new rec yard that's enclosed, you wouldn't be able to use it once they start tearing up the one in the front. The only rec yard that we currently have, to put in those observation pods, because then no one would be able to go out and rec. So, but I think that may be some type of a, portable outside might be, that would be on the side of the building, so there wouldn't be so much public access, and they would have to all be brought in. That would be at least for the library, where we'll be doing a lot of construction back there and a lot of noise.
Another idea I've been exploring is possibly some noise cancellation booths to go inside the hearing room. It might help cancel out some of the additional noise. But when they start taking out concrete walls and floors, it's going to be loud and not very fun. We're going to keep exploring it. We have a little bit of time. That's why we wanted to start looking at it now so that we could have these put in place before the time comes that this is all going to happen.
But you still got right now you really have two sally ports. One's not really operational, but the other front one is. Is there any way you could pull one of those little portables inside that and it would be secure?
No, simply because the south sally port that's currently being used, when we down the existing booking for the renovation, that's the only area that they can bring out the demoed material is out through that sally port. So that'll be used for construction purposes at that point.
The back one, the north one, is going to be.
Right. And then we'll begin, once we're in the new booking, we'll be using the new addition of the sally port for all of her receiving and transferring.
Well, if it's not flooding, it's prisoners. Okay. Well,
Thank you, Trent.
Thanks, Trent.
all right, this time we'll bring us into the consent agenda. We're not going to pull any, so I'll go ahead and start reading them. Item 1, request approval of accounts payable bills list number 13, 14, 14A, 15, 16, 17, and 17A. Item 2, request approval of October 5th, 2021 special meeting minutes. Item 3, request approval of October 14th, 2021 regular meeting minutes. Item 4, request approval of resolution number 11-18-21/110-17 budget adjustments on various items. Item 5, request approval of resolution number 11-18-21/110-18 to auction vehicles through the government deals and online auction service. Item 6, request approval of resolution number 11-18-21/110-19 requesting a change to the Public Employees Retirement Association of the New Mexico Para Return to Work provisions. Item 7, request approval of resolution number 11-18-21/110-20 supporting the New Mexico County's 2022 legislative priorities. Item number 8, request approval of a renewal of agreement between Otero County and the New Mexico Department of Corrections for the housing of detainees at the Otero County Prison Facility. Item number 9, request approval to utilize NPPGOV contract to purchase a new apparatus from the Flotz Brothers for Burro Flats, James Canyon, La Luz, and May Hill volunteer fire departments. All right, at this time, I'll make a motion for approval of the consent agenda items. Can I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right.
Aye. That's going to move us down to the scheduled citizen communication. Item number 10, Sheila and Dean from the Otero County Fair Association would like to update us on the 82nd Otero County Fair and Rodeo.
Hello,
Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
Dean.
morning.
How are y'all doing?
Good.
Good to see you.
We just wanted to visit with you, let you know how fair went. It was our 82nd fair, and we had over 45,000 visitors over the 5 days. So it was a welcome event.
How does that compare? We have 45, do you know the numbers from last year and the year before?
Well, so last year we didn't have fair.
Yeah.
Well, we had, Junior Livestock had fair, but we didn't have an actual
Oh, yeah.
event.
Sure.
So the year before, it was about 38,000.
Yeah, that's
So,
great.
It's just just goes to show people are ready to get out
Yeah.
and do things. The junior livestock sale hit record numbers this year. After add-ons, it looks like it'll be over $300,000, which is about $120,000 more than the
Wow.
year before.
And last year was a good year.
It was great for those kids. It was an awesome sale. The rodeo nearly sold out, so that was very welcome as well. The light towers that were purchased by the county were used over by the new pedestrian bridge that was built by the Aggies Without Limits, which turned out great. Much safer for the people that are attending fair to be able to use that bridge. You know, we didn't have to have the road closed, and that just became dangerous even though we put temporary fencing, cars hit temporary fencing on fairground the whole time during fair before, so we were really happy with that bridge. It worked out really well. The new bathrooms that the county, well, they're not new, but they remodeled the bathrooms that were in the exhibit building that had the curtains on them on the stalls. Worked out great. People were very happy. Now we only have one more set of bathrooms that have curtains on the stalls, and so we're hoping maybe next year to get those done. We had the roof put on the set of bathrooms that are south of the exhibit building. The metal roof, and that worked out nice and probably added 30 years life of those bathrooms at least. So we were happy with that. Lighting in the parking lot, county put in, great, much safer. Let's see. We are going to be having, we did have less vendors this year, about 50% less. I don't know. I know I saw you both out there.
Yeah, I will.
Did you? So we had about 50% less vendors, but the problem with that is we had them to come, but they canceled because they couldn't get lodging in Alamogordo because of the refugees that came into Holloman, and all of the troops that came in to support them were staying in our motel. So they had to cancel. So that was kind of a bummer, but the vendors that were there cleaned house. Those two vendors, they were so happy. You know.
They were busy. We stood in line for a long time.
It was a long line. I didn't even, I think one time was able to get through there, but overall, that was good. We had a great turnout from the community leaders for Bill's, for the pavilion, and so that was great. One of the things that we'd like to mention, maybe for capital outlay for the parking lot, I know for voting, we just had voting, and they kind of reconfigured out how to do that because of ADA. So now people are pulling in past the gate, and with our maintenance person, we're just asking for a problem.
Yeah.
They would do the sunset, and then they have full access to the whole facility where they can drive all over the facility. So it would be good to try to figure out how to get that parking lot where it can be used and not have to change for when they're using the facility for voting and have to do it that way. Yeah.
Use this map.
Can you pull the mic? We
Oh,
can't hear you at all.
So,
Or you're just opening up the north gates, right? Next to the practice arena, or the main gates?
Now it's the main gates, it's
The
both
main gates.
gates. And there's nobody guarding the north gate.
By the practice arena.
So, but I think bigger than that, for me, is just how tight it is and past those gates with people parking in there and backing in and out and pedestrians coming in to vote. It's not ideal. It's not an ideal situation. So it would be nice to, try to figure that out. I know the city owns half of that parking lot, and I don't know if there's a way to work with the city on that. I mean, they've worked really well with us as far as the MOU for the parking lot, and they had a big event, because part of the MOU is that they get to use the facility So they had the big, what is it called, for the 4th of July, it's like military appreciation. And that was really well received and worked out really well. So I feel like we have a good relationship with the city, and so maybe there's somehow we can all work together to get that parking lot, because it needs to be redone. There's big, huge potholes in it, and it's sinking at different places, and it needs attention. So, and 21-acre facility is big to maintain, especially, I think we do a good job for a nonprofit, and right now it costs us approximately $5,500 a month to maintain that facility. We anticipate that going up with the price of fuel going up and electricity, but we're hanging in there, and we're really happy that fair went really well. We were able to do a free fair, and that's our goal as a board, is to keep that fair free for everybody in Otero County that wants to attend our county fair.
Do you think the exhibits were down just because of COVID, or not knowing if we were going to have a fair?
I think historically across the United States, all exhibits are down. People are not doing what we used to do. We don't sit and sew, we don't can, we don't
Garden as much.
no. And so I think COVID probably had some to do with it, but they have historically been going down and down and down. And I don't know exactly how to fix that. We do encourage, through 4-H, they help encourage people to show things, the different home economic group, but people have aged out of those groups and the gardening group. And so it makes it difficult. There's not such an importance on it that there used to be.
What about the kids with the animal exhibits? Were they consistent with what we usually have, or were they up or down?
No,
Are they down as well?
they're down, and they're consistently going down. I remember when I first was helping with the swine project, probably, I would say about 18 years ago, we were tagging about 150 hogs a year. I think there was 30 this year. I mean, it consistently has gone down. And I think part of that is the cost of feed, the cost of show animals. It puts a lot of people out of being able to do all of that.
What about, could we brainstorm maybe some ideas to encourage more kids to raise animals, I don't know if we could start like a campaign, like a countywide campaign with the 4-H, and to get...
I think that's a great idea.
Because it's just so important, Kids need to learn how to take care of animals and responsibility.
And I know, like, Bill, he would encourage kids, he'd give them a calf to show. Bebo Lee, another one, I'll give you a calf to show. Our ranchers will do that. Ed and I do that with the goats. You take the goat, show it, and, we'll square up later, and bring it back. And,
well, maybe they'll turn social media off before long, and it'll all come roaring back.
That would be great. That would be great. But
unfortunately.
Is this the first year you've had people drive in there to vote? Has that
yes.
been a problem before, or this was the first year?
This was the first year. When they came, I guess somebody from the state, correct?
The state.
I was not there when this happened, but they evaluated how people came in and out to vote and said this isn't going to work the way they were doing it because of parking lot and because of the handicap, all the ADA stuff. So they said, if we're going to do this, you'll have to come through this other door, and then people will have to park in behind the fence. And it worked. It's just not ideal, and it's people, like I said, it's close to the building.
Yeah, there's not much room in there.
No, there's not. And even our vendors we've had in the past, was back into stuff or back into benches and different stuff. So it's just not ideal to have the cars in that part of the facility. So.
The main reason they were coming into that part was because of the condition of the parking lot outside?
Correct, that it's not ADA I guess, accessible.
And
I mean-
our other side of the building has a bunch of potholes and stuff, so that wasn't safe for the voters either.
The north side.
Yes,
Yeah.
so that's why they changed sides of the building.
Well, let us know. We'll move to that ideal place. You know, we want everything to be, I mean,
Yeah,
we'll help you.
well,
We'll
we
help you.
appreciate
We'll
it,
help
and,
fix the parking lot,
you know,
whatever you need to do.
it was great. We had the sheriff's department being out at the fair. We greatly appreciated that. They did such an amazing job. You know, I didn't hear of anything major happening. And, you know, that helped us out a lot because we couldn't get any security. Because of COVID, there was no security to be had. We tried Ruidoso, Las Cruces, Albuquerque, and we could not get any additional security. So, you know, going into fair, it was a little nerve-wracking. And to be able to have that support and that presence was awesome. So I think it deterred, you know, anything.
Well, I didn't get to the front end of it, but I did catch it back into the fair. And the bridge that y'all put across to go over to the Midway, that was a good move. I mean,
That was Pamela, actually, kind of gave me that idea. She probably didn't even know it, but I came in and talked to her, and I was like, how do we get a bridge? And she said, well, you're going to have it engineered. And I left just like, oh my gosh, how are we going to do that? And then Bill and I talked, and we decided to call the university, and that was about 3 years in the making, but they came through for us.
Yeah.
And they did it.
Great job,
So,
great idea, yeah.
We're
Worked
really
perfect.
excited. Yeah, so.
Better than walking them down the middle of the road to get to the
Yes, it was. It was nice.
carnival.
And the carnival provider appreciated it. And
Yeah.
if you know anything about fairs, you're at the will of the carnival provider. And so if we keep him happy, and you know, he's got a nice carnival and a good record, and
He does a good job.
he does a really good
Yeah.
job. We're really happy with him. So
Have you discussed with Sheriff Black on the option of if they could do that every year, so it would be on your security part?
I'm not in charge of security. That's Dean, but I'm sure I don't know what they visited about that. So we appreciate it. So
All right.
all right.
Appreciate you
Thank you
guys.
very much.
Thank you, guys.
Y'all do great service to the community.
Thank you.
That'll take us to item 11. James Wimberly with the Lane Acres Service Corporation would like to discuss progress on the county ordinance and abandoned mobile homes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Basically, I'm just following up from a prior presentation that I did. I believe that was in the July meeting that brought the issue up about the abandoned mobiles. Let me retract a little bit. I'm the manager of the water company. We service Eileen Acres subdivision, Running Indian Estates, and the Shady Grove RV Park. So I represent the homeowners in that our company services water. That's why I'm here. So basically, I presented, and I just want to kind of update, and we'll show some pictures. Not everybody was here, and just kind of show you some pictures of the abandoned units that we're dealing with. Go ahead.
Finally warm up.
Yeah, I went out after, or the last time you were here, I went out to Eileen Acres and I visited with some of the residents out there that were living against some of the properties that you're probably fixing to show us here.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But you know, I think it's a great place to start because this needs to happen all over our county. you
Right.
know. But to work with you there, to try to work out where we're gonna start and what could carry over
Right.
and help other property owners as well.
Exactly. We'll just wheel through these pictures again. That's the 4 abandoned units that we're going to look at. I know the owners. I've been trying to contact them. This particular one, this guy died. This is 21 No Gal. You just go ahead and scroll through if you don't mind. Yeah, the gentleman is attempting to buy those, but the owner won't get back with them. That's both on 21 White Oaks and 23 White Oaks. The individual that lives in the middle is trying to buy those, but the property owner won't deal with us or deal with him. Yes, yeah. Trash in the area. Keep going.
The property on the other side of that plastic.
Yes,
That
sir.
he's taken that black plastic and then, just so he doesn't have to look at the,
Okay, this particular unit is, that picture was taken in July, and when we scroll through, you'll see that some people have pulled more siding off. I mean, you can walk right in there. So it's just an open, you can walk right in there, so. We just, okay, and that's the other side of that same property there at 25 Roadrunner. And there should be a couple pictures at the end. Yeah, that's 23 White Oaks.
5 White Oaks. Cottontail and White Oaks.
Yeah, that was the fire. We talked about that there was a 5-acre fire adjacent to the property that we believe some kids started. So obviously there's clear evidence that kids are playing with matches and fires, and we can only imagine if they jumped in one of those abandoned units, what would happen. And I got a couple new ones on there. I don't see them on there. Yeah, keep going through that. I've got 2 more I just really want to show. Those 2 pictures. Okay, so he's going to, I guess, open those up. So my understanding is now that we obviously believe we've got a new county attorney, and that there may be some movement on these issues. So again, when I first brought it up, I don't think, the issue was there, but really hadn't been brought up. And since then, Corey's been out and visited, and I've talked to you guys about it too. And I'm sure you've been out and looking at other units and talking to the county residents. So
Yeah, and I also, we asked Rachel, you know, if you remember Rachel the
Yes.
last time
Mhm.
here as well. You know, it's just a matter of where we dig in and begin to battle at, you know, if we can do it. It would be easiest to go through the state, I'm sure, you know, and get the right legislation in place there. If Rachel has any ideas, possibly, you'd be so kind.
Good morning, Commissioners. Rachel Black, Chief Deputy Treasurer, Otero County. I visited with Mr. Wimberly back in, I believe it was June, about these issues in Eileen Acres. Currently, it looks like on the tax roll, there's 30 mobile homes listed at Eileen Acres. They've got approximately 39 lots. At this time, as far as taxes are concerned, there's only 2 of the mobile homes that are delinquent enough that the county could actually, the treasurer could, by law, go out and seize those under a demand warrant and sell those at public auction. I totally agree they're eyesores and probably dangerous. I want to caution the commission. Mr. Wimberly has, his position in this is that he owns the water association. He does not own the land, he does not own those private lots. So these individual mobile homes are sitting on private property, each individual lot. Some of them, the people that own the property, do not own mobile homes. Some of them actually are listed as the deed holder on the land, and they've gotten stuck with a mobile home. So I would just like to caution the commission on the concern on private property rights. Commissioner Griffin, I know there was a couple weeks back or a couple months ago, that there was a conversation about, there was an individual that did not like a sign that you had posted. And the response was, that's on personal property. Private property, I can have whatever I want.
Sure.
So that's kind of concerning to me, that we need, when you all decide to do an ordinance, a code enforcement ordinance, to look at the unintended consequences that it may affect. Yes, I agree. We have some terrible things in the county that need to be cleaned up. I don't know the solution. Perhaps, maybe, you know, if the taxes are delinquent, then we can deal with that at that degree with the treasurer's office. We have had auctions in the past where we have listed mobile homes like this. Actually, I think we've actually listed 2 of these on public auction the last time we did one, and no one bid on them.
Oh.
So the cost, roughly, forgive me, I don't have the exact number, the cost for the homeowner that owns this lot, in order to get this mobile home moved off the property, they're required to pay the delinquent taxes if there's delinquent taxes. They're required to get a permit to move that mobile home down the road. They have to hire a licensed mover to do that. The last time I moved a mobile home personally was about 15 years ago, and it was $1,200 just for the mover to come, hook up to it, and haul it down to the road to another piece of property. So I understand that we don't like looking at this, and it is a danger. I'm assuming it's a danger. I mean, it looks like there's probably rodents and all kinds of, and probably vagrants and everything else. In that, I understand that. But the people that own the property, do you want the county to be responsible for, legally, obtaining this, hauling it down the road? What are you going to do with it? How much is that going to cost?
If I may, I think that it's a weak argument to try to compare a sign to a mobile home. Okay, so just because somebody's offended by a sign, we're talking about places where there's going to be meth addicts living, and bums, and rodents, and this is a public safety hazard, in my opinion. Now, would I go in there and pay somebody $1,200 to haul that junk down the road? Or would it better to go in there with the front end loader and demo it and wreck it and put it in a dumpster and haul it off? That's what needs to be done with these properties.
But in order to lawfully do that,
Sure. they need to be declared public hazards. They need to be declared public safety concerns, not just because it's an eyesore, which it's an eyesore, and that's one of the reasons why it probably needs to be gone too, but the most important pressing reason why we need to focus on these and remove them is because there could be a child that could go in that trailer right there and step on a dirty needle.
I agree.
So that's the basis that we form our argument off of. And now how do we clean it up? How do we come to a conclusion? I wish we could work with the state of New Mexico, but if we can't, then maybe we can take it on the county level, and we could do it internally inside the county, and we could send Tom out there with the front end loader to gather that garbage up.
My personal opinion, Commissioner, is that perhaps that may be something that you task the county attorney with, looking into the condemning of property. I am aware that the city does do that. It is a long, tedious process. But the city has actually done that. I believe they did 3 buildings this past year to go through the process of actually condemning it, taking ownership of the property so you can legally tear it down.
Well,
That would be my suggestion.
yeah. But again, I think it falls in a much more pressing area because it's a public safety concern. There could be somebody that could be physically hurt around that property right there, and so therefore that should give us much more leverage to be able to act. And instead of sitting around waiting, and while you wait, it takes so long that somebody does get hurt, or that place, they do catch that place on fire and it burns down the property next door to it and affects others. I mean, I'm all about personal property rights, but whenever it begins to affect other property owners, that's whenever we step in.
Well, and also another attack may be, or method would be to go at the homeowner. I mean, I've sent them letters, that didn't do any good on my end, but if they got letters from the county, maybe that may, well, you're talking delinquent taxes, not on the issue of the dilapidated mobiles. So most people, if you get county officials involved, would probably act more than me sending them a letter, which I've already done. And then specifically on 21 and 23 White Oaks, or 25, he's been in touch with the adjacent owner trying to buy them, but they're not getting back with him. So we know who owns these properties. This isn't hidden. The next issue on this is the first 4 issues we were talking are abandoned mobiles, and I've got another one that's going to be that's abandoned now that I didn't have a picture of. This is an ongoing case that involves trash and abandoned cars. There is an active case, but I guess there's some ambiguity with the ordinance on abandoned vehicles and what can actually be done. This particular address is, again, 44 White Oaks. I started with the county about 3 years ago on the trash and abandoned vehicle issue on this one, and my understanding is that the homeowner's just not responding and they're going to have to take further steps. But again, regarding abandoned vehicles, I guess there's not a clear way to go about that, and I guess that's going to attempt to be resolved.
And that property right there looks like so many that we get called on in La Luz and in Bowles Acres and in Chaparral, and that's the problem that we need to address on the county level. Now, how we do that?
Well, has this been addressed, Matt? I see you got Bill's right-hand man here. Is this an item that's on the books that has been filed on?
So it has been waiting for a conversation with the county attorney.
Yeah, you might state your name for the record.
Jacob Bach, Code Enforcement. It is a case that has been waiting to go in front of the attorney to see how we can move forward. We've done several attempts of contact with the property owners and can't get a hold of nobody. So it is a case that is on the list to move forward with the county attorney.
And I know that Michael, when he was here, he had several ongoing ones. I don't know how many were left but our attorney, I visited him this morning on this exact same thing, so this is going to get turned around a little bit here. So I'm hoping we can, let me put it that way. This is one more question for Rachel before I forget it. You mentioned a time frame on the property taxes that before the county or whoever could do anything. What is that time frame?
On real property, on the land?
Yes.
Okay. On real property, state statute says, once the property is delinquent 3 years, on the 3rd year in June, the county treasurer prepares a list, and that is referred to the state, and that's the property tax division. So once that happens, they are in the hands of the state. The county no longer receives the penalty and interest that have been accruing on those. The state comes in and works those properties, does a title research for approximately, it's usually about a year, that they try to do their due diligence to make sure that no one has claim to the property. If the taxes are not paid, then they are offered for sale at a public auction. We did have a public auction about a month ago, I believe it was. During COVID, the state was shut down, their employees were not allowed to travel. So when they came in and did an auction, they auctioned 12 properties, I believe, that were delinquent more than 10 years on property taxes, and they were all located in Timbrook. I have been assured by the acting director of Property Tax Division that next year they will do better, and we will actually have a full auction of properties throughout the county.
So you have a piece of property that delinquent 4 years on the property tax, is that eligible for the auction?
Yes, that particular property that you referenced earlier, that actually has been turned over to the Property Tax Division, and that should be picked up on their next auction within the next year.
Okay.
I feel like we just need another angle instead of waiting for people to be delinquent on their taxes. We need another way to deal with it.
And there is actually a lot out there that was 25 Roadrunner. So 25 Roadrunner, that property was actually auctioned off by the state in 2018.
Yeah.
The new owner purchased it. Don't know if they understood that they didn't get the mobile home, because when you purchase property at a property tax sale, you purchase the land.
Yeah.
You don't purchase what's on it. So
See, and that's probably what's leading to a lot of this stuff. You have people that are just, have a bunch of money, and they're just cherry picking properties all over the United States, and they live in New York or somewhere, and they never have any intention of doing anything with these, except it's just like their bank where they're putting their money at, you know.
So this property, just to let you know, was sold in 2018. The taxes have not been paid on it since. So it will be picked up on the next auction as well,
But they still can't do anything with that thing on it?
without going through the legal process of, if you own a piece of property in New Mexico, and say you buy a piece of property at the auction, okay? What they would have to do to get ownership of this mobile home is they actually have to file for a quiet title in district court. You file for a quiet title in district court, the district judge says, okay, this is abandoned, blah, 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 boom, it's now yours, you're now the legal owner of it. And then at that point, then you could sell it, tear it down, bulldoze it, whatever you want, because then you're actually the legal owner. Mobile homes are considered personal property in Mexico, just like vehicles.
But probably, like I said, a lot of the properties are probably properties that have been picked up on tax auctions and picked up on the web or whatever, and people, that's what's leading us down this road, is those
The majority of those are.
the escape out of it is just to put a policy in place where if you own that place right there, you have to either get it in shape to actually live in it, or you need to remove the dump, one of the two. How do we get there?
Excellent question. Excellent question. I agree. It is an excellent question. How do you make people be accountable for their own? That's unfortunately that seems to be where we're going in society, is ownership. And I don't know. Maybe the answer is to get community involvement. Get a clean up Otero County.
Or maybe threaten with a
Bingo.
lawsuit, you know, maybe we could threaten to sue
You know, back in the old days, if your neighbor had something you didn't like, you went over and knocked on the door and said, can I help you out with that?
We live in those days anymore.
Right.
We can put an ordinance in place that if it's falls under a dangerous or abandoned property, then we can initiate a process where either the owner needs to take action, or if they don't, then the county can come in and clean it up. But if the county ends up being the one that has to clean it up, just based on initial research, Valencia County's dealing with this. They have an ordinance in place, but they have an estimated something like 900 mobile home type issues like this that are just out there. Their estimates looked at 15 to 30,000 for each one to get it out, depending on what the situation was. If there was meth produced there or something like that, then the cost increases to get that property taken out. But they did get some funding from the state. I don't remember what it was under, but they got about $500,000 this year to deal with this situation, and so they were hoping to get 30 of the properties taken care of this year. So I'll reach out to their attorney and their manager and find out some more information about what we can do to get the ball rolling on this. But other counties are doing it, and there's a way forward.
Absolutely.
This might be not as fast as we like and more expensive than we like, but we
But
can
why
do something.
reinvent the wheel? If they're already doing it, then, yeah.
Well, it sounds like we're trying. We're
I
trying. There's
understand
nothing
that.
fast, but
It doesn't happen overnight, but again, if you saw the before and after pictures, this thing ain't getting better. It's not curing itself. And it's just a matter of time until something happens over there, guys. So, anyway.
Thank you,
The
James.
issues have been presented, and I think we can solve a lot of these issues on our local level.
I think we can too.
So I appreciate your time.
thank you.
Betcha.
Well, that's going to bring us to item number 12. Gwen Reach would like to address the county residents not being able to vote in city issues that affect county residents.
All right.
You have to stand up, you know me, I don't.
Oh, you can do whatever you want to do. As long as they can hear you in that microphone, you're fine.
When I was here last month, I went down the hall to vote. When they gave me my form, it was loaded on, and they said, I have to turn it over to the back side. There was 2 items on there that I could vote for. One was the school board, and one was a property tax. The property tax, the county people can required to pay the tax because it was voted for. But you can pay the tax, but you can't go into Tularosa, which I have a Tularosa address. You can't go into Tularosa and vote for anybody. Now, where do I spend my money? Let's see, out in the county, I don't know any grocery stores out there. I don't know, there's nothing. So you have to buy all that you have. It's either in Tularosa or in Alamogordo. But the rule says that if you live in the county, anybody here live in the county? You can't vote in a city election. Now, I would like to know where this law came from, who created this law, and what can be done about it with it being reversed.
I had this same conversation with one of the city commissioners yesterday, and she was really curious, and she was going to go back and ask her attorney. We both kind of come to the conclusion, neither one of us know, but we thought maybe it was a state law. Do you know, Pamela?
I have no idea.
Or B, do you have any?
There's nothing specific in the election code that says that districts and precincts will be established in
you can vote in the district and precinct that you're from. So along the same lines, you can only run for an office if you can't run for office in Alamogordo if you don't live in Alamogordo. It's that same concept for voting. If you live in Alamogordo, you're paying for certain services and certain taxes, and so you get to choose who represents you. If you live in the county, you aren't paying for the same services and taxes that someone in Alamogordo is, so you're not able to vote on that matter. It's not really representing where you live. The basic concept of it.
I understand districts. If you live in a district, you can apply and vote in that district. That's one thing. But to tell, just because you live in a district out in the county or that you're not in the city limits, that you can't vote on what goes on in the city. You have no say. There was people that I would have voted for that I had heard talk in Tularosa, but I couldn't vote for them. But I could vote for the tax that's going to be put on the land. But you have no say whatsoever in the city, in any city. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Alamogordo or Cloudcroft or Tularosa or what, as long as they have a structured city government.
And I'm not real sure what the answer to that would be. It's been that way ever since I can ever remember voting.
Rachel, do you know? Do you have any insight?
As far as the tax is concerned, Glenna, you were able to vote on that because that tax is directly for the Tularosa School Board, or Tularosa Schools. So since your house is in the Tularosa School District, that's why you got to vote on that. You had to have a say on that.
I realize that.
But as far as the municipal elections, and it's always been that way, is what our attorney described, is that if you don't pay into the same services if you live in the county than you do if you live in a city.
Well,
or a
if I
municipality.
go to Tularosa, I have to go into Tularosa and pay my phone bill. I won't mail it because then I have to go to El Paso and have to come back.
But really, it's just, I mean, it just goes back to representation, Gwen, and kind of the way our government was established, and particularly the way our republic is established, because the way it's structured, you know, you have the city elections, and that gives those people there a voice for what's going on inside of their city, and then with the county, then we have, you know, the people that live in the county, and this is, we hope to be your mouthpiece for the county, you know, but the city commissioners are the mouthpiece for the people that live inside of the city, you know, and that's just the way our republic, and then on the state side, you know, we have, that's the way our government, our whole structure is formed through districts and districts of representation.
I can understand what it came about, but as many people that lives in the county, in Otero County, that live out, and some of them have hundreds of acres of land, but yet they can't have anything that goes on in the city. I mean, we have to go to the city to buy our groceries.
Sure.
If I buy a pair of shoes, I have to go to the city to get them.
But I go to I can go to Albuquerque and I can go grocery shopping in Albuquerque, but I don't necessarily think that. Yeah, I know, but it's kind of the same principle, I think, anyways. I mean, just because you go somewhere and you shop and you spend money doesn't necessarily equate to having a place in their elections, you know?
If you're connected to one city, like my address says Tularosa.
Sure.
Now, if my address says Tularosa, but I live outside the city limits, and I go to Lowe's and shop for my groceries, or I pay my telephone bill in the city, or anything else that goes on that you pay in the cities, why shouldn't you have the opportunity to be able to vote in the darn city?
I grew up in Reserve, and we would drive to Springerville, Arizona to do all of our grocery shopping, and all of our shopping was done in Arizona, but I didn't think that I needed a place in Arizona's politics because I spent my money over there, you know. I mean, I don't know, I just don't really
That,
understand
you
it
know,
though.
you're talking about going to another state or.
Well, it's just
having-
it's another region. I mean,
You
it
know.
doesn't matter if it's a state, a city, a county, it's just, it's different
I
from
guarantee you
your,
that in reserve, if you paid your telephone bill or whatever bills you had to pay,
yeah,
that you paid them, not Arizona,
yeah.
so.
But I
I
don't
mean,
know,
okay, this is my opinion,
Sure.
and if anybody that lives in the county, and there's a lot of them that feel the same way that I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the ones that I have talked to, and I've got to tell you, I voted against the tax. But this whole thing is ridiculous.
Thank you, Gwen.
All right, that's going to bring us to item 13. Gary Stone, President of Otero County Cattle Association, would like to discuss the current Lincoln National Forest draft forest plan and draft environmental impact statement.
Hi, Gary.
Gary, how you doing?
How are you?
You sure you want to give me time?
Well, I couldn't pray this morning because I was thinking about your mama, and I thought, I'm going to start bawling if I think about Shirley anymore, so I couldn't even get it out. So, we're praying for her.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to address the commission this
Appreciate
morning.
you coming today, Gary.
You, as you well know, we've been in a battle for a long time. For the existence of a culture.
And it's not getting any better.
It's not getting any better. I did comment on, I don't know if you've seen the draft forest plan and the draft environmental impact statement.
Oh, yeah.
I did make comments to that.
Yes.
I have brought comments to submit for the record.
Yes.
And would respectfully request that you review them.
Absolutely.
I did bring copies for each of the commissioners and Ms. Heltner, and you can take, I will supply them at any point. I did take the liberty to prepare a brief statement, and then, if you would allow me, and then I think that I'll turn it over to Mr. A-Day, who is directly impacted by these new wilderness characteristic designations. And there's other people in the, Mr. Cooper and Mr. Elkin, that are going to be impacted greatly by these character designations. But anyway, for the record, as you all know, my name is Gary Stone. I'm the president of the Otero County Cattlemen's Association. I'm a director on the Otero County Grazing Advisory Board and a director on for the New Mexico Cattle Board Association. I'm a fourth generation lifelong resident of Otero County, and I currently manage a cattle ranch, the Crofty Ranch, located on McDonald Flats. It actually extends to the lower Algequita. Some people call that Miller Flat. I don't. I call it what it is. And then it goes and extends to Perk Canyon and Pinon area, just to give you a brief. We also have a forest allotment known as Potter Hill. It's near Reed, and a couple of grazing leases near Pinon and east of McDonald Flat. As president of OCCA, representing livestock industries and producers of Otero County, I have submitted these comments, and has to do with the draft forest plan and the draft environmental impact statement, and all of the comments that I made are supported by the 11 directors that I serve in that association. The plan, this impact statement and this plan, if accepted as it's written, will have devastating effects on this industry. And not just this industry, but all forest use will feel the effects from these things. In large part, a lot of it is arbitrary and capricious. and it's outside of the intent of Congress, to be quite frank. Also, pre-1907 water rights, and we've been through this issue over the last several years with the Office of State Engineer, such as water, which are recognized by the Office of the State Engineer, will be encroached under this plan. This has already happened to a large extent, as you already know, by the ESA, and we had some affected people here. It was affected by the ESA, particularly the New Mexico metal jumping mounts. The governor, according to FLIPMA, and you're all familiar with that document, FLIPMA specifically states, and the wording is precise, the government has no authority to appropriate, divert, or use water. And I can supply that document if you'd like, but it does state that. The agency's disregard for the acts of Congress and the intent thereof eventually, in my opinion, will affect every citizen of Otero County and probably municipalities at some point. The Forest Service has been remiss in their duties to manage forests responsibly and correctly. Yet the cause is blamed on the very things that were mandated by law for them to facilitate, such as logging. Number one, for the United States citizen. Grazing, number two, that was to provide livelihoods for families. It was to control the undergrowth. And it was to, of course, provide food for the nation. The third would be the protection and enhancement of the watershed. That's the three major things that those lands were set aside for. Had the Forest Service managed these, the undergrowth as well as the trees in a responsible manner, the forage and the water would have flourished.
Sure.
We see no indication in this draft plan that anything is going to change for the better, for the positive. And we are opposed. As let me just go through this right quickly. I want to point out a couple of things. Excuse me while I get my glasses.
You're fine, I understand.
Do you understand?
Unfortunately, just because of the last couple of years, huh?
You just wait, you just wait. It gets worse. Specifically addressing the wilderness and special management areas. The draft plan includes 55 eligible wild and scenic river segments. Now located within the Otero County Comprehensive Plan, the Public Lands and Resource Management, Section 5-19, Water Resources state, any federally proposed designation of wild and scenic rivers and all federal policies regarding riparian management in Otero County shall be coordinated. It says shall. It doesn't say may.
No.
It says shall be coordinated with the county and water user groups and in the county and will be jointly planned and with all plans addressing county water use.
Yep.
There's no discretion there. It does, the word shall leaves no discretion.
Yeah. And I can say on the county's involvement of it, the Forest Service comes in with their forest plan and they offer us the graces to be able to comment on their forest plan. And then they leave. But it's like I told them from the very beginning, we want to be on the front end of this, not the back end. We should be involved in the conversation regarding this plan from the get-go as that statute right there just states. There should be coordination between the county and there was no coordination. We were told what was going to happen. We weren't invited to have input.
You were given the opportunity to comment, just like we are. And that, most of the time, goes on deaf ears. These things are predetermined, but you did not, in my opinion, in OCCA's opinion, you did not have the opportunity to coordinate.
That's right.
With this plan.
Amen. Absolutely. And that's why I have a big problem with the plan personally.
Yeah.
One of the reasons.
Furthermore, in the wilderness and special management area, the Forest Service recommends 40,500 acres of wilderness designation. And I would just like to read, the Act of June the 4th, 1897 is the basis of the National Forest System land. Said reservations are for non-wilderness purposes. The Act of June 4th, 1897, surveying the public land states, the public forest reservations shall be established except to improve forest reservations and protect the forest within the reservations for the purpose of securing favorable conditions of water flows. We get this. And to furnish a continuous supply of timber for the citizens, for the use and necessities of the citizens of the United States. It's a little ironic that I read that after the logger is in itself an endangered species.
Well, we watch the
I know.
forest.
You know.
I know.
Well, we watch a forest burn up into nothing and the price of plywood go up by 5 or 6 times. You know, that's, if they were holding their end of the bargain to this and supplying us with a continuous supply of timber, our forests would be managed right and woody materials would be affordable. But by them not doing this, it's causing our forests to burn up and the price of lumber to get to the point where nobody can afford to build anything because,
Yeah.
but it's the government.
You all know how passionate I am about the industry that I try to protect and defend. And this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, and we've commented it on to the best of our ability. I think you'll see when we supply you with these things. But we don't expect any results from our comments. We never had them in the past. Just let me say, the law that I just spoke of, the 1897 Act, this law specifically states that the uses of the forest lands were set aside for. Okay, they were to be used for the economic and personal benefits of the citizens of the United States by utilizing the resources. The creation of the Forest Service reserves were never intended to close their resource, their land and their resource, which is exactly what a wilderness does. OCCA believes that there should be no wilderness designations within the Lake and National Forest. And with that, and with your permission, I'd like to yield to Mr. Hayday, a friend and neighbor that is directly impacted by these designations and these wilderness characteristics.
I'm just one of the 6 allotment owners. My name's Joe Hayday, and I'm just one of the allotment owners that's being affected. There's 6, I don't know what y'all know, but there's 6 allotments in the southeast corner of the Lincoln National Forest that's run by the Sacramento Ranger District. And those 6 have been pointed out as high priority to be either designated as a wilderness or to be considered as a wilderness study area, which either way changes their use dramatically. And there are many of the allotments that are on the list down the line, so what is kind of the first grouping that they're going to make a run at? two other allotment owners are here. We've had 3 one-on-one meetings with the Forest Service so far. The first 2 were with Diane Prather, who is mentioned to be as the public lead person on the Forest Division Plan. We met with her at the Otero County Cattlemen's Association. She came and gave a talk. I had an appointment with her a few days later in her office, and 4 of the allotment owners went with me. And we presented to her, we asked Travis Mosley, the supervisor, to be there. We understand that he's the one that's going to actually make the recommendation out of Sacramento Ranger District. It comes down to him.
Yeah.
Of course, he doesn't designate it a wilderness, but he makes the recommendation. So he couldn't come to the second meeting, and at that meeting, we were somewhat encouraged because Diane seemed to be surprised that there was all this infrastructure. Because in a wilderness, there's supposed to be 5,000 acres of continuous land that doesn't show evidence of man. And these allotments are well developed. They've all had NRCS contracts, equip contracts on them. I personally had one in 2005 that took 5.5 years to do, using heavy equipment, burying underground water lines and valves and creating water throughout the entire allotment. But at that meeting, she seemed surprised in a way. And of course, the other 2 allotment owners could pitch in if I missed something. But she then immediately said, well, we should have Travis look at it. So she set up a one-on-one with him. And about 2 weeks later, we met with him and here in Alamogordo at their facility, and presented a PowerPoint display and showed them all the infrastructure through pictures, all the tanks, the water lines, the roads that are maintained. There's oil wells on those drilled oil wells that were never functionally put in place. There's mines. There's all types of stuff on these allotments. And I don't know what y'all need to know, but we understood that there was an ordinance in effect that the commission could stop the enactment of ordinances. We saw that it was filed in 2014. Does that carry weight?
Oh, no, that'd be a good question for Roy, and maybe a research point to possibly research, because if it carries weight, we'll use it.
Well, it's my understanding that it has weight, but they were supposed to notify you, you're supposed to be involved in this process, based on that ordinance.
You wouldn't happen to know the ordinance number or any of that,
I
would
think
you?
I have a copy of it out in my truck I can give to you.
That would be very helpful.
So we met with Mr. Mosley and Ms. Prather. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting. We thought it went well, other than when the dust cleared, there was no answer. It's obvious that we don't understand how this can meet a wilderness characteristic.
Yeah.
There are roads all over it. And so we're hoping that ordinance has weight.
Sure.
Something needs to slow this down. We're just the tip.
Oh, yeah.
We know that. And you're welcome, whatever questions we could supply, but y'all were not aware really of this was going on yet?
The forest plan?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I mean, the wilderness.
Oh, the wilderness, no.
The wilderness plan that I was aware of, that my understanding was going to be on the west side of West Side. And it's mainly the cliff, mountain, very few roads. That was the area I was understanding but I thought it fell apart and went away. So I didn't know anything about a developed area over there.
Well,
you wouldn't expect it, to tell you the truth.
Well, it's around One Tree Peak and on the southeast corner of the Lincoln National Forest. It actually, a lot of it's in Chaves County.
Yeah. Well, you know, I've dealt with the federal government enough, or the Forest Service particularly enough, to know that a lot of this is just about control, and controlling the land, and controlling access on the land, and how, and so, yeah. I've got a problem with the forest plan, and I was very vocal about that the last time that the Forest Service was in here, because what was it? Gerald, probably at the very first of our term, probably, we were approached with this forest plan by the Forest Service, and I specifically told them, whenever they brought it in at that time, that I wanted county involvement at the front end of this, not just the back end. I don't want to just be hit up for a comment after you've already got the plan done. We need to have representatives from the Otero County Cattlemen's Association involved on the ground floor, as well as whoever else we may want to have represent us. You know, we should have had representation from start to finish, not we're going to let our Oregon State University graduates go construct a plan for the people of Otero County whenever they don't have any connection to this land. You know, I mean, if we're going to be utilizing the land, and the people that live on the land need to have a place at the table and influence on this. That's how our republic is represented, you know? I mean...
Well, the people out there have vested rights.
Sure, amen, absolutely, you betcha.
Vested, pre-existing, valid existing rights on those allotments.
100%.
Huh?
You said,
yeah, 100%.
so Gary, is this tied in with this 30 by 30 deal too?
Well,
This is totally separate?
It's all tied in, Gerald. It's all tied in. I think it's separate, but
But it will be?
But it is.
Yeah.
It's separate. If you'll read in this forest plan, there's also some places in there where they talk about disposing, I think is the word, without reading it, disposing of landlocked little.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By acquisition and stuff like that. The Cross D Ranch, and this is just where I manage, is going to be completely surrounded by this. The McDonald Flats area is going to be surrounded by wilderness characteristics if this goes through. Not saying that it's not, I mean, for that ranch, I think that's a concern.
Yeah.
But for everybody, it's a concern, not just the ranchers, not just the producers, but for all forest users. I think it's a big problem.
Yeah.
They get that kind of control, and they keep on taking the water, slowing it down, stopping the flow, restricting the flow, then the downstream users don't have it, and eventually the municipalities will, and the people of Otero County will run out of water. That's my opinion, but.
Well, I think I can speak pretty clearly for the board right here that sits before you, that we're on your side, you know. I mean, we want to support our ranchers and our, you know, the people that you know, work the land, and whatever representation we can bring to you, you know, I mean.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, I'm not gonna stop the fight. I'm not gonna quit. You know, doing everything I can to protect and defend this industry.
Sure.
And this county.
Sure.
And this heritage and culture. I would like to see the commission, a joint session with the Otero County Grazing Advisory Board to let these men give a full demonstration.
Absolutely.
And see if we could see where there's teeth.
Yeah.
At the very least, we've got to slow this down.
Yeah.
Maybe for what?
Yeah.
Well, item 18 on here is a deal that we put on to get Otero County with the cooperating agency with the Forest Service, which will be the Water, Soil and Water, Cattle Association, the Grazing Association, and the board itself. And any other affiliated with the county as to work with. So we'll see what happens when we get to that item here in a little bit, but that's what we're trying to develop. So this doesn't, we can all sit right here and try to head this off before it gets, and it's going to have to be your organization, us up here, the Water and Soil Association and whatever else the county has, you know,
And we have-
involvement with.
We have quite a bit we've got a lot of support here, supplied by Mr. A.J. through soil and water conservation. We need to go to Chaves County. We need to go to Chaves County. I'd like to request a representative from this Board of Commissioners to be at the New Mexico Calendar in the property rights session in December.
Call me, I'll go.
There's a lot of things that need to be done, you know, to save these industries and to save our forests.
Yeah.
You know, you let another fire or two get loose up there.
I know. I told the Forest Service the last time they sat down here, I said, you don't have a plan unless you have fuel removals, because you're not gonna have a forest if you don't have fuel removals. They got to mechanically remove fuels out of our forests. And these fires that they just let go, that's wrong too, because they've got our forests in such an unnatural condition that now whenever the fires burn, they burn in an unnatural state and they kill everything. And it all goes back to management.
If I may, I'd like to comment on that for just a second, and I know we're running out of time, but I worked for the Forest Service for a number of years, actually on a national resource, on the hot shot crews and stuff, so I know quite a bit about fire. The Forest Service could not fly these forces and date a fire back before their existence. It's because they took nature out of the equation. You know, all of the little lightning fires and stuff, that nature way of cleaning up the undergrowth and stuff, they would get out there and get it out, get it out there and get it out. Yellowstone, they had finally decided that we've messed up. We should have let nature run its course, and we wouldn't have such a mess. So they started in on this let burn system.
Yeah.
That's
Dangerous.
what Yellowstone was. But they had messed it up for so many years that you can't back off now. You gotta go get them now.
Absolutely.
You got 60 or 70 years. So now it's not the time to say that we're gonna let it burn.
Yeah.
That's what Yellowstone was, and that's what they decided years and years ago. So I just had to comment on that.
No, I know.
Because I know what it was.
Sure, and I worked in Helitack. I worked on the Helitack crew in the Gila. I fought those little startups and stuff, you know, whenever I was young. And I know exactly what you're saying, you know. But if we have mechanical removal of fuels, we can save our forests. But apart from that, our forests are going to be destroyed. If we don't mechanically remove the dead, the overgrown, the brush. So I don't think that they can have a forest plan unless their main focus is on fuel removals, you know?
Well, it's not just the fuel, but you gotta get rid of some of those trees to help with the water.
You do.
You know?
You're talking about crown fires. You're not.
Yeah, it's unnatural. You're talking unnatural fires. It's not a natural. Our forests are in an unnatural condition because the canopy's like this. In a natural forest, you wouldn't have a canopy that's grown together. But in this up here, the canopy's grown together. Once a fire gets up in the canopy, get out of its way and let it burn wherever it goes. And if it burns over Cogcroft, everybody's going to be crying and singing Kumbaya whenever we could be saving Cogcroft right now by removing fuels.
Absolutely. And the other aspect of the whole thing is this. Without maintaining those forests correctly, and without the logging and the thinning, and every one of those trees is like a straw stuck into the ground.
Oh, yeah.
So the intent of Congress, one of the three intents of Congress was watershed.
Yeah.
You're not going to get it.
Yeah.
You're not going to get it because of the management.
And you're not going to have any of those big slick yellow pines. They're all going to be little old scrawny blackjacks that are this big around that are all grown up next to each other because nothing can get enough water and nutrients, you know. But that's just common sense, you know. I mean, I don't know. Unfortunately.
Also, we did comment, if I may, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, to the proposed rulemaking amendments to the threatened and endangered plants.
Also known as weeds.
Pardon?
Also known as weeds.
But
Do we want to try to set up some type of a session to go over the PowerPoint?
that would be up to,
Yeah.
Matterly.
You have that here today, right now,
No.
or at another time?
We could, it'd have to be another time.
It would be great to hear whatever you have come in and show us.
Yeah.
Could it be a special session that could be soon, or?
Have a public hearing, is that what, is that
You
the
don't
way?
need a public
Nah,
hearing.
just,
No, you just have to have a
just a
special
special
meeting
session.
if you don't want to do it
Could
at
you
a
call a
regular one.
meeting?
yeah. Yeah, we can look at the calendar and see when it would work,
I
and,
think you would have more information in your folder.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if we can,
They gave us an ordinance, I don't
You
know,
found
I'm
it?
presuming, yes, they went and found it, it's ordinance 14-07. You might check and see if that's the same one that
I'm
you
sure
have.
In 2014, it was filed,
Yes. 9/19 or 14,
that's it.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll have this to be able to go over and,
Okay.
And you know, these only have the standing that we give them. You know, if we just, oh yeah, well, they passed a ordinance in 14, but let's just, you know, if we stand on this, then we can give them teeth and then we can give them power, but we have to have unity and strength on the board.
I agree.
Gary, have you been able to sit to any of these meetings when they're writing the plan? Have you been able to sit in and do any kind of input?
No, you have to have a special status, and if they don't give it to you, even the last plans that I submitted for, I think for the ESA, I didn't even get to come back, you know, I can't remember what it was, but they just pretty much discarded it and didn't give me status.
Pamela, is that what you're waiting on, is the paperwork or the application for us to become the cooperating agency with
No,
them?
because it hasn't been requested. They haven't sent us anything.
Can we send them something?
Well,
once-
that's after you take action on that today, you can give us direction to get a copy of that agreement and bring it to another meeting for approval.
Okay.
They draft that agreement, we don't.
We're trying. My understanding on that, what I was told was they're not getting any input from this section. They're getting it all from your environmentalist, your animal lovers. That's why all these, and with the additional species, the endangered species, which is gonna take away what now? You know, who knows?
Who knows?
But,
Whenever you have a steward of the land that's lived on the mountain for 4 generations and knows the country back and forth, inside and out, and exactly what it needs, but then you have the Forest Service that just leaves those that kind of voice out, and then they just do everything on their own with their own agenda, probably with the driver from the Green New Deal or some environmental agenda, you know? I mean, it's just not right. It's just no way you look at it.
Yeah, the only thing we have that they give us is this comment period.
Yeah.
And I promise you, it's predetermined by that time. You know, it's a done deal. You know, we can do the comment, and we do. We spend hours and hours, you know, and we come together, we get on telephone calls, we put a lot of work into comments, and we have for how many years, Judy? How
Yeah.
many years
Forever.
have we labored with these things?
Seemed like forever.
And we
it takes
have
so long.
Never had anything
even
considered.
got
It's just so they can try to clear their conscience, and they can be able to say, oh, well, we talked to the ranchers, yeah, we reached out to them, you know, just so they can have that. But it's just like you said, everything, their mind's already made up before they
And the comments that are given in on the forest plan can come from anybody. I was on a couple of those internet meetings that they
Yeah.
had for it. And a lot of the comment people, they were from Albuquerque and Arizona and other places. And
Had no connection.
a lot of my comments were, listen to the local people.
Yeah.
We know the land.
Absolutely.
But they listen to
I
comments
said through the
from
same thing on
anybody.
the Mexican wolf deal too.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
You can comment all you want.
I told
It's
you.
not gonna work, is it?
I told you. I know. I know. It's just a total lack of respect from the federal government. And it's not the way our government was structured. Our government was structured to be a republic. We're supposed to have local representation. We're supposed to actually have a voice. And it's just, we have a lot of standing to do and fighting back on the county level to try to get our voice back, you know?
Yeah.
Any other comments from?
Mr. Cooper? Alden?
I would make one comment on this.
And if you will, just state your name, just so we have it.
I'm John Cooper, an allotment owner on the east side of the county. My comment on this is for you guys to realize the severity of this thing and how big it really is.
Sure.
It is, it might seem to you like a small part of the county. A lot of this is in Chaves County. But what this does is when a proposal like this for a wilderness declaration makes it out of the local office, out of the local forest office, and to DC, where it will be voted on or considered at least by Congress. They are the only ones that can really declare a wilderness area. This particular forest plan has wilderness areas, wilderness study areas, and then secondary areas as proposals. If it makes it to DC, the concept changes. At the local concept, where Travis Mosley has the final say, local guy, or at least local office, his perspective, depending on his forest background, will be from a resource, a production perspective. Okay, that's his background. But once it moves from here to DC, perspective changes. It becomes entirely political.
Yeah.
They consider, what do my constituents think of a wilderness?
Yeah.
And they all say wildernesses are wonderful.
Be a party line vote.
Yeah, they'd make Alamogordo a wilderness if they could.
Yeah.
So that's basically what happens. It's even more than a party thing. It is, what's the general public think about this? And we've been educated to believe that it's always good. So this needs to be stopped, or at least considered very heavily at this level.
And then expose them.
That's the importance of this particular one.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's a hill to die on for me. I mean, it's the reason why I ran for politics. It's the reason why I even ran for county commissioner, was because I'm sick of our forests burning up and our loggers and sawmillers being put out of business, and the horrible management from our U.S. Forest Service. And Travis Mosley, and they know my position on
From
that.
a county standpoint, it might be a bigger hill to die on than you think.
Yeah?
Because it affects adjacent properties, the way they're administered, the way they're operated. In my company's case, we're in 3 counties, Chaves, Otero, and Lincoln. All of our operations need to function, if they're going to function efficiently, as one. So when you pull a piece out of it that is as big as this piece is, and I'll tell you that what they're looking at from a wilderness standpoint are the 6 big functional operations that are on the forest. They're not looking at all the other littler ones, the 45 and 10 cows and whatever that they've already pretty well hammered down. These are the tall nails, and that's what they're hitting this time.
Or STA, the ESA, no.
So you're looking at a big deal.
Yeah.
It affects your tax base.
No, you know, if the, if the federal government wants to try to manage all of what they consider to be federal lands, and they want to cut off all of our access to them and all of our ways to make a living off of them, then they need to pay the going rate on the property taxes, because the PILT money, their payment in lieu of taxes, are paying a teeny tiny percentage, but yet they're treating that land the same way you would treat private land. So either pay the full rate or give us access to the land, one of the two. That's the only two ways that I see it.
You know, you're talking about their gray area between a takings and not a takings,
Yeah,
where they like to live.
exactly, exactly.
We're here to do what we can.
But yeah, let's have that, let's do something. Let's put a meeting together.
Maybe we could invite, get a hold of Bobby and invite the grazing advisory. board.
Absolutely.
I think would be good.
Absolutely.
And with whatever other representatives you might think, especially, absolutely the impact is a lot of money.
Absolutely.
But they have the,
No, and I say we invite the Forest Service and let them have an earful as well, you know. I mean, not to give them an earful, not to be that, but just to give them an earful of our opinion, I guess I should say. Give them an earful of our side, because it just seems like our voice always falls on deaf ears, you know, and we have to get it, we have to get them in here.
sure. Daryl, talked to Daryl Brown, talked to, who was it that you talked to?
I've spoken to some of the soil and water districts, especially in Eddie and Chaves County, and they're more than willing to stand
There you go.
with you.
And maybe we could even get a joint meeting, maybe we could have some of the commissioners from Chaves County, you know, or maybe some representatives from Chaves County, because I mean, the more we can band together, the stronger we'll be, you know.
We'll do everything in our power to help, you know, get those people together. You know, if you want to start with a smaller meeting, whatever you guys want to do.
Sure.
But they've got a great presentation, and I think the county and the grazing advisory board need to see it.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get our senators involved in this too. Bill and Ron, and maybe even Yvette, if we could get her, if she happened to be in town.
We'll do what we can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fear with the holidays, trying to put this together so quick, we may have some struggles, and we
Yeah.
do have our next regular meeting already in 3 weeks.
Okay.
So we'll see if we can put something together before then.
Okay.
With the holidays, it may be kind of difficult, but Sylvia will get with you and look at some dates.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's easier to start out small and then grow to whatever we need to do.
Gary, Yvette would be our Washington person. Have you?
She got a letter in that documentation,
Okay.
that she's been
That I do know.
very good. She's been very on board with SGA and the ESA problem. But I tell you what, it's just like they're empowered to a point right now with this administration where they're in your face, they don't care.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that's going to move us to item 14. Aaron Clements would present an election fraud in New Mexico.
Morning, how are you?
Good, how are you all?
Good. Yeah, we have Erin, she's with the New Mexico Audit Force. Believe that y'all got a copy of the audit that they did that has a lot of the, and we also have Robin Holmes, our clerk here, and Denise, the deputy, for any questions as well as comments. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you.
As you said, my name is Erin Clements. I'm a registered professional engineer with 17 years experience in data analysis and design of structures and water systems and various things. But today I'm here representing the New Mexico chapter of America's Audit Force. We're a group of just regular citizens, national experts, local experts. We've been examining our data from the 2020 election and previous elections. Can you hear me?
We can now. You
Okay,
totally
thank you. So I just wanted to present briefly our findings. I listened
most of you in this room a copy of our report. It's about 261 pages. I could talk all day about it, but I'll just kind of share some highlights, and then I'd love any questions that you all have to address those. Please go ahead and change the slide. So the topics I want to cover today briefly are that we see massive amounts of manipulation in our elections. We can pretty much prove that our voter rolls on a statewide basis are manipulated on a daily basis, and there's no natural explanation for it other than artificial manipulation. We can show that the voter rolls are manipulated not only as to who is in them, but also by what party they're registered, which gives one party an advantage over another, or perceived advantage, county by county and across the state. And then I can also show that it looks, there's no other logical explanation other than that the final vote totals themselves are controlled. And then if these three things are true, logic would dictate that the reason they're doing all this is to also control the outcome of elections. So we have evidence of that also in the election outcomes themselves. So we'll start with the database manipulation that we see. Go ahead. This is a sign that hangs in the Juniata County election office. It says "Zombies register to vote here." And when you look at it, you might think that's a joke, but after looking at our data, I believe this is actually a confession and not a joke. Go ahead, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so this is the Otero County daily registrations going back to 2016. I got this directly out of the database I received from the Secretary of State's office on July 1st of this year. So there are several things that stand out about this. One of them are these very large peaks you see. So these are just theoretically the number of people that were registered each day. So you have some days where there are just massive numbers of people registered, and it seems too big to believe that real people are going out in those large numbers on those specific days. And it turns out all of those specific days, or most of them, happen to be a month before an election. So why is this happening? Why is it always on these single days that we see these huge peaks? It just doesn't seem natural given the rest of the record. The other thing that stands out about this is that in New Mexico, it's the law that voter rolls are to close at the start of early voting, which is roughly a month before Election Day, and then they're not to open again until the official results are published. So there should be windows of about 2 months surrounding an election where there are no registrations. But we see that there are no blank spaces.
I'm sorry, Eric.
Yep.
If you, I don't know how you want to do it. Do you want to go ahead and get through your presentation first before you, it's up to you, before you have any questions or any interjections?
I just wanted to address, but I can wait until after you're through if you'd like. But like for instance, how you're talking about this, the reason there's a big spike a month before the election is our books are closing. Our books close 28 days prior, and we get bombarded with affidavits, people registering. Now they have also passed a law that we have same-day voter registration. So you can register to vote those 28 days up until the election, up through the Saturday of the election. So you can come into our office, and we had several people statewide do that. So that's why you see that. Also, on some of these days that there's these large spikes, we have so many voter registrations that are coming in prior to the election that they don't get worked up that day. I mean, it takes a while to get them worked up. Especially you look at these big counties that are having tens of thousands of people registering, making changes. Then when they get uploaded to the system, it's going to show
So are you
a big
processing,
spike.
are you just, so you're telling me that you get all these registrations in and then they stack up and they stack up and they stack up and then you pick a day and you process all of them?
Well, you're working
and that's
on them.
And that's how you get your spike? Or, let me talk please, or are they coming in, are they all filled out on the day of the registration? Is that when these are coming in?
Well, so what happens, not only do they come into our office, walk in, they are mailed in, they are also uploaded to the Secretary of State's office, which then they send them to us electronically, also the ones from voter registration. And so they can have a whole queue of
and they'll work on as many as they can, and then when they get them processed, they're uploaded.
Do they get
So
backdated? Is that why, I mean,
they would be dated the date that they registered, yes, the day they signed it.
okay,
But their entry date would be a different date, so.
right, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so there are no blank dates. Can you speak to that? I've asked, I mean, if they're closed, right, after, there should be blank days.
No, but, okay, I guess I didn't explain that well. After the voter files are closed 28 days, we still continue to have same-day voter registration. So people can come into our office and register.
That's new in 2020 though, right?
Yes.
So not in 2016, there shouldn't have been that 20,
I think
primary
some of the
general.
larger counties did do it then. We didn't actually, Otero did not.
Okay, so there should be blank spaces, but they're not, is what I'm hearing, at least on some of these, not 2020, is a statewide change. So that's just a question I have. And then if you would go ahead and go to the next slide. So just looking at one county by itself, I've kind of explained some of that. Perhaps there are explanations for these peaks, although still I kind of question that 100 people on the same day, the very last day they could, chose to do this. But when I compare county to county, so here's Otero right next to Bernalillo, and you'll notice they have the exact same shape. Okay, they have the same peaks, they have the same massive numbers of people registering, particularly in 2018, 2019, 2020, not so much going on in 2017 or 2016, and then there are also no blank spaces in Bernalillo. So that's 2 counties. If you could go to the next slide. Let's look at 4 instead. Same shape. Okay, we have 2 red counties, 2 blue counties, one very small, Colfax is very small, same shape, doesn't matter what the population is, what the political persuasion is, what the location is in the state, somehow they all magically end up with the same shape. If you could go to the next slide. So let's look at 12 at a time. There you go. If I could fit all 33 of our counties on this slide, you would see they all have the same shape. So, I mean, some of this is clearly natural. I know that our county clerks do a good job. I know that they're honest people. Most of them, not all of them. I don't think mine is, but I'm in Dominion County. So, this needs to be explained. How are these counties coordinating this well together? What is going on that they have this going on? If you can go to the next slide, go ahead.
Can you explain that, Rob? Do you have any ideas why this would be like this?
Right. Other than, there are peak days that people are trying to get their voter
Sure.
registrations in, voter
Sure.
drives and such, but.
Could it be a possibility that it could be fraud?
But who is going to be?
Just a possibility, could it be a
But I don't-
possibility?
But I don't think it is. I mean, I don't know who could actually manipulate.
I know, but I'm not,
Speak to that if you like.
okay.
One of the things that we investigated, we asked for the correspondence between the Secretary of State and various other groups, and we found a letter from a group called Rock the Vote. They're a third-party, very far-left organization. They partner with vast numbers of other organizations, and they asked our Secretary of State, could we have essentially backdoor access to her OVR platform, that's her online registration. And so what the letter says is that we will be able to rock the vote. We'll be able to walk around the state or wherever they are, who knows where they are, and they will be able to inject people directly into our rolls without going through the Secretary of State's website. It actually says that in the letter. It's included in the report. So our system has been, there's a backdoor access granted to Rock the Vote, and one of the things Rock the Vote brags about on their website is that they partner with 1,198 other organizations with whom they share this OVR platform where you can bypass the Secretary of State's website. And we're not the only state they do this in. They claim they have the same access in Pennsylvania and Virginia for 2 other states, and there's probably more than that. They haven't updated their website in a while. But, I mean, we have been, I'd say, like, we built a house and there's no back wall. That's what's going on with our, it's a possibility. That's one of the things I want.
There is actually a federal form that anybody can go online and fill out.
Right.
I believe that's what they're doing.
Yes, no, I think it is.
But anybody can do that. Anybody here can go online and you can fill out the federal form to register to vote.
Right, but Rock the Vote.
And that's what they're doing.
Rock the Vote, I mean, they have some sort of enhanced access with the Secretary of State. So that's one of the possibilities. These shapes, though, they get stranger when you zoom in on them, and that's what I want to show you next. If you could go to the next slide, please. Okay, so this is Santa Fe. This is the same shape I showed you earlier, but I've zoomed in on 6 months of it so you can really see what's going on better. And you'll see these repeating hill shapes. They like have 2 peaks. They always have a minimum and a maximum. That they stay pretty similar week to week, month to month. I included one of those peaks that I showed you just so you can see what it looks like. And then what I've done is I've broken out how people are theoretically being registered by party. Okay, so the blue line is Republicans, red line is Democrats, gray is decline to state, and then the yellow is the total votes that were theoretically registered going back. So the pretty crazy thing about this is that when you zoom in on it, not only do you see these weekly patterns that repeat, so you can predict essentially how many people are going to register on a Tuesday for 6 months at a time. There's no way that people are this well coordinated that they're coming in this formally or controlled, especially when you look at the party registration, where we see in pretty much every county that the decline to states, and this is not just in New Mexico but other states as well, the decline to states come in at roughly the same numbers as the minority party, which in Santa Fe would be Republicans, and then the majority party always manages to out-register the minority party by roughly the same percentage every day, going for years and years. And even on those peaks, so you're saying that, you know, a natural explanation for a peak might be people are trying to get themselves ready for the next election, the last minute. But how is it that they come in at the same percentages every time? Or maybe another natural explanation would be like a party goes to the trouble of going and tabling at a county fair or something, in which case you would expect, like say it's a county fair in this county, which is more Republicans and Democrats, you would expect tabling at the fair to yield more Republicans, but it doesn't work that way. They're always coordinated by party. So something is going on here. So that's Santa Fe. If you could go on to the next slide. I'll just briefly go through a few. Here's Bernalillo, same thing. Decline to states match the minority party. Democrats always outpace Republicans by roughly the same percentage, no matter what day you're looking at, no matter what week you're looking at, even on those peak days. You could go ahead. Doniana, same thing. Go ahead. And here's Otero. Otero actually looks a little bit more random than the others, and we see that the ones that are smaller tend to look a little more random. Whatever it is that's going on here, at least there are some Blake days and stuff like that. But you still see coordination, you see the shapes matching, especially on like that 2/10/2020 week, you see declining states, Republicans, Democrats, all registering the same shape that entire week. If you could go on, I'll just show you statewide. So when you aggregate all the parties together, oh, I'm sorry, San Juan, that's another Republican county.
Go back one.
I'm sorry, no, go ahead, keep going. Next is statewide. When you aggregate all the counties together, lo and behold, you have the same magical coordination happening in every week, these same weekly cycles with the same shape, same, overall party percentages being registered, theoretically registered. Okay, go ahead. So here they are all together, just to show you, like I did before, that no matter how many counties you put on a slide, they all look the same, and it just doesn't pass the smell test that counties are this well coordinated, especially right down to the county level, especially down to the independent registrant level, who they're not even organized. How are they doing this? Are they tabling? Okay, go ahead. Okay, so this is what I was showing you before with the daily registrations. This are the total registrations by party in 2020 and 2021. These numbers, the cumulative registrations, you could think of it, these numbers are published right on the Secretary of State's website. And what I've done is I've plotted how they change month to month by percent. So what this graph shows us, I'm calling it the registration miracle of 2020. What this graph shows us is that all 33 counties, their total number of registrants track together. This is a 2-year time period. When some are going up by a certain percentage, they're all going up by a certain percentage. Now there are a few outliers, that one kind of hanging out at the bottom that doesn't really match, that's Harding County. They have been maxed out in their registrations. In fact, 125% of their population is currently registered. So that one I think that one has dropped out of the percentage control is what it looks like to me. So if they all go up together, they all stay steady together, they all go down together, that's more unexplained coordination, in 33 counties or 32 counties if you take out Harding. So the thing that's miraculous about this graph is you'll notice where the lines are going up the most in unison is between April 20th and roughly April 2020 and August 2020. Now, if you recall what we were going through as a state during those months, we were on one of the hardest lockdowns in the country. So one of the large sources of registrations is the Department of Motor Vehicles. It was completely shut down. So there was no way people were going to the Department of Motor Vehicles and registering to vote because they weren't even getting their licenses renewed. So if people were coming in, that source was taken away. All the college campuses were shut down. There were no students on any campus, so there weren't, activists going and sitting there and asking students if they want to register to vote as they walk by. We didn't have fairs. We didn't have farmers markets. So where we were told by our governor, do not go door to door for political purposes, so we didn't have people going door to door asking people, do you want to register to vote? All those things were taken away. Yet we had 77,000 total voters added, in a space of 3 months when we were on the hardest lockdown in the country. Another thing I'm not showing on my slides, but I do show it in the report, is that it really doesn't matter what 2-year period you look at. This happens to be 2020 and 2021, which were anomalous because of what we were going through. But if you look at the 2 years prior or the 2 years prior to that, you see the same inflation going up to election day, and then there's a coordinated drop-off of roughly the same percentage in every county, and then it inflates again up to the next general election, and then a drop-off again. So, just this coordination, county to county, and again, I don't think most people are aware of this. I wouldn't have thought to check this.
And I think this actually is like a trend because people they know the general election's coming, and they come in droves. Our mail just is crazy. Our electronic ones are crazy, and this happened every year before every other year.
Yes, there would be some of that. And so one of the things you can check against are, should we expect this? Should we expect a total of 9% increase in a single year over a single summer when we're totally locked down or not? One of the things you can look at was, were we growing as a state? Were counties growing as individual counties? And the fact is that for the last 10 years as a state, our growth has been essentially flat. It's been 0.2% growth. And so what these graphs are saying are that people are registering to vote at astronomically higher numbers than we're actually getting new people in the state.
Or they're moving and they're changing their address, or they're changing their party.
But
any
total
changes that are
registration-
done are
So moving,
reflected
no,
in it.
moving would go from county to county.
Or
But we're
from
talking about,
even in one county.
Yeah.
But that still has to be processed and counted.
Right, so moving would include, no, but these are totals. So this is like total registration, not I'm taking my registration from this address to this address, if that makes sense.
But changes do reflect in registrations as well.
Well, yes, but the total wouldn't go up. If you're taking your registration from one county or one part of the county and moving it to another.
But it's a new
That would show up
registration
in-
that's
yes.
being processed on that day.
That would show up in the daily registration graphs I was looking at earlier, but these are cumulative registrations.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, you didn't clarify that. So that's some unanswered questions as to why they're this coordinated. Again, if you go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so the next thing we looked at is final votes themselves, and we can show that those are apparently controlled. You can move on to the next slide. So this phenomenon was noticed by a man named Dr. Douglas Frank. He lives in Ohio. He's a physicist. He's had all kinds of inventions and been nominated for a Nobel Prize and things like that. And he had a friend who ran for Congress in Pennsylvania. And her polling, her events, she had every indication she was going to win her race. And then on November 4th, lo and behold, they told her, sorry, you lost your race. She said, that doesn't make any sense. So she gave all of her data to this man named Dr. Frank. And he realized that there was an unnatural relationship between population, registration, and votes in this district that he was looking at. And I'll explain to you a little more about what that is. But then he looked at the same thing for his own state, and he found the same relationship there. And he started to talk about it. So I heard him give a speech about this, and he explained his method. And I said, I want to figure out if that is true in New Mexico also. And it turns out it is, and that's what I'm going to explain to you now. So this graph right here is by age. It's how many people we have living in New Mexico by age. That the top line is our total population. The lighter blue line, that is how many people are registered by age in our state. And then the yellow line are the votes, how many people voted in our state by age. So something that doesn't make much sense is how similar the curves are, especially votes to registration. They have all the exact same peaks and valleys, but it's just offset from the other, especially once you get over the age of about 45. They're almost complete exact copies, they're just offset. So one of the ways scientists measure two different sets of data, so we're talking about registration and votes, in a curve, you can calculate something called the correlation coefficient, and that's that R equals 0.9811. And that tells us how close are these curves to one another. And the higher it is to 1, if it's 1.00, that means they're perfectly correlated. That means they're exact copies, they're just offset. So if it's almost 1, that means it's almost an exact copy. In nature, like in science and medicine and engineering, typically you don't see correlation coefficients between two theoretically unrelated things that are higher than, say, 0.6 to 0.8. Like if you come up with some pharmaceutical drug and you want to see, is this good at curing this disease? If you give it to people and you see an effect and the curves match each other quite well for medicine, that would be a correlation coefficient of, say, 0.6. But we're seeing correlation, almost perfect correlations between two things that shouldn't be that well correlated. Go to the next slide. So let's go to Bernalillo County. This is the population registration and votes curve for Bernalillo County. The top line is population, the middle line is registrations, the bottom line are the votes themselves. And the thing that Dr. Frank did, and the mistake too looked at what I did for us, is that you take the number of votes for a particular age. Let's start with 18. Take the number of votes divided by the number of the people that are registered for that age, and you just calculate the turnout for that age. So for 18, it was roughly 60% of 18-year-olds in Bernalillo County showed up to vote. Okay, and then I did that for 18, 19, 20, all the way up to 100. We did have a 120-year-old who voted in Bernalillo County, but I cut her off and just stopped at 100. And if you'll notice, okay, go ahead. Next. When I do this, I calculate the registration to votes ratio, or votes to registration ratio, I'm sorry, for every age in Bernalillo County, and I plotted those dots, and it comes up with this very smooth curve, which is another strange thing that you don't typically see in nature if you're just looking at two theoretically, unrelated things, that you would have ratios that are this smooth when you plot them. So the way you read this graph is you could say, you go to 20, age 20, you go up the y-axis, about 60% of 20-year-olds voted. You go to 40, about 75% of them voted. Between 60 and 80, we're theoretically to believe that about 90% of that age group voted, and then it drops off to 100. And one of the things that Excel will do for you if you have a set of data like this is it will plot what's called a trend line. That's that dotted line over here. This is because it matches so well with the data. So there is a trend line or an equation that matches this set of turnouts, you can think of it that way, almost perfectly. Again, correlation is on the order of 0.99 between that set of data and that equation. So then I took that equation I just showed you how I came up with it, and then I plotted it. It's the yellow line. You'll notice the yellow line matches almost perfectly with the gray line, which are the real votes. So I am almost perfectly able to predict the votes in Bernalillo County using the equation. Now maybe this doesn't mean anything because I calculated the equation with the county's own data. But watch what happens when I take that same equation and apply it to other.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
No worries.
I just got a message from somebody that said audio.
I'm getting them too.
Are you? Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to take this equation that I came up with using Bernalillo County's data, and I'm going to apply it to another county. If you could go on, the next slide, sorry. Here's Otero County. So I took that equation that I calculated using Bernalillo County's data. I predicted the votes for Otero County. That's the yellow line. It's almost a perfect match with the actual votes here, which means that the number of 18-year-olds pretty much matches the number of 18-year-olds that voted in Bernalillo County and Otero County. In fact, when I apply this to all 33 counties, I get a correlation coefficient of almost 1.00 in every county. So I'm going to show you a few of them in the next several slides. But if you could go ahead. Sorry. So here's Catron County. Now, something that stands out about half of our counties is that the blue line is population. It's impossible to register more people in your county than actually live there. It's even more impossible for more people to vote in your county than actually live there for a given age. And you can see wherever the vote or registration curve exceeds the population, that's just a physical impossibility. And we see this in several of our counties. And then again, the correlation coefficient with an equation I calculated from Bernalillo County's data with Catron County, which is one of our smallest, is almost a perfect 1.00. You could go on. So we'll just go through a few. There's Chavez. I won't show you all 33. Go ahead. Eddie, go ahead. Just pay attention to how close that R value stays to 1. And then here's Hardin County. That's the one where 125% of their counties registered to vote.
125% of their counties, right? So and is it because they haven't, I mean, I wonder when the last time they purged their rolls were, you know? I mean, is that what?
We do them every 2 years.
Every 2 years, but still, that's still not, there still has to be something that, you still wouldn't have 25% more registered.
I'm not clear exactly how this, exactly was done. I mean, I'm interested to talk to the IT at the SOS and see.
Okay.
Los Alamos exceeds their population also. Mora exceeds their population. Sandoval, very good fit on Sandoval. San Juan, again, very good fit. And Santa Fe is almost as good as Bernalillo. Sierra, Torrance, Union, Valencia. Okay, so the possibility of that actually happening, what I just showed you, that people in all of our 33 counties turning out in the same percentages by age, you can think of it, I can equate it to the lottery. We know how hard it is to win the lottery. In the lottery, you put 7 random numbers on a ticket. You turn it in, you have a very small chance of winning. So instead of having 7 numbers on our ticket, let's make it 83 numbers to cover all the ages from 18 to 100. And then the turnout should be based on human behavior, which is somewhat random. So in order to get a random number to fill out my 83 number lottery card, I'm going to use a 60-sided die to cover all the possible turnout ratios that we see in New Mexico. So I'm going to roll my 60-sided die. I'm going to get some number. I'm going to put that as the turnout for 18-year-olds. I'm going to roll my die again, get some number, put that as my turnout for 19-year-olds, etc. all the way up until I get to the age 100. And now I have an 83 number lottery ticket, and I turn it in and I win the lottery. It'll say it's Bernalillo. Now, to have that happen, that's extremely unlikely to happen. To have that happen in one county is extremely unlikely. Now I'm going to do it again for Catron County. So I'll take my 60-sided die again and I'll roll it, and lo and behold, I got the exact same number for 18-year-olds as I did for Bernalillo. I'm going to do it again, same for 19-year-olds, and all the way up to 83 numbers. I roll the same number 83 times in a row. For the second county, I turn that in and I win the lottery for Catron County. I do that process for all 33 counties, and I win the lottery 33 times in a row. That's how unlikely it is that this could happen, that those total turnouts for every age would match across all of our counties. And New Mexico, I told you, was not the only state. The gentleman the scientist that figured this out in the first place, I think he's evaluated something like 35 or 40 states. In almost all of them, he's found this same phenomenon happening. So there's something seriously, wrong with that. That's not natural. Okay, so it stands to reason if they're manipulating the registration database on a daily basis and coordinating it by county, and it stands to reason if they're manipulating, like pushing all of those final vote totals up to some predetermined shape, like I showed you, that they're doing it in order to affect the outcome of our election. And I can see serious anomalies in our outcomes as well. One of the things I think there are two main things that they use this time. Absentee ballots are one, and adjudication stations are another. So if you could go ahead and go on to the next slide, I'll talk about absentee ballots first. So one of the things the media prepared us for in the 2020 election, actually Bernie Sanders went on a late night TV show and talked about this, that following the night of November 3rd, we might have absentee ballots coming in for days. It might take days for us to count all those absentee ballots. But it turns out that's not really true because most counties process their absentee ballots first. In fact, in our municipal election we just had in Doña Ana County, they processed the absentee ballots the Thursday before Election Day. So those are usually the first entered, uploaded into the EMS system early in absentee, and then election days are the election day come in, trickle in throughout the night. So it's not true that absentee ballots take days to process, especially not in New Mexico. Another thing they told us is that Democrats prefer absentee ballots, and they're afraid to leave their homes, so we should expect a blue wave of Democrat votes in absentee ballots. So I did some research and I looked for any kind of data. What kind of predictions were they saying? How many more Democrats were predicted to vote by absentee than in person because they're afraid to leave their homes during the COVID scare? So I found some polling data. The polling data was something like on the average of they're 20% more likely to vote absentee than in person. So a 20% shift is not huge. So you would expect the absentee results to be within 20% if the polling data of asking real people, how do you plan to behave, I mean, that is probably the best measure that we have, and we should expect something like 20%. Maybe you could double it, maybe you could take 40%. And the other thing I did was I went back in time and I wanted to see how do absentee ballots typically fall compared to in-person voting. So here is 2004. What I've done here, it's just an easy way to visualize a lot of things at once, is that I've divided the Republican votes by the Democrat votes. So, and then I line them up as the most Republican to the least Republican. So Lee County, that's our most Republican county, it's on the far left, and then Taos County is our most Democrat county, it's on the far right. So everything that falls above that 100% line, that means that a Republican won that county. Everything that falls below the 100% line, that means a Democrat won that county. Okay, so the dark blue line, that's the total votes. That's how the county fell when you aggregate everything together, the different types of voting. The orange line is absentee votes, and the light blue line, those are in-person votes. That's an aggregate of early and election day voting. So one of the things that seems pretty obvious to me is that absentee and in-person votes, you know, in 2004, they were in the same ballpark. Sometimes they favor Republicans. If they're above the final vote total, that means that the absentee voting favored Republicans. If they're below, it means they favor Democrats. But they're still, they kind of bounce around the final. It's all in the same ballpark. So this is what a normal outcome looks like. You could go on to 2008. Yes, please. Sorry. So this is 2008, same thing. They're in the same ballpark. The absentee ballots bounce around a little bit, but they don't really favor one party over another. It's not really predictable. Go ahead. There's 2012. Again, 2016. Now here's 2020. Absentee ballots fell completely off the radar of in-person. And remember, I told you, based on real-life polling of real people, we would expect a 20% difference. But what we're seeing here is something more like a 550% difference in our most Republican county. And then there's something like, I don't know, 100% difference in Taos County maybe. So this also doesn't pass the smell test based on real-life data, real polling data. And the other crazy thing about this graph is the more Republican a county was, the worse Republicans did in absentee voting. So you can go back to 2004, and this was never the case until 2020. And as you all know, there was a massive effort to get people to vote by mail. There was massive numbers of absentee ballot forms mailed to people unrequested. There were massive numbers of absentee ballot forms mailed to people that had never even lived in certain residences. It's like they were finding the next of kin of people and mailing them these forms. And this was, again, paid for by third-party groups often. So if we could go on. So the absentee ballot results don't make much sense. Another curveball they threw at us was something called adjudication stations. New Mexico got 7 adjudication stations, and they happened to go to our 6 most populous counties plus Los Alamos County. And what adjudication stations are it's a new invention by a man named Eric Coomer invented it. He's a high up in Dominion voting systems. And what it is if a tabulator can't read a ballot for whatever reason, there's an error. It takes the entire batch of ballots that were with that ballot, and it sets it aside into an electronic file. And then somebody at another desk, maybe in another room, will pull that file out. They're supposed to pull out the ballot that was not readable, and then fill out a new ballot they're supposed to interpret what the person's intent was, fill out a new ballot with those choices, and then submit that, put that back in the batch and send it on its way. Now, something that came out shortly after the November election is, first of all, what is this adjudication? And people kind of figured that out, but then a county clerk in a state, and I think it was somewhere on the East Coast, she took a video of herself going through this adjudication process, and she showed that built into the adjudication system was a button that would allow people to batch adjudicate like ballots that were stacked up. That means they didn't have to individually check each one and make sure that everything was kosher and all that before they sent it on. There was actually an option to batch adjudicate.
That's not, that process isn't done in New Mexico.
It's not in Otero. No, it is. It is. We have 7 counties where this is done. Another thing that stood out about adjudication is you had the Secretary of State of Georgia, Ben Raffensperger, and he was talking to reporters about this adjudication process, and he said how many ballots they had processed that day, and he said that they had adjudicated to some astronomical number, like 80 or 90% of them. So if your tabulators are misreading that many ballots that you have to adjudicate 80 or 90% of them, that tabulator, that voting system is completely illegal because the federal government puts a limit on how many ballots, how many errors there can be in a scan. And the limit is 0.008%. It's a minuscule number that would never affect the outcome of an election. But here you have Ben Raffensperger claiming that they were adjudicating 80 or 90% of their ballots. So I asked our Secretary of State, we don't have adjudication in Otero, they're in Bernalillo, Sandoval, San Juan, it's our Doñana, our 6 most populous plus Los Alamos. And I said, how many ballots got adjudicated in these counties? And I got a letter from her, which I think is in the report, I'm pretty sure it is. She said it was something like 90% of the absentee ballots in all of those counties were adjudicated. So she's admitting that the adjudication process that they employed in 7 of our counties is illegal according to federal law because the error rates are so astronomically high compared to the limit, the allowable limit. So I'm going to show you the effect of adjudication on the outcome of our election. Can you go ahead? So here's another graph. It's a little bit different than the one I showed you before, but what this one is when you look at the voter rolls, the voter history is in there, so you can see how many Republicans turned out to vote in every county. You can't tell how they voted, but you know how many Republicans showed up, how many Democrats showed up. And then you can compare that number, the turnout of the base, you can compare it to who won that county. And I'm just looking at the presidential race in this graph. But so what I did is I took the percentage of the base that showed up Republican divided by, the percentage of Trump votes divided by the percentage of Republican voters. And then there's a difference between the two. So if you have more support for Trump than the base that actually showed up, that tells you that Trump won the entire base, plus Democrats and independents were also voting for him. And so something that when I started doing this calculation, something that stood out to me is like, whoa, Trump got a lot more support than just the base that turned out in almost every county, except, lo and behold, the 7 counties that had adjudication, plus 5 others. Now this is what will be interesting to you because one of the 5 others is Otero. So if you could go to the next slide. This is the same slide again, and I've circled the counties that voted for Hillary in 2016 that went for Hillary. These results tell you that Otero County, that Trump carried a smaller percentage of the base than every Democrat county in the state. So Otero, Ketchum, and Lincoln. In fact, Lincoln was so bad that they want us to believe that 40% of the base turned away from Trump and voted Biden in Lincoln County. And I know you all know your constituents a lot better than I do, and I don't believe that for a second. I lived in Lincoln County for 2 years. So, these 5 Republican counties, Sierra, San Juan, Otero, Caption, and Lincoln, behave very anomalously compared to history, compared to, everything you would expect. In fact, they performed worse in almost every county than what they would in 2016. So, and in those adjudicated counties, you notice that support for Trump over the Republican base that was visible in almost all of our counties, it was erased or it went negative. And so I think something is going on there that to show this. In fact, the average support for Trump over the Republican base that turned out was 40% higher. But in Lincoln, it was 40% under. I just don't believe that. So you can go to the next slide. So these are just some of the things that we studied in our report, and there's a lot more in there besides this. These are just some high-level kind of conclusions. And based on just what I talked about today, I don't think it's any wonder that 50% of our population nationwide don't believe that that election was honest. In fact, 34% of Democrats don't believe it was honest, and 84% of Republicans don't believe it was honest. And so one of the things that I'm here today to ask you, as well as a lot of New Mexicans that have also seen this evidence and helped me write it, helped me find it, we're asking to partner with local governments to first of all investigate there's questions here that need to be answered. There's things that I don't believe can be explained outside of manipulation, and we need to get to the bottom of it, and we need to restore faith in our elections. So,
have you visited, like, with our Secretary of State on these numbers and?
Not her.
Not her,
I
but
visited with
their
other county
staff?
clerks. No, I'm not. I haven't. She's, in fact, periodically she won't even answer my public documents requests anymore. So I am talking to county clerks on an individual basis, showing them these things, especially asking, like, why are they there? Where this?
Right, and I'm interested to find out that
Yeah.
myself because, I wasn't aware of that, and I would like to see where that comes from.
Yeah. In fact, the Secretary of State, her brother or cousin or someone related to her, filed a complaint against my husband's law license just for talking about those stuff. So, and that's why I'm not talking to her directly. But yes, I'm more than willing to talk to any county clerk about any of this, any local elected person.
And we're talking about a Secretary of State that leases a billboard whenever President Trump comes to New Mexico, telling him to go back to where he's from. He's not welcome here. That's the kind of character in Maggie Toulouse Oliver that's our Secretary of State that's in charge of our elections. Is the kind of person that would say something like that about the sitting president.
Well, and be that as it may, but she's not the one with processing the votes coming in, she doesn't have anything to do with that, So I guess I just don't understand. And I know people that believe, that there was fraud done. I don't believe any fraud was done in Otero County because we have so many checks and balances. Everything balances out. We see everything. When those numbers are sent to SOS, they are what we have. We've verified them.
Yes,
So,
and you're the only one that is doing that. Because we've gotten tabulator tapes from 10 counties. We compared, so the tabulator tapes are, each machine spits out how many votes it processed and who they went to. And then you can aggregate them together and see if it matches the Secretary of State's website. We've done 10 of those, you're the only one that matched. So I think you're the only ones actually double checking. In fact, in one county, we went and we did a full hand recount of all their ballots. We got their tabulator tapes, we added all those up. And then we also looked at the ballot images themselves and like citizen adjudicated those. None of it matched. The images didn't match the tapes, didn't match the physical ballots, didn't match the Secretary of State, what she put on her website. So Otero County, I do think you're doing a better job than those. But I think that, from that absentee ballot graph I showed you where there's just this massive influx of Democrat votes in absentee ballots, I think there was a lot of fraud through that.
I think a lot of the Republicans were told that not to vote on absentee, and a lot of them didn't.
Well, yeah, but they can, in person. But again, that's not even, I'm not sure.
I think trends change also as well. And I understand that it's quite unusual the way it has, and it's the way it is for all the counties. But I think, on general, the trends do change. As it gets closer to a general election, there's going to be a lot more people coming and registering to vote. I understand it's odd how Republican, Democrats so close.
Yeah, I don't think it can be explained any other way than an algorithm, and I talk about that in the book, in the report, that there is, I can essentially prove that shape that we see is an equation. It's a decay function. And the guy, Eric Coomer, who brought us adjudication as high up in the voting systems, he happens to be he's a nuclear engineer of some kind with a PhD, and the sorts of equations that we're seeing come out in our registration database and in our vote totals themselves, that's also covered in the report. Again, I don't have any doubt that most of our elected people are good people. And it may even be that our Secretary of State doesn't know this, but if she doesn't know this, why is she giving third-party access, just opening up our voter rolls to whoever, to 1,198 entities that can inject people in there?
But that, anybody can do that. I mean, you can go online and do that.
Well, they have enhanced access, but more than I do.
But they cannot change
You have to go
voter
through the Secretary
files
of State.
or...
Well, I think they are. I mean, somebody is. I think we need answers.
Okay, well, and I disagree with you there. I don't believe anybody has access to get in there. But I'll definitely
read
check
the
into
letter?
it.
But-
Yes.
But all the unanswered questions and a lot of the speculation can just go away with the simple audit.
Well,
We
we
do.
do audits.
I still can't, I'm still just dumbfounded that the only time the last time our ballots are touched by human hands is whenever it's fed into a machine. And we put all of our faith and confidence in the counting of our ballots in a digital machine. I think at the very least, we should be able to agree as commissioners to get a court order, whatever we need to do to open those machines and physically hand count the ballots.
Well-
And just see how close the numbers are to what the machine's given us, instead of just to have all of our confidence in a machine is stupid. That should be the least of the secondary checks, just to have whatever kind of a structure in hand counting, if it's 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans or however you want to count them, but the ballots need to be counted.
Well, may I explain to you that at the end of the night, the tape total that comes out of the scanner with the number of ballots that were entered and tabulated, that number has to balance with our VOD system that prints the ballots, and that number also has to balance with our permit sheets. So all 3 of those have to balance. And if they don't, there's a reason, and then we have to verify why. So we know every ballot that was printed out of the VOD went through the tabulator. We know it because the numbers match.
So did you find out what happened with those 8 votes that are?
I did, and I
They don't know what
actually,
happened?
what it is, let me see, I printed you out a form.
Couldn't you just do a tick for every time one goes in, so you didn't have to physically open it? You know what I mean?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Give yourself a little mark for every time.
They do the public counter. The public counter that, once the ballot goes in, the public counter, and then it's written on the back of the permit sheet. So yes, that's that also.
But it wouldn't, whenever you're dealing with an election like the last election that we had out in Tularosa, where the machine was cleared, the machine wasn't handled correctly at the end of the night, after all the vote was tallied. Whoever handled that machine didn't follow the right processes and cleared the machine out. That race is 650 votes, 629 votes. That's not very many ballots to count. I would think that, why don't we just hand count that one particular race right there and start there and see if the machine gave us the right numbers as far as the amount of ballots that were cast into the ballot.
Well-
And audit that race, and then If there's discrepancies there, then maybe that would lead us to further audits. I don't know. I
Right,
mean, I
but
don't
see
know.
what happened there was that the machine was cleared, so the
Uh-huh.
parts were cleared. But we did get a court order to open the ballot box, and we brought in a board, and with district court, they ran the exact same ballots through the machine, and it came out exactly the same as it was of the tape total that was printed before it was zeroed out.
But
So
it
we knew
never
it
was hand
exactly-
counted. Why wasn't it why can't
Because that's not within the
people
law.
sit
That's
and
not
go,
our
okay,
process.
one
I
vote,
don't think you're required by law to.
one vote. Why
Yes,
can't
we
we
are. We have to-
physically
well,
put
we
our
have to.
eyes and count the ballots?
Because
I
it's
can
not
show
within
you,
the law.
in Hardin County, Commissioner Griffin, we did that recount I was talking about. The images didn't match the tapes, didn't match the ballots, didn't match the Secretary of State. So your tapes match your Secretary of State. So you're talking about everything downstream of the tapes, the Secretary of State. That matches for you. You're the only county in the state so far that we've looked at. We've looked at a third of our counties. And so prior to the tabulated tape, I have evidence in another county that the images don't even match the tape, don't even match the ballots. So you have three prior steps before you get to that tape, and those aren't matching in one of our counties. So, I mean, you have to put a lot of faith in those machines.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, if I wanted to manipulate the elections, that's the first thing I would do, is take all the human eyes and and I would turn it all over to a machine and data, and then, because that's, in the modern day of technology, that's where they're gonna manipulate the vote at, is on the digital end of it, you know, and if we have physical people physically counting the ballots, then that would just be another safeguard to put in place to make sure.
But human error is way higher
Well,
than it is
then have
for-
2 or 3 different people counting.
It's not higher. In
Have
fact-
it sure, and then just see if the numbers match up, and whatever numbers
Yeah.
don't match, then recount those
We've done
ballots
that
until.
before when we've done the audits.
I mean,
the
at least
recounts.
then the people would have the security in knowing that their vote is being counted by an actual human and not a machine that could be compromised. Because
Yeah,
I
in
think
the-
the machines are compromised, I do.
In the county we recounted, I was mentioning that the error between the images, or between the physical ballots and the tape, it was 0.24%, which is 3 times higher than allowed by federal law. So I think we have evidence in our state that these tabulators, they're not legal. And then if you add in the error for whatever reason between the tapes, between what the county uploaded to the Secretary of State and what the Secretary of State had as her final results, there's another 2 or 3% error on top of that, which is, you know, what is that, 30 times higher than allowable? So,
And see,
these-
and
all
I
these
can't
numbers-
speak to that
yeah.
because, you know, we had write-in candidates. Those
Right.
candidates, those votes have to be uploaded as well.
Yes.
So it may be off if they weren't inputted.
It's not like that,
on-
because some of I thought of that, like maybe it's provisional ballots that were uploaded later.
Uh-huh, or
But
write-ins.
some of the totals for certain candidates, they're smaller than what was uploaded by the county, and then they're bigger for others. And so if they all are bigger, then it could be provisional ballots, it could be write-ins.
But
But if
some-
they're going like this, it can't be.
Well, but some counties have a way higher percentage of provisionals than others.
I know,
do.
but all the numbers should go up. You shouldn't have any candidates with fewer votes than the tapes show.
Right.
Yes, so that's not what we're
As
seeing.
long as they weren't write-ins.
You don't take votes away, though. You would never
Yes,
take votes away.
You would take votes away. So if, let's say 5 people voted for this write-in and they colored in the bubble for the write-in, okay? The machine counted that as 5, because there were 5. Now, the precinct board has to go back and they have to pull those 5 votes and they have to verify that they wrote the proper name for that declared write-in. If they didn't, they go and change it, so
I'm
they
talking
will
about
have
Trump.
less
So
names.
Trump was not a write-in. Some of the counties, the Secretary of State, what she reported, Trump got fewer votes than what the tapes show. So that, I'm not talking about write-in candidates getting more or less. I'm talking about, ones that were not write-ins. And then also on the down ballot particularly, I see lots of error there. Actually, most of the error is in the down ballot.
Well, I feel really good about our process, our machines. I feel good about our checks and balances. Everything balances and matches, and I feel
Yeah.
very comfortable with it.
And I don't disagree with you, and I'm sure you're doing a fantastic job. In fact, that's how I lead these conversations, is I don't think our county clerks know that the system that they're working on, the registration database. So not just the ballots themselves, but who is registered and who is voting. That is most likely, it's so manipulated for so many years that there's no way we can trust our registration database. And whoever it is that's sending in these absentee ballots, especially in 2020, that's where I think most of the fraud happened in our state this go around. And I don't think I don't think it's at the county level in most cases.
Yeah. Well, I got one question on it, maybe between the two of you. A minute ago you talked about you had a 90% retap, is that what you called it?
They call it adjudication. So that means someone else is interpreting your intent.
So if there was 90%, and if you have evidence of that, how can they not? My whole question is on all of this is, if there's that much evidence out there, why has it not been brought to the top or proven? Or believe me, you probably got months and months and months of work on this, and but I'm just trying to figure out why, if there's that much evidence of voter fraud, why is it not? How come it's not out surfaced?
Well, there is massive amounts of evidence, and there's massive amounts of people working on this. There's huge networks of experts and citizens, and my husband goes all over the country, and they'll book some venue. It's sold out of people that want to come and hear about what's going on because they know something is wrong. Now, why didn't something happen in November of last year? Well, there was a lot of this evidence was available then, at least in micro doses, like for Georgia, like the adjudication rate I mentioned. We knew that. He said it on TV that these were illegal rates of adjudication. We knew crazy things, but we knew more people were registered in the state of Pennsylvania than live in Pennsylvania, things like that. And that was all coming out real time. Lawsuits were being filed real time, and what you saw happen was it comes before a judge. If you speak up about this, you can be assured you will be persecuted, you'll be called crazy. Our own Secretary of State, tried to take away my family's livelihood by taking my husband's license, by getting one of her relatives to file a complaint, which was dismissed. But, so you had a case come before a judge. The judge is afraid to do anything about it. So he will say, oh, well, you don't have standing, or you should have brought this last month, or a month later, or whatever. So they were all dismissed. There were hundreds of lawsuits filed, almost all dismissed on procedural things like you don't have standing, or this wasn't timely, or something like that. Only one judge in one county in Michigan actually heard any evidence. And in fact, they got quite a ways with investigating this stuff. In fact, one of the things that came out of that investigation was, it was Antrim County, Michigan. I know some of the people that worked on that investigation. They opened up some of their tabulators, and lo and behold, inside their tabulators were cellular modems. When the head of Dominion himself sat before the Michigan legislature, I guess it was a few weeks before they actually found the modems in the machines, and he said, our machines don't even have any ability to connect to the internet whatsoever. He committed perjury to the legislature of Michigan, and then a few weeks later, there's a cellular modem in the machine. And what happens to it? The media shuts it down, you get censored, you get persecuted, whatever. So, I mean, that's what's happened, is that it's been, many people have had an opportunity to hear the evidence, and they've always said, I don't want to be the person that opens up this can of worms. And so it got kicked down the road up until it got, to Congress, and then they had an opportunity also to look at evidence, and they didn't. So,
wasn't there several lawsuits that were filed and there were recounts done in several states and they all came back the same?
No, not full recount. Oh, well, okay, so I could talk about a recount that happened in Bermuda if you'd like.
I was more talking about the other states because that's where they have the higher population.
Okay, the only full recount that happened that I know of is Maricopa County, and they did show massive numbers, way larger than the margin of ballots that should never have been counted. They showed that they're likely not legitimate ballots that were counted. So they recounted, you can recount the same fraudulent ballots as many times as you want, and you can come up with the right answer. But when they did the canvass and they found people, the voter rolls say they voted, they don't even exist, it's an empty lot, or whatever. I mean, there's so much that people uncovered. through canvassing, through looking at the paper itself, through looking at the chain of custody, that there are hundreds of thousands of those ballots that were not, according to procedure, were likely not legitimate. There was chain of custody broken all over the place. It was a mess in Maricopa County.
And I'm surprised then, because if there was that big of a debacle, why they didn't have another election.
I
When
agree.
something like that
Yes.
happens, you would think the court would order it, because
You would think so.
if you're proving all of this fraud, then something needed to be done.
It does need to be done.
And I had
that's why
never
I'm
heard
here.
any of that.
That's why I'm here to ask for that. In fact, somebody I'm working with in Texas, Williamson County, it's right outside of Austin, they had a massive catastrophic failure of their poll books. So they were printing ballots for people in the wrong districts, and people were voting in the wrong districts. And they had no idea until the end of the election. And you'd have like 10,000 people voting in a precinct that only had a population of 500 or something, and that was because of the poll book thing. So they never even certified their election. They don't have a certified election, yet nobody did anything about it. So it's a...
Well, then how will somebody be sworn in if they've never won the election?
I know, we're in a lawless time. Like, this is not, we can't explain where we are right now. That I could come up with 261 pages of evidence of fraud in this state alone, that, and nobody has had the courage to look at it and investigate it. And I think those people will step forward eventually, and because the public outcry is growing by the day. And in fact, like I told you, 56% of Americans believe the election was fraudulent. Last year, it was somewhere in the 40s, so that number is growing. And people are crying out to their elected people to get to the bottom of what all these anomalies, we need answers for them. We need to trust our system, and we don't.
I know that our state process is that, we have the canvass locally, and then our Secretary of State canvasses our canvas, and then they have an independent accountant come in and canvass again. So it's actually done 3 times.
But nothing matches. Outside
Well,
of
it
the
did on mine.
I know it does.
I know ours did.
I know it does, and that's probably because you're checking. Well, I was talking to a county clerk, and I said, the Secretary of State's official results don't match these tabulary tapes that we just looked at. And she said, really? I never even thought to check. And she's been the county clerk there for I don't even know how long. So, most of them apparently are not checking until this year when, citizens are taking the time.
Well, it's all very interesting. A lot of it, I have to admit, goes over my head, a lot of the data and a lot of the science and stuff, but I think that it's, some things just need to be explained. Some of these irregularities, we need to find out why they're an irregularity, and I think the only way that can happen is just by a closer look through it all. Personally.
I'm just really confused. That's easily done, but if there's that much evidence, I don't understand why it's not in court and hasn't been proved. And I'm not saying it's not happening, because anything's possible, but I just don't understand, with as much as you saying 90% of those that had to be redone, and those counties alone are pretty heavy Democratic counties. That may have said it right there, but I just don't understand why it won't hit a court and won't stay in court.
I don't understand either.
That one of the candidates would have gone to court and said, this is not right.
Yeah.
I know if I was one of the candidates who was affected, I would.
Yeah, well, I can tell you.
I would request a recount.
One of the reasons is cowardice on the part of the judges not to want to be the person, because you will call down hell upon your head if you raise it and say something about this. Another thing I was going to say, but I think what we're waiting for is somebody to have the courage to say, we are going to listen to the 56% of Americans who no longer have faith in their elections, and we're going to look at it. And why it's not done. We don't treat any other crime like this. If somebody came to you with 261 pages of evidence that their neighbor was murdered by somebody, you wouldn't say, well, you're the only one that said that, I haven't,
Yeah.
You would deal with it. You don't kick the can down the road. We don't treat we don't say, oh, well, it's over and done with, we gotta move on, about any other crime that you can think of. And so how the Secretary of State can look New Mexicans in the face and say she's doing a good job when none of her numbers match the tabular tapes except for this one county that we're in right now. It's just lawlessness.
I just don't understand why the candidates that were running, this is their livelihood, and if, we haven't had any recounts. I haven't heard of any recounts.
Probably because they trust but probably because, so many clerks, including yourself, give such a strong defense for all of our elections and election integrity and everything that maybe a lot of the candidates feel like there's not really any option. Maybe they're intimidated, and maybe they say, oh, I'm not even going to try.
Well, we used to from time to time. Usually, it's when the races are closer. If they're fairly close, within 5 to 10 votes, then they want it redone. But basically, we haven't.
There are candidates. So Yvette Harrell in 2018, her race in Doñana County, 4,000 ballots showed up in the middle of the night, and lo and behold, she woke up and she lost her race that she was winning the night before. She actually went to a lot of trouble to do an audit.
I remember that.
And I read the report that came out of that. Massive numbers of missing records. The boxes weren't sealed. There were no records for 2 full boxes, which were the 4,000 votes. She had every reason to take that all the way to court to have a new election, and she was told, don't do anything about it, you can run in 2 years. So every time somebody raises their head and says, this isn't right, I want something done about it, they will be circled and told, you don't want to do that.
Focus on 2022.
Exactly.
And the only way that we're ever going to really find out is by investigating an election that's already taken place, not any, if we're always looking to the future, we're never going to.
Yeah. How many times do we have to vote in fraudulent elections?
Yeah.
Before it's dealt with?
So I got one more question.
Yes, sir.
And it's in your book right here.
Yes.
And you've got a billing for $10,000 for New Mexico General Election 2020 pre-printed official ballots.
Yes.
Then you have another line item that says New Mexico General Election 2020 pre-filled test decks.
Yes.
Which cost more money than I don't understand what those are.
Yes. Okay, so that's a great question. So in Doñana County, I said I want to see what these ballots are. What were you sent? How many were you sent? I was able to calculate. Anyway, there's a section in the report about this, but so she showed me all the test ballots. I said, okay, I want to see the pre-printed ballots. There's 2 line items. What's the other? We have no record of them. So what are they? Where did they end up? It's thousands of ballots, where it's something like 30,000 ballots if you're spending $10,000 on them. So where did they go, and why can't I see them? I have the correspondence from my county clerk. We don't know. We don't have that. So were those injected in? Were those absentee ballots? Why is Dominion printing ballots in the first place? Because they're not our ballot provider. It's another company.
So what's the difference between the two? One's already filled in?
The test ballots, so when you get your tabulators ready, you have a stack of test ballots, and you know what the pattern is on them, so you know what the votes are, and you put a stack through each tabulator, and you print out the tape, and the tape should match what that test ballot.
Oh, it's
stack
testing
is.
the machine.
So that's the test ballot, and she showed me those. I looked at them, I counted them, but she could not produce the other set, the pre-printed.
30,000. Wow.
I know that at one time, whenever we have a ballot that is the same, say it's a county question, then when we get the ballot stock, it will have that ballot question already printed. And then the other side is blank, so that everything else you're voting for will run it through, but it's already pre-printed on the back. And I'm not sure if that's what they had or what.
Well, Dominion Voting Systems isn't our ballot provider, it's
AES.
AES. So why is Dominion providing anything, and why wouldn't those pre-printed come from our actual ballot provider?
And just refuse to answer the question,
no,
or
they don't have them. They won't give them to me.
Yeah.
You couldn't ask for a court order to see them?
I probably could. I mean, there's so many things. in this report that unanswered questions.
A lot of info.
Well, we've got it on the agenda, in our new business. We have a motion, to join in efforts with the New Mexico Audit Force, to demand election audits on the local and county level. What would be, in order to assure that we're honoring our oath and we're providing secure elections and to make sure that their elections are secure, what would be your advice as far as the commission, board, or the county?
I think from the data I've showed you that our registration database itself has been so manipulated that it can't be trusted. So I think we need a full canvas of the registrations in Otero County. And exactly what that looks like if we get volunteers together and go to every door and knock on it and make sure that people on the rolls actually live there and that their vote was recorded correctly. It might be something like that.
I bet we could get the volunteers together and do something like that.
And I think the machines themselves, when you do the deep dive like we did in that one county and you find that the images don't match even the EMS database or the ballots themselves, all that stuff, it needs to be, figure out what's going on and what is the actual error and is it even legal to be using these machines. And then, so that's the main thing. The other thing you can look at is the paper trail. So you should have, the absentee ballot envelopes. Look at those, make sure there's the correct number of envelopes to match the ballots, that their signatures were there and all that stuff that should have been on there. So we have three things: the canvas, the electronics, and the paper.
So with the absentee ballot, that's why we hire the boards. And they're an even board where there's partial Democrats, partial Republicans. They do that all together. They count every ballot that we turn over to them. I have those affidavits in my office saying that they received this many ballots. They count the ballots to verify that. They go through, they keep all the outer envelopes, inner envelopes, all that stuff is, and all these people have counted them. They've gone on and on. Now the one ballots that won't feed through the machine, they will get their Republican and Democrat, and they will have to hand tally that ballot, okay? We had 2 hand tallies that wouldn't go through the machine for absentee. We had 3 federal ballots that had to be hand tallied, and that was it. So we have a whole board of Republicans and Democrats saying, yes, this is the proper number, this is what they gave us, this is what we have, and this is what our take total is. So that's already been done.
Perfect. Well, then it ought to be, if you've already gone through it once, and it should be very easy to go through it a second time, just to double check.
Well, you'll have to get a court order. I mean, we can't touch the ballots. What we'd have to do is bring a board to do it again, is what we could do, if that's what you choose to do, to go ahead and file it through district court, and, you can do that. But we'll have to bring in a board, because my staff and myself, we don't touch ballots.
Sure.
It's always our boards.
Okay.
So how many other counties are on board with you?
I don't want to say, but I'm talking to maybe 3 clerks that I believe, from looking at the data, understand that something isn't right, especially with the voter registration rules. And I don't want to say who they are because they'll be persecuted until we're ready,
So you can't tell me how many counties you've talked to?
I said about 3 that I believe are listening to me. I mean, we've sent this report to every county in the state, all the county commissions, all the sheriffs, all the district attorneys, and we're reaching out on a personal basis to those people, and some are listening.
But really, as far as an audit goes, what harm would an audit do anyways? I mean, now it's going to cost some money, of course. It's what we pay taxes for, is to make sure our elections are legitimate, and it's going to take some time. But what harm would an audit do? Audit wouldn't do any harm, I mean, all an audit's going to do is
an audit?
We've already done audits, yeah.
But all this audit would, by the Secretary of State of New Mexico.
And by an independent auditor.
You're talking about risk limiting audits there? And if I could address that for just a second. The risk limiting audits, so I looked into the one they did in Doñana County. We had something like 80,000 votes. They recounted 300 ballots, and they called that an audit. That's the risk limiting audit. They take a couple of ballots from here, a couple ballots from here, a couple ballots from here. Okay, it's good. So it's not what we're talking about. We're talking about something completely different than the risk limiting audit that the Secretary of State does.
We're talking about a recount.
Yeah, yeah. I think that the level of voter confidence is so bad right now, you know, through so much disinformation on both sides.
Right.
On both sides.
Right.
So if we could dust everything off and give the voters of Otero County the confidence and the assurance that we've gone the extra mile and our elections are secure and legitimate, and we've come to that conclusion through an audit, why wouldn't we want to, you know? Why wouldn't we want to give as much security to the voters of Otero County as can possibly be? Because there's just not any confidence right now. I mean, I don't think.
I believe you're right, and it's because people are, you know, bringing forward things that they're not sure of. They're not sure of the process.
Sure.
So they're assuming that it's a fraudulent process. That's why I always invite everybody to come watch us certify machines, watch our processes and procedures.
Yeah. Well, and maybe there's a lot of doubt because there's been a lot of studies done, like and it's pointing to stuff that we should be concerned about. It's not just because the voters have drank the Kool-Aid and been deceived into thinking the elections were rigged by President Trump, you know. It's not that. It's because there's studies done that is showing us data that we've already sat here and looked at that brings real concern to people like me, and I hope to my fellow commissioners, you know. I mean, why not go, like I said, why not go the extra mile and just give the 100% assurance that we're good. We put out the effort, we do the audit, it's going to be work, but I think the back end of it, the reward, is going to be huge because people are going to know that we went the extra mile and we looked into the areas that were, you know, had question, and we give them the security. It's our oath. It's the oath that we hold, you know. For me, it's not a question, I don't think.
So what election are you wanting to audit? The last one?
Well, since this was a regular election, we only are required to hold on to ballots for 45 days. Now, when we have our primary and a general, it's 22 months. So, I mean, there may not be the ballots left that you want to audit.
Well, this last election, I mean, this last election would give us,
45 days for these.
You know, it may not have been as probably, you know, if they were cheating, they probably didn't cheat as heavy in the last one as they did in 2020, I don't know. But I mean, can we still get a good enough audit through 2020 to?
We should be. I mean, the records are all supposed to be kept, as you mentioned, for 22 months.
Yeah. I'd say we focus more on the 2020 election because I think that was the one that was.
That's the one that people are pulling. I mean, that's the one people believe is fraudulent, and that's the one that people are asking for.
Well, and I would think if that one was fraudulent, why wouldn't all the others be fraudulent?
They are. I mean, that's what you see in the voter registration, or the voter database being manipulated for that long. I mean, it stands to reason that they've been doing that for a long time.
But I really think that if we're really going to do our jobs as being a voice for the people, that as far as the commissioners, if you have, what was the percentage? 56% of Americans believe that the election was fraudulent. If that's general Americans, I'd like to know how many people in Otero County believe that the elections were fraudulent. And if we have a majority of the people, as this shows us, that think that the elections are fraudulent, then we don't even have, really, I don't think we even have a choice as to say if we want to audit or not. I think that we're bound by our oath to heed to the will of the people and give them an audit. I bet you if we were to do a poll in Otero County right now, I bet you the vast majority of people would say, yeah, do an audit, make sure.
Well, it's
make sure our votes are right, you know.
You want Robin?
It has been audited.
It's not the audit that we're asking for. The risk limiting audit essentially means nothing when you look at the actual process, teeny tiny number of ballots that they look at, and then call the whole thing good. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
What is it that you're asking for?
a full forensic audit, which is those three things I mentioned, the canvas of the voter rolls, the paper, and the electronic equipment.
A full country audit?
Forensic, no county.
Oh.
Ms. Clements, the theory is that algorithm was used, correct? So what evidence would prove that an algorithm was in use in Otero County, per se?
Well, there's your voter registration database. So when you see that weekly pattern going in, it's an equation, and it's a decay function curve that I can plot it for you and show you that this is calculated by an equation. So we need to figure out how they're doing that, why they're doing that, how does it match the paper, who's doing it. So that part, I think that is already proven that that is an algorithm. The vote totals that I showed you, that I can predict by age how many people will turn out in Otero County by just looking at Bernalillo and no other county, and I can predict with almost 100% accuracy the turnout of every age group. So that's the algorithm, that final vote curve, the final vote turnout. And then you have the anomalous results for Otero County itself, where we're told that a large percentage of the base didn't even vote for Trump and they chose Biden in this county, and more so than any other Democrat county in the state. I mean, these are all huge things. The massive amount of absentee ballots that were turned in every county, it's so unprecedented and so ridiculously large that just to accept, well, that was all fine, when we've known for years, we've known for decades that voting by mail is the easiest way to cheat by far. And then in 2020 we had massive numbers of votes turned in. You can look at just statistics. I didn't talk about that at all today, but you can look at the trends by county across the state. Nothing matched. Like, we had turnout numbers that are way off of any historical value. And you had registration trends where one party is losing registrations, yet somehow they gain massive numbers of votes in that county. I mean, that happened across the country also. So that's what I'm talking about. And then we have, of course, the on-the-ground just document review that we've done. We've shown in one county that nothing matches. You can't correlate anything with at any level of the process. And so, it exceeds the allowable error by 3 times, just at the lowest level. And then when you go all the way up to the Secretary of State, it's just out of control, off of what it's allowed to be.
So our numbers did match up, though, correct?
Your tapes match the Secretary of State. That doesn't mean your ballots match. It doesn't mean your ballot images match. That doesn't mean your EMS database matches. So there's kind of some sub-layers that we haven't looked at in this county yet.
And you have done that in one other county?
Yes.
Okay. So evidence that you would expect to see would be absentee ballots that are somehow can be proved to be fraudulent for one reason or another?
And that'll come out in the canvas. So when you go door to door, we're doing this also across the state. I haven't presented our results yet, but we're going door to door and knocking on doors and saying, here's the voter rolls, say that these 8 people live here. Do these 8 people live here? Quite often, 2 or 3 of them don't live there. Quite often, those 2 or 3 people, it says they voted absentee or in person or whatever, but they don't live there. So that's not a real vote. That's not a legal vote. Sometimes you'll go and you'll say, did you vote? And they'll say, yes, I voted in person, but the rolls will say they voted absentee. So that might mean, there's the most logical explanation for this is that there is digital manipulation of the voter roll history, so that in order to make those curves match, like I showed you, to make the turnouts match by age, that things are just entering into the rolls where people are said to have voted that don't even live in these places.
But New Mexico has a law that even if you move out of that location, but your intention is to go back there, you can remain registered there, even though you don't live there for 20 years. You still can remain registered at that address and vote.
Well, if somebody else owns your house and
we've had it done, and people will call us and say, well, yes, we need to talk to our legislators and get it changed. I think it originally, the law was written for the people in the base that get deployed, so they want to keep their address, so when they're gone, they can still do that. That's original. That's what the whole law was for.
But if you sold your
But what
house,
it's doing, and now it goes into that as effect, You sell your house and somebody else moves in and I stay registered at that address, I can do that even though I don't live there. It's a law, you can do it.
Okay, well, I mean, the rules say you have to register at your address, your residence. That's federal law. So if you have.
But it says that if your intention is to go back to that address, you
To force
can
them to
remain.
sell their house back to you? I mean, if you're on the third.
I have no idea, I don't write the law, I'm just telling you, I see it needs to probably be looked at. But it is the law at this time, so.
So what, your company here does the audit?
We are connected to people that are, I wouldn't personally do it, but I'm connected to people that are competent to do it. National experts, nationally recognized experts that could help us come up with some process, come up with some budget, come up with, the number of volunteers, the tasks we would want to accomplish.
Have you done this in other counties already?
In New Mexico?
Uh-huh.
I mean, outside of what I've explained.
Okay.
We've done as much public document inspection. We've done, not as much as we can, but we've done a lot. So, I mean, we could say that we've pretty thoroughly audited.
But you've gone through ballots and counted ballots, and you've gone door to door to check addresses, and it matches or
It's not
it
matching.
doesn't
No,
match?
it's not matching. Nothing's matching. So when you do all 6 levels, so you have images, you have ballots, images, tapes, Secretary of State, and canvassing images, that's 5 levels, and you can't find matching. None of the numbers match in the ones that we've looked at.
So you did get a court order in another county?
No, so far we're doing everything through public documents requests, and actually everything is discoverable that way. Even ballot images, I can get those. Just submitting a public documents request and saying, and they turn them over. And sometimes they'll give you some pushback, but it actually says in statute that I can get all this. I can get the ballots also that way.
The ballots, the actual ballots?
Yes, there's a statute. After 45 days, that they're discoverable, or you have
They're
to
usually
produce them.
destroyed after 45 days.
Not for the general, I mean for the federal election.
Oh, for the federal.
What does something like this cost?
That was my question.
So I talked to a few of our experts who I mentioned, and they thought something in the ballpark of $30,000 would do most of what we want if we can get volunteers to help with the canvassing side of it, because that really is going to be a lot of effort. But people are so passionate about this and so wanting to get to the bottom of what's going on that I think we could get a lot of
Well, we'd have to
help.
hire poll workers to actually handle the ballots.
That's what the recall election was gonna cost, was $30,000, and since they didn't get the signatures to recall me, then we got $30,000 left over, and we'll just use that. Oh, that's a great idea, isn't it? Wow, the recall committee said it was $30,000 for them.
How would
What a
it,
bunch of good people.
how would it have cost $30,000?
That's what they said, that's what I heard.
Your
It
name
was
would
gonna
have
cost
just, it would have just been on the
$30,000.
ballot. It wouldn't have been any different.
And a special election just for me, for the recall?
Oh, if we were gonna. put it
Yeah, if
on
they
the-
would have got their signatures, if they would have got 33 instead of the 28% that they got, that they could only get, it would have triggered a special election.
Well,
and
it would have been on
cost
the
about
other ballot, on
$30,000.
the other ballot for the regular election, if they would have had it in time.
Well, if they'd had it in time, but they didn't. They were still trying. They tried right up to the end of their 3 months.
I know.
They could only get 28%. Love saying that.
So Robin, I'm going to ask your opinion on this.
Well, I believe I've already shared it with you as far as, we did our canvass. We have Republicans and Democrats that work at all of our voting convenience centers, at absentee voting, at early voting, mobile voting. We have checks and balances. They're watching each other, and they are. Our numbers all came out. All the ballots that we printed, they were accounted for. All the ballots we turned over to absentee board, they were all accounted for. All of our numbers matched. Once we did the canvass, then it was sent to the Secretary of State. They also did their own audit on it. Then they hired an independent accountant to also audit. So, it's been done. I believe that, I think because different people are questioning, I think it's because people are putting the seed in their head that we're doing something illegal. I don't know, I don't know what
Or
else
it
to
might
say.
be
If you
because of
feel
studies
like-
like this that show data
Well, but data
that
can
shows
be,
directly.
manipulated and things
Yeah.
change sometimes,
Yeah.
so
But
I don't
50
know.
The 56% of Americans believe the election was fraudulent. The real question you should be asking, Gerald, is how many of your what's the percentage of your constituents out here that think that the elections might have been fraudulent, and how many of them would want an audit? If we're really to serve the people, then you have to consider that. And I don't know about your circle of friends, but I can guarantee mine all question Dominion, the Dominion machines. It's not questioning Robin. It's not questioning her abilities and talents or her honesty. What would we would be questioning through an audit would be the Dominion, the tabulators, the tapes, and the evidence that we saw today. That's what should motivate, to support an audit, I think.
I thought you said we wasn't really doing an audit.
A full forensic audit, that's the term that we're using, is what we're asking for. I'm not sure what your question is.
Well, a minute ago you said it really wasn't going to be an audit. We don't really.
No, I said we haven't done, it hasn't been done. What we're asking for has not been done. So when she talks about the risk limiting audits and you check a tiny percentage of the ballots, and then they have an auditor who didn't even catch that the tapes don't match the Secretary of State website. So, whatever it is that they're doing is not, I'm not questioning the processes. I'm not questioning the poll workers or the people that go. I think they're doing a good job, I do. And I know a lot of people that work in elections, and I think they're all honest people. What I'm questioning is the foundation that we're laying our elections on, which is this voter registration database, which there's nothing natural about it. And I promise I didn't manipulate any data. I just extracted it out of the file that the Secretary of State gave me. And then the voting machines themselves, which I have already proven in this state, they make mistakes, and the mistakes are larger than the federal law allows. So it's not this downstream processes that I'm questioning, that we're questioning, that New Mexicans are questioning. It's everything that it's based upon is the problem. That there's just no explanation for what we're seeing.
Did you read that statute that I gave you all?
The one that you
That
just gave
addresses,
us?
the one that's highlighted? That addresses our issue we had last time with the numbers different than what was on the Secretary of State's website. Because if there was any precinct that had less than 5 voters, they cannot put the number of votes for who by precinct on the Secretary of State's website, because then their privacy of the ballot has been denied. So what they do is they just put a number 1 in there showing that somebody voted for that candidate, but in the whole vote total, then the who all ever voted for him is in there. That's why we were off that 8 when we were here for that other one, the 8 from what the Secretary of State's office had. It was by precinct that the number was off, and this explains it right here. This is the statute that addresses that. And so that might be some of the other totals that are off throughout the rest of the state because of the same statute. I don't know.
Well, in Doñana County, for example, you add up all the tapes, you have Trump votes and Biden votes at the end of that, and the Secretary of State reported fewer votes for Trump and more for Biden. So that can't be explained by either a write-in candidate or a precinct error where you wouldn't be taking votes away. You would always be adding. And you wouldn't be taking some and putting them somewhere else. And they're not even equal numbers. It's like, there's no explanation that I can think of.
Well, I'm very curious myself. My problem is, there's so much evidence, why is it not in court?
It wasn't
That's
court,
my
and
whole
we had
deal.
no judge with enough courage to do something about it.
I've been dealing with the federal court system, Gerald, more than I would like to, and I can guarantee you one thing: you can run into a lot of, just because it says they're a federal judge or it's a federal court doesn't mean that it's a legitimate. They're handling everything right now, in my opinion, which I think I'm still granted, but just because something gets thrown out of court doesn't mean that it's not legitimate or it shouldn't have been looked at more closely.
Well, I understand your deal there, but this is a nationwide, across the United States, everywhere. I'm not being negative. I'm just,
I think it's because the states aren't going to do the audits because the corruption is deeper in the state than it is in the county, I think. At least I'd like to think so. And I just don't think I think this is where the audits need to start taking place at, is on the county level. You know, if we can, just because the state of New Mexico doesn't want to audit New Mexico's elections doesn't mean that we as a board of commissioners can audit our little chunk of the pie, the voting pie, and then we get ours all cleaned up and we're good, and we give our voters the security that our elections are right, and then maybe they'll do it over in Sierra County, and maybe they'll do it at Grant County, and maybe they'll do it, you know, in these other counties, Leah. And I mean, I think that would be the best place to audit our elections, would be on the very local.
And I think we would probably have to go out to bid, wouldn't we, to find, you know, the different companies, or since it's going to cost so much, we can't just pick somebody.
What's the limit on that?
I don't know, and we don't.
We'd have to talk to our purchasing.
The 15,000?
Because there would probably be other
We
companies.
most likely have to go to bid. We have to make it fair to the public to compete.
Right.
well, I'm very curious myself, I really am. I mean, your numbers.
How about you, Vicki?
Well, I've always had a lot of faith in Otero County elections, but I mean, I think as nationwide, I think we got screwed. And I think that there's a lot of stuff that's hard to explain, and I think the courts are doing a lot of pushback to keep people from doing what you're wanting to have done. So personally, I would be in favor of it, you know, because I don't think Robin is doing anything wrong. I think she's got an amazing staff. And just like you said, Otero County, it sounds like we had the best results in our last, in our last election. So I mean, I don't think that we're going to find any malfeasance here. But like you said, a lot of that stuff is beyond coincidence. I mean, you're not going to get that same algorithm out of 33 counties. It's just not, it's not possible. That's beyond belief. So I mean, to me personally, I think it's worth looking into, you know, and if our county comes out smelling like a rose, then good on us,
Yeah.
you know.
Just
And
give the people more security.
well, and if we find, you know, some things that aren't right, then we can fix them. And then going on, people are going to feel like their votes truly counted. So I think that's what we all want, you know, no matter what political party you're in. So I'm in favor of it. I know that we're going to have to go out to bid, you know, and see, but I mean, it's got to start somewhere. So that's my thought.
Can we take this item, being we're already here, and take it right to?
Can we just call the question now?
Yeah, you can jump down to that item.
That'd be item 19. Okay, this is, let me read this again. So we won't be able to vote on this because this is joining efforts of New Mexico audit. If we do that, we'll have to change that to put out to bid.
Well, we're
No.
joining forces with them, but
You give us direction to start working on that. And it's 50,000. We have to get 3 quotes.
50,000?
Yeah, we have to get 3 quotes. So
For
that,
over 50,000?
no, for over 50, we have to go out to bid. Under 50,
Oh,
we
I
do
get it.
3
Okay.
quotes.
But all the motion does is just that we're joining efforts with.
There's, you can tell us, go get 3 quotes, and we bring it back to you and talk about it then. You can still choose to join with them in these efforts.
Okay. All right, so let's jump to 19 real quick, while everybody's still sitting here. Make a motion to discuss and consider joining efforts with the New Mexico Audit Force as well as a coalition to demand election audits on the local county level.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. All right, so, but that's still gonna mean that we'll have to bring it up on the next election for an item to,
Well, we'll have to see how long
Put
it
it out.
takes us to get quotes. And then we'll bring those quotes to you and you can select.
okay, she can do that without
We'll do-
us coming
yeah.
through and making a,
Yeah.
okay.
Cool. Well, we appreciate everything, Aaron. You're doing a great work, and, you know, I mean,
I wish I had your brain. Oh my God.
I know.
That was
And you too, Robin. We
amazing.
appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Don't think, I mean, this is, it just, to
Thank
me,
you.
it's just to give more peace of mind to people, because I'm about to go crazy over all the election stuff too, you know? I mean, all we want to know is just the truth. If Joe Biden is the duly elected, legally elected President of the United States, as bad as I might think, or as much as I might hate to think that the people would elect him into office, I can accept it.
Yeah, right.
You know, but what I can't accept is when I have questioned that election, it was stolen. That's where we should all have the trouble, you know, I mean, so. Hopefully, by the time we get through all this, it'll just give us that much more peace of mind.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell David we said howdy. Yeah.
Are y'all needing food?
Yeah.
My blood sugar's low, yeah.
My stomach level's low.
Yeah. Arby's
Take a
having
motion,
little
come
snooty
back.
Stomach growl.
What time's gonna be good for you?
Hour?
Take an hour?
Is that enough for you guys?
2:30?
2:30.
here we are.
All right, we'll get back on this. We'll be on item 16. Discuss and consider establishing standard operating procedures for the maintenance of vegetation on bar ditches and culverts in Otero County. This was submitted by me. This is an ongoing problem all over the county. Part of the problem I see in it, we'll blade the bar ditch, we'll regulate what size of culvert you're going to put in the bar ditch. I feel we need to clean the vegetation out of it too. We bought a new mower last year.
It's not in yet.
Well, better hurry up, got a lot of
John
mowing
Deere
to
went
do.
on strike.
So anyway, that's my feelings on it. And I understand with this rain we've had this year, there's a lot of, excuse me, vegetation, a lot of weeds everywhere. More than probably the manpower we have. But if we do one, we gotta do them all.
Agreed. And unfortunately, we can't hit all of them with manpower and the equipment. The reason we bought that new mower was because one of the two mowers we had is on its last legs, and it did spend half this year in the shop. The two vegetation guys, as I said earlier today, we've done 3.5 roof sprays, and that tied them up pretty good. Along with the fact is that the weed problem we had this year, and I'm not making excuses for years past, but for this year, is once that ground's saturated, you can't get a mower into it.
Right.
And of course, along with that, the weeds don't start growing until they get moisture.
I understand that. But like a lot of the areas in my district down there, there's, in some of those bar ditches, not the one that we can't figure out who belongs to, but the one, well, it is part of that one that leads up to it. The weeds are pretty tall in it.
Mm-hmm. But you're talking one off behind the power poles.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
No, not that one. It's on
Along the road.
Hamilton, yeah. In our bar
They
ditches.
actually hit Hamilton earlier this year, and then, they moved on further down the county.
And then you go out Taylor Ranch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, it's Old El Paso. And then right where it hits Taylor Ranch again, the mesquites are sticking out. If two cars passes, you're rubbing the mesquites.
We haven't hit everywhere, and I understand that too.
What, just throwing it out there, and the feasibility's probably, but what about spraying? What about spraying some of those ditches? Because like the smaller weeds, those aren't gonna, but it's the ones the great big weeds that are the ones that cause the problem. Is there anything that you could?
We could spray the herbicide on the ditches. We just have to be careful again with the rains that we've had. You gotta have at least 10 hours for that stuff to cure. But if it's in an area that it's gonna run down to somebody's orchard,
Yeah.
you don't wanna spray it all.
Sure. What about maybe in the spring? Maybe whenever all those weeds first get their start, they're
And that's when
small,
we're
if
hitting
we
the
could
root.
just hit them with the,
Yeah, and that's when we're hitting the roots, And it takes about 2 weeks to hit everything we've got with Vicki and I working with each other. Us doing the county properties or doing a lot of the right-of-way, then private property. Well, we could spray shoulders.
maybe just identify maybe the biggest problem, the biggest ditch problems, because I'm sure all of our ditches aren't that bad, but the
most of
ones
our
that are
ditches
growing the
are.
weeds that are like 6 foot tall in them,
Yeah.
maybe we could single those out and spray them.
Well, and that's what we try to do, hit the hot spots, and I agree, there are some, like those mesquites you're talking about, they need to be cut down, basically, but all we can do is cut them out to the fence line.
Can you burn any of that stuff, or is that
Now, it's
doable?
Now we could, but,
Yeah.
For us to burn it, we'd have to go in there and I wouldn't do it without a fire truck behind us.
Well, a lot of those ditches got power lines and phone lines and TV
Yeah.
lines right above it. We'll be buying
Oh, yeah.
Buying new
Yeah,
stuff?
you could be, know, as a volunteer fire chief, even at that, you have to be careful when you're burning. And trying to find manpower to follow you with a fire truck nowadays, everybody's short-handed.
What do you think would be the smartest approach? Mowing? Or is mowing the...
Mowing and spraying, combination of both, because there are some, like over there off of Derbyshire, we did do a lot of spraying over there in Schuler, both, excuse me, because there was a lot of room in that area. You know, that was originally why we started the spray program. I mean, if we want to increase it up to doing a lot of the ditches, we can. You know, with your direction, I don't have a problem with that.
But it wouldn't necessarily be the root treatment, that'd be regular.
Well, we'd be killing everything on the shoulders. Yes.
Right.
Which the state does that to a point.
Not on our roads.
No, on the highways, but they do it to a point.
Yeah. That's just my main deal on that is, and I've had people that are calling me, and the one that's a mystery did, who belongs dead, who knows.
Yeah.
But the other ones, I mean, it's legit deals, you know, and they tell me, you tell me how big a culvert I have to put in, or you make me tear it out, and then you blade it and clean it, but you won't mow it.
Well, and that's just like the one on Gardner, up on Glennis, in front of Glennis' place. You know, we could boom mow half of it, but as soon as it rains, you can't even do that, because you can't get down into it. The weeds aren't growing right now. My crew will go in there this fall and knock the weed down. We're not gonna have any weed growth till we get another rain.
Well, yeah.
And then once it rains, you can't get back in there again. I mean, it's a double-edged sword, and I understand.
And one like that ditch at Glenda's might be a good one to spray, because it's a deep and full one.
Except for I've got 2 pecan orchards right there.
Below it?
That runs
All
out.
on both sides of it.
On both sides of that ditch in Gardner?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there is one on there. Yeah, but you got the road between that ditch and that
Or
orchard.
not on the south side.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one tree to die.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, we don't want to, we don't want to run the risk of...
I'd just like to figure out something where we can maintain
Well,
it.
and hopefully next year, because like I said, that mower, it was supposed to have been in October, and they went on strike, and now they're saying the end of December we should have the mower, because we're waiting for it and the deck to come in one piece. So, you know.
And that's a boom mower?
No, this one's not a boom mower.
It's a pull behind, just,
It's regular, well, it's a brush hog.
right, okay.
No,
Do we have one that you can?
We do have a boom mower, and that's the one I sent over to Gardner that last time when the weeds got really deep. They could reach almost to the bottom of the ditch. They can't get both sides of it.
Well, that's all I really have. We just need to figure out something on it. And this is the first year we've had that
Yeah.
problem.
Well, it's an extra wet year too.
But you still haven't figured out who owns that ditch?
Depends on which property assessment you look at. One of it says it belongs to the subdivision, the other one says it belongs to the county.
That ditch that runs through the middle of that
Oh,
particular,
down-
well,
oh,
no, the
I
one.
thought you were talking about the one over.
Yeah, but the other ditch that runs,
No, there is nothing on the county docket saying that is ours.
okay,
And that's like the one through Diablo. We have a partial easement through there, so that's why we can clean that one up.
how do you get in that one?
On
With
the
all
other
them
one?
spikes and stuff, railroad stuff sticking out.
Coming from the south end.
That end's open? That's not like that down there?
No, that one goes, actually, the one on Diablo on the south end goes all the way up to military property, military fence out there.
That ditch he's talking about goes down, it's got big boulders and then railroad ties sticking up out of it. You ain't driving in it, you ain't getting in it.
Somebody's...
No, it was part of the riprap when they did that concrete low water crossing in there. It's the 4x4 angle iron they use to hold the riprap in place. They stick up about 4 inches and they are sharp.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying there's not a few that aren't.
It's like out in Tumbleweed, that property owner did that to keep people out of the ditch, and he stuck rebar up out of it.
That's all I have on it, Tom.
Okay. On the ditch maintenance side of it, and this has come up a couple times actually, the attorney and I are dealing with one right now, is a right-of-way issue. A lot of our roads don't have any. It's prescribed. So we're running into maintenance issues. We've had 2 this week, and we're dealing with one right now over on Riata for the property owner. So that's something else we're gonna have to look at a later date, I guess.
Yeah, I spoke to him on the phone.
Yeah.
Why is there no easement or right of
The way
way?
it was explained to me is a lot of our roads are on a prescribed easement. Basically saying it's the amount of area that we need to maintain the roads. This goes back to 1912 on a lot of them. Some of our roads do have 50, 60-foot easements. Some of them just say whatever it takes to maintain the road. So there's a huge gray area in there. Especially like what happened this afternoon. I've got a gentleman over there on KC Road that owns property on both sides. It's one lot. You can't blade my road.
Okay. Is it private or is it county?
No, it's county maintained road.
Then he can't stop you from blading it? huh?
There's gotta be something.
Well, that's what we're working on right now.
Yeah, there's nothing legally in place that makes it clear that this is a county maintained and the county has.
Not that.
Really?
Yeah.
It was from when the roads were adopted, they weren't done properly.
Yeah.
Or clearly so.
Yeah. It
There's
is
different
county water.
interpretations of what people own and how far it extends. And every time it comes up, it's a problem.
Yeah.
So how we fix that, it'd be nice if there was a county-wide fix that we do.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is yet.
Well, and it goes up to where you and I were looking up, in, I think it's Car Canyon, the
Yeah.
pine trees.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, we've got a 60-foot easement going up through that road that is documented. I've got houses sitting in the easement.
Yeah.
Back when that house was built, there wasn't but just a wagon train road up through there. A lot of those 100-year-old houses and stuff.
Yeah, well, those 2 canyons were actually adopted in 1912. Some of those houses weren't there, but nobody ever held anybody to it either.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Tom.
We need to back up a second, back to item 15. I skipped, and I apologize for that. Sylvia has a letter to read.
This is from Raquel Morris, and it says, "Thanks, ladies, for reading this tomorrow. Hopefully it will be the last time you need to be my voice for unscheduled communications. First of all, I ask that my county commissioner, Coy Griffin, put his phone back down on the clock. While his constituents are addressing him, this kind of time embezzlement for which we pay him needs to come to an abrupt end. Commissioners should not be allowed on their phones during commission meetings, period. Due to our county commission's politicalization of COVID and mask mandates, our county hospital is in crisis. We have not only seen a rise in COVID, but also other illnesses that lockdowns and mask mandates were helping to prevent last year. During a time when businesses were forcing masks and citizens were more diligent with wearing them. This year we have already seen the flu season, which is usually unheard of until January. RSV is on the rise, as is strep. Since the Otero County Fair 9/22 to 11/17, we added 2,502 new known COVID cases. When looking at these numbers, please keep in mind that County Commissioner Coy Griffin and the Republican Chair Amy Barella have actively encouraged citizens not to get tested, even berating and shaming the ones who opt to get tested. Of the known cases of COVID, 26 more Otero County citizens have died of COVID since the start of the Otero County Fair. However, the greatest jump in the numbers started with the celebration of Halloween, with the haunted houses and super spreader candy events. Of those 2,502 known cases, 1,010 have been added since 10/29. 16 of those 26 deaths occurred since that date as well. From 9/22 to 10/29, 38 days, we averaged 39.6 cases per day, with an average of 359 COVID tests administered per day. From 10/29 to 11/17, 20 days, we averaged 50.5 new known cases per day, even though the daily average for COVID testing has dropped to 343 tests per day. Our tests have gone from 1 in 8 coming back positive to 1 in 6. Whether you like them or not, lockdowns and masks were working. We needed to maintain diligence until at-home antivirals were available, but people like the commission in front of me choose to politicalize it. Not only have citizens died from COVID, but other commonly treated illnesses because they can't get treated due to the overburdened hospitals handling COVID patients. Colon cancer is on the rise because patients are not being screened due to the cancellation of colonoscopies. Patients needing pacemakers or valve replacements are unable to be treated in time due to the amount of COVID patients occupying hospitals. Slowing the spread was to ensure people would still have access to health care, not just for COVID, but for all medical emergencies many Americans can find themselves in at any given time. It's time to pull our heads out of your biscuits and do what is right for all of us. Vehicle collision survivors often need urgent medical attention. People who workplace accidents do not need workman's comp, but they need access to treatment too. Can you imagine having to wait 10 hours in the ER to be seen while in severe pain? Stop the silliness with the party pandering. Your oath of office was to the people, all the people, not your party, not your politics. And it says you can find this full letter and data on wackyracky.com.
All right, we'll move on down to item 17. Discuss and consider establishing a code enforcement policy. Matt, you want to come up and might as well bring them all up.
Yeah.
First of all, how's Bill doing?
Bill is doing a lot better.
Good. Good. All right, Matt, I've talked to you about this a lot. It's something that we need to get something in the books. We chase abandoned cars and stuff like that, but we don't do anything about the mobile homes or trash that's piled up in the front of the deal. I've asked you about the stuff that Paul has. RB and I were talking this morning. Let's pull up some information from the other counties and see what they're doing. The counties that were kind of like us, not up north where it's all pine trees and stuff like that, but there's, Deming, Cruces, Hobbs, they gotta have some ordinances somewhere.
And that's what Paul had pulled up was stuff from Doñana County, since we bordered them, Lincoln County, Chavez County, City of Alamogordo, and he reached out to some others. And he was starting to basically compile something out of all of those.
In regards
And he
to mobile
really
homes
did
and
that.
stuff, or what's it in regards to just
A lot.
general ordinances?
General ordinance, looking at your dilapidated buildings, the junk cars, the weeds, the trash, pretty much everything that was brought up earlier today. And then making sure there's a way that our code enforcement can speed up the process. Because that's going to be our big stumbling block is speeding up that process.
Well, we need to pull it together somewhere. We have code enforcement people with no codes to enforce, except for junk cars. You take Alamogordo, they got a stack of ordinances like this and no code enforcement people. So we just need to get this addressed. Any way you come into Alamogordo or anywhere in Otero County, whether it's from El Paso, you come in, the first thing you see is Chaparral. If you come in from north, you come through, and the first thing you see is some of this junk on the highway coming in. We need to clean our county up, period. So I've had people tell me if they need to get a committee, they'll jump on it. I personally think we can pull enough other county information and put it together relatively pretty quick. This morning, RB printed me out what Valencia County, some of their stuff. So I did drive back by that house or that shed that those people are living in Bowles Acres, and they've moved the garbage little fence just closer to the front door now, to where they don't have to just open the door and step it out and throw it. That's ridiculous. If I was their neighbors and have to smell that smell all the time, I would be upset too. So I would think that's a health issue with smell, rotten food. You're going to have rats. You're going to have skunks. Surely they have to haul it off every once in a while, but I don't know. She did have a dumpster out there right outside her fence, but she still had this little yard pen thing. So Bill and them's been working on that one. You know which one that one is but they have, there's 3-4 cars on that lot right there that they're not running. I can assure you of that. So there's several issues just right there. Bowles Acres is loaded with them. Chaparral's loaded with them. La Luz is loaded with them. We just need to figure out, and we're not going to get every one of them, but let's get something going where we can try to, keep it clean, beautify it somehow. That's all I'm asking. I'm kind of just getting tired of asking, and so we need to get something going. Whatever it takes to get it done, we need to get it done.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with Gerald as far as, like those mobile homes and stuff that are abandoned house. But again, with code enforcement though, I agree that I don't want anything more than to see everything cleaned up and beautiful, but we do have private property issues, and you're in a tough spot. It's easy for us to sit up here and say, get after it, go clean everything up, but we also know that we do have to follow the laws, and respect people's rights. But I think, like Gerald was saying, as far as trying to find some of these other counties around here with good ordinances and, something that we could kind of follow. Yeah.
We need something to be able to, because these guys' hands are tied, and these people around here know it. They can go talk to them all you want. You've had complaints, so what? What are you going to do about it? There ain't no ordinance. There's no rules. So it's, like the stuff that Bill and I have been dealing with in Chaparral, that kind of falls into a different category, but with all the cars and stuff, you do have some on that, so it gives them a little ground to stand on, but it just needs to, and I think we don't have to get every rule in the deal, but let's get something, and then as it goes, then we can always implement something in or amend something to it, but we got to get a ground to stand on first. So
I agree.
Because it's a hard road to travel, and it'll take years to get it. But I think RB he's on board with us. We'll do whatever whatever I can do, whatever we can do. And Commissioner Markwart did bring up a good subject. In this ordinance deal, I don't know what we can do it almost needs to go back to the sheriff department, or have a deputy or somebody, or have them with some kind of, you hate to say this, but with the gun on their side, or something with a little bit of authority, because they can tell them, get out of here. And it's a little different when a deputy walks up there and he's got a badge on and a gun sitting on his side. They're not going to give him quite as much. And it'd be a little safer for these guys. And I don't know if we can even do that without making them through a deputy.
There'd be a lot that would have to happen, but we have been seeing better results dressed in a non-threatening manner that the law enforcement side tends to bring to the field, even if they're not trying to be threatening. It's just that intimidation of having the weapon out, the badge, the vest. Sometimes that escalates the situation before it needs to be escalated.
Well, that should just be handled by your officers, just use discernment. If you go up to somebody's house that looks like they're crazy, call David and get a deputy out there to go with you, but if,
And we do that.
Yeah.
They back off, and we are taking steps to make sure that they are safe when they're out there.
Sure.
I know that Rodney Eaton's really been trying to work on cleaning up the county, through used to be the Chamber of Commerce, now it's what is it now? Center for Commerce.
Yeah.
And so he's been really trying to work on that, and they have, in some areas, I've heard that they have to have their trash covered when they're hauling it to the dump, which, that sounds like a small thing, but when you see all that trash that blows out on the bypass from people hauling their stuff to the dump, it might not be a bad idea. Just put a tarp over it and keep it from blowing out all over the road, so.
That's a state law anyway.
It's a state law, they're supposed to have everything covered.
Yeah.
Most people don't.
Yeah.
I'm just going right down the street, or a couple miles, and they don't care, because that's how we've done it for years.
Ralph and I have talked about how to approach them coming into the landfills if they're not covered, to maybe try to give them a small one, a little $3 or $4 tarp, and say, please use this next time. Now it might just get covered up for something else, may not ever. But he was going to try to see what some of the other landfills around the county, around the state and stuff were doing, to see what would help. Because you just don't realize how much trash blows out, like what she said, till you go walk up and down and do one of those pickup deals, that relief route.
The one that we did on the
Yes.
That was one trash. It was well overdue.
Oh yeah. So, and then 2 weeks later, places that look like you hadn't even been there. So, anyway, that's all I got on that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, item 18. Discuss and consider a cooperation agreement between Otero County and the Lincoln National Forest Service to ensure a cooperative agency status for the future communications.
Great agenda item. I'm in favor of it immensely. We should do you know who to reach out to, or
I can
who
reach
for a
out.
source?
I can reach out to Travis Mosley.
Yeah, reach out to Travis, and today would have been a great day for the Forest Service to have had a representative in our meeting when we had Gary and all of them in here, just to have that communication.
So it would, I don't know if now would be, you want to wait till you get some kind of,
You don't have an agreement to vote on today.
okay.
So I'll reach out to Travis, and when I get something, we'll have RB review it, and we'll bring it back.
That'd be perfect.
Well, it'd be something really long overdue. All right, we've already done 19, skip to 20. discuss and consider whether the Board of County Commissioners would like to enforce the employer COVID-19 mandate.
And Commissioners, this got put on the agenda before OSHA suspended its
Yeah.
implementation, and it's suspended pending further litigation. It will most likely be appealed. We may or may not see this, but I wanted to keep it on there and still have the discussion if the time comes, if the board has any intention of enforcing this. And I can say that we do have departments that are very short-staffed now and have mentioned we will lose staff if we enforce this. So
Absolutely.
there's
No,
concern.
and I think that the response of the counties is found in the resolution that we had a public hearing on, we had a special meeting on to get public input, and, we deemed as a Board of County Commissioners that the COVID mandates are unconstitutional laws, and we need to stand on that with the blessing of our county sheriff as well, we're all in agreement of that. So, hopefully they'll do what's right through this federal judge suspending this OSHA deal, and that they don't try to come in here to force us, but in my opinion, we have to stand unified, and we have to stand strong, and we have to protect the people of Otero County from being mandated into taking a shot that they might not be comfortable with. My body, my choice. We should be, the one thing that each one of us should have the freedom over is our own health choices, and that's what this is. So, and I'll speak on it when I close, but I toured the hospital yesterday, and that's something that they're very concerned about too, is the federal mandates as far as the vaccines go. So I told them there that we would continue to support them and do all we can to protect them from this sort of stuff. So but we can't lose anybody. We can't lose. Carolyn's down 23 at the detention center. We're going to start firing detention center employees because they won't take the jab. Forget about it.
Well, I agree with that. It's not my right to tell somebody to put something into their body, and I'm not going to do it. Plain and simple.
I agree.
Yeah. So you have our support in this, Pamela, and the county employees have our support, and this is a hill that I think we'd be willing to die on, this one right here, because if we don't take a stand on this, they'll just completely start ruling over us.
Or you might be one of these deals you might want to kind of start looking in the future on if it comes down to where they're coming down on top of us, to see where we can stand or how we can fight, or to stand up to this or whatever.
Lawsuits that we can file against them, we always sit around shaking, afraid that we're going to get a lawsuit filed against us. Why can't we just hammer them with a pretty good lawsuit ourselves? Because, we should be respected on the local level. Our resolution should be respected. That's the way our government is supposed to flow. It's supposed to be for the people, by the people, and the people's voice is best expressed on the local level, and I don't think the people of Otero County want to comply with a lot of these mandates and laws that are coming down. So if it takes us having to file a lawsuit on the county level against the state or the Fed or the governor or whoever, then I think that's a direction that we should be at least willing to go. We don't want to go there. We don't want to go down that road, but we should at least be braced where if we have to get into a legal battle on this, that we're ready to go, and they need to know that we're strong in it and that we need to do this too.
Pamela, through your other county managers, there was wasn't it like 26 of the counties that were against this?
No, that was the para ruling that we passed earlier that 26 had voted in favor of.
Oh, okay.
There's been discussion among the managers. No one has come out and voiced they wouldn't do it. But a lot of managers are worried because of the short staffing that they're gonna lose employees.
No, we're not gonna put up with it here. I mean, forget about it.
All right, so you got your answer on that one for a while. Okay, item 21. Request approval of reclassify the current courthouse corporal supervisory position to a sergeant supervisory position. Mr. Black?
Good afternoon. Again.
Yeah. With the retirement of Corporal Livingston over at the courthouse, he was our supervisor over for six-man courthouse security team. He basically, he's the only corporal we have in the entire agency. I don't know how it actually came about as him getting that position, but he's the only one we got, or have now. Thank for a supervisor over at the courthouse. I'm asking to reclassify that from a corporal to a sergeant's position. I think it needs to have a sergeant's position. These guys are tested, no written testing, but we put them through some role play type testing and stuff like that. And basically their knowledge, their skills, everything, it's tested. And then we put them on a list, as far as who's going to be promoted. I think with the possibilities of upcoming expansion, maybe expansion of the courthouse and stuff like that, there may be an opportunity that we're going to have to maybe expand our courthouse security down the road a little bit. So I just feel that it's very important that I have a sergeant in charge over there. So I would ask for you to look at that, and I have visited with Julianne as far as numbers and stuff. We looked at about $3,000, a little over $3,000 a year to go from the corporal to the sergeant position. We're good with that as far as the budget and stuff. She didn't have any concerns with that. So.
I got no problem with that.
Yeah, no, it's your department, it's your call. I support you. It's however you feel like it should best be structured.
All right, I'll make a motion for the request for approval to reclassify the current courthouse corporal supervisory position to a sergeant supervisory position. Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Item 22, I was asked to pull that. That's Eric's item. He wanted to discuss it when he comes back, so I guess it'll just move till next month?
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to bring us down to the commission discussion. All right. Actually, it hadn't been been kind of a relatively calm month for me. Taking some more information to Sheriff Black on the Tule Creek issue. Seems like that thing is growing. One little step turns into 2 or 3 other opens up things. But I would like to have another meeting. We'll be in there, get the attorney part, bring those other people in that were wanting to, so we can try to get this issue worked out. Went out to Holloman last week, looked at the camp out there. Actually, it was very impressive how they had that run. For as many people that's out there, as clean as it is. Of course, they had a lot of people working everywhere. That was unreal. But the facility they have set up, you got to take your hat off to the military people for being able to set up a situation like that. So I did miss the last meeting at Chaparral on the first Monday. I'll go to the next one and get caught up on that. I sat in a meeting Pamela, a couple of weeks ago? You and I and Trent and White Sands crew
Yeah, it's been about 2
in the
weeks,
morning.
yeah.
It was just one of them kind of a pep talk meeting, trying to figure out how they're gonna catch up. Suggestions, it turned out to be a very good meeting. From my understanding from Trent, everything is working better. So we just kind of had to do a little push there. I want to give a hats off and a thank you to the Ora Vista EMS service. Every month we have our races at Thule. The EMS services come out, and there are paramedics and take care of everything. We have 4 or 5 both days out there. Actually 5 because Jack was out there too. They do a super job. So whatever program, Matt, you got them guys on, Josh, all of you, it's great. They're very professional. They're very good at what they do.
I'll pass that on to them, and it's also more than Ora Vista. Luz is out there, Donovan's out there.
Yeah. I saw their rig that went in Sunday. That's what.
They had it that day.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of the locals that go out there and help support that BMX and motocross.
Yeah. And the track they give them a donation every month, so they make a little money on it, but they're very good. So.
I will pass that on to them.
Went to out to the jail, the project out there Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Pamela and Sylvia and Trent and I went out there. If you get a chance, you need to go. It's very impressive. I didn't really realize it was going to grow that much, but it went from 26,000 feet to 50, almost doubled. So with her being 20 people short, she's really going to be short whenever they open up that other part, the new part. But it's going to be very nice. It's a lot of really state-of-the-art stuff. It's going to be impressive if you get a chance to go out and look at it. That's about it.
All right, well, I guess I'm next. Again, I'd like to thank the state of New Mexico and Frisco and those guys for coming down and meeting with us on Highway 54. Hopefully we can get something good done, productive out of that mess out there that was caused on Highway 54. I also went up to the hospital yesterday. I want to thank Jim Eckert, the CEO there, and his staff. They were extremely gracious. I met with Jim and Dr. Pollard and Megan from the pharmacy and a few others as well. But I just wanted to go to the hospital just to see firsthand kind of what's going on, which, they have their problems just like we have our problems inside of our own government or in small business. Probably the biggest obstacle that they have right now is a staffing shortage. They don't have the staff that they need to run the hospital at full capacity. And there's the labor market is extremely competitive in the health industry right now with nurses and everything that they need to run the hospital. But as far as beds go, the ICU still had beds available in the ICU. The emergency room was a little bit full. But I didn't see anything on my tour. Jim, they gave me a tour of the hospital. I didn't see anything that was shocking at all. I didn't see any overloads anywhere. But I do just continue to have a great appreciation for our healthcare workers, our staff at our hospital. Amazing people, and they're doing an amazing job, and we need to continue to remember them because as I mentioned, their staffing shortages, what that equates to is a lot more work for the people that they do have on staff, and they're overworked and probably underappreciated, But it was good to go and meet with them. It was good to go and encourage them, and it was good to go and see, just everything that's going on the ground. And this COVID is a horrible sickness. It's a horrible disease, and it's affecting a lot of people, and it's heartbreaking. But I just kind of tried to kind of express my opinion in it all, because as I tried to share with them from a political position that there's other things that we have to be concerned about whenever we're making decisions from here. And I expressed with them my concern about depression and addiction and suicide and all these other social issues that are really hurting our communities, our children being stuffed in masks in classrooms every day. And I think that it was very productive. I think that through our conversations we were able to come to maybe neutral ground, and I feel like we always had a great level of respect for one another. My opinion on the vaccine is totally different than some of their opinions on the vaccine, but I think that we were able to express those opinions and not be offensive, and I just wanted to share with them that I'm looking at data where people are still getting sick after they've gotten the shot, and people are still transmitting COVID even after the vaccine. So I just was able to share some of my opinion with them. So that was that. I guess Mike. I think Mike's. Recently noticed in the Alamogordo Daily News that Nicole Maxwell was recognized and given an award. And I just want to point, Nicole Maxwell from Alamogordo Daily News has ran a lot of what I feel like is very unfair press on me. But this was a tweet a while back that somebody had put up on Twitter. This was, I forget when it was, months ago probably. And the question was, if you could actually for real cancel one person, they don't get a platform anymore, no one listens to them, they don't get a Substack or a comeback or to be constantly promoted by Barry Weiss, whatever that means, who would you choose? And Nicole Maxwell, our nonpartisan journalist from here, said Coy Griffin. Now, I think it's a disgrace that she can have a position like this and make a public comment that Coy Griffin is the one person that she wants to cancel, and yet she's still in charge of writing articles on our county commission board. She's still covering us, and then Alamogordo Daily News gives her an award for her coverage of me. So I just wanted to publicly point that out in a meeting, just so people can understand more about who Nicole Maxwell is and what her agenda is. So that's all I got.
Mr. Marquardt.
Well, since the last meeting, Pamela and Tom and I met with Jim Maynard from up in Cloudcroft to talk over some Cloudcroft issues. And I've attended 4 of the Department of Homeland Security meetings. And the latest one was yesterday. And right now they have 3,662 people out at the Afghan village, and they said between the 22nd and 23rd of this month that probably 500 of them are going to be resettled. And I guess they also gave Mescalero a bunch of the leftover stuff that they had. I don't know if it was food or donations or what, but they said that yesterday. And Jeffrey Mayfield, who's been the deputy federal coordinator, is leaving as of December 1st. He's going back to Cruces, and Paul Cervantes is taking over for him. So I'm kind of sad to see Jeff go because he was pretty open. And I visited the Afghan village last week, and I think it was kind of eye-opening to me of what's actually going on out there. I think people have the misconception that it's some kind of Taj Mahal, and it's not. I mean, it's a tent city in the desert. But our military's done a gem-up job of keeping it clean, keeping everybody safe. They're huge tents, and then they've got them divided up with this heavy black plastic material and plywood, so it's not, you're not living in a 5-star hotel by any means. But they did have some areas set aside for soccer, and they put down some concrete for basketball, and the kids were out there playing, but it's in the dirt. You know, I think we kind of had, and I know I had misconception. I'm thinking that we're doing all this and it's so lavish out there, and it's really not. But I mean, we're doing a great job of what we're doing with the people that are out there. I think I was surprised too at how gracious the people were, especially the little kids. They were extremely curious. And I had one little girl that just came up to me and just grabbed my arm and just kind of laid on me. I mean, it just melted my butter. And then we had another little kid that was following us around, just super curious, and they're all out there kicking soccer balls around. And the men were a little more standoffish to me, but I think that's their culture. The females were a lot more acknowledging. We got to go in and view they called it the community room, and when we went in, there was only females that were in there. And in one corner they were ironing, and in another corner they were sewing, and they had classes for integrating into American society. And I was interested to find out that they have teachers that come out there and talk to them about they're not actually teaching them yet, they're just teaching them about school. They're telling them, okay, your kid's going to get on a school bus. They take the school bus to the school, they get off at the school. They're going to be in the schoolroom from this time to this time. They get back on the school bus and they come home, because to us that's just routine, but to them it's totally foreign. So I thought that was interesting. And then they're going to have law enforcement out there that's going to teach them about our laws and driving and what's acceptable and what's not. And they had like a rapid response team out there. If they have any super bad incidents, those guys are ready to go. They were the real deal. And I was comforted to know that. And the rumors that they can just come and go as they please is not right. I mean, they have freedom to walk around, but they can't just walk around base or anything like that.
They can leave base if they want.
They can, but they can't they don't have free reign. I mean, if they leave there's 2 checkpoints driving into the village, and you have to have credentials to get in there. And they let the Afghans walk. They're out there exercising and walking, but if they go past those checkpoints, they get confronted. I mean, they don't have free reign of our base.
But there is nothing legally keeping them on base. They can leave at any time
They
want to leave.
They can leave,
Okay.
but they can't just wander around our base. I mean, that doesn't happen. So I was comforted in that knowledge to know that they're being taken care of, but I felt more secure after being out there and visiting that. So I just wanted to kind of tell everybody that. And one fact I found out that I thought was interesting was they've stopped they're not breaking the sound barrier right now. They're not doing any more sonic booms, because they said the first one they had out there, those kids just freaked out. They thought they were being bombed, because that's what they're used to. So they've asked the military to quit breaking the sound barrier for a little bit. So I thought that was interesting. So anyway, that was my big deal, and I only hope for the day that America will take as good a care as our veterans as what we're taking of the Afghans right now. That was my only downside thought of that, but I enjoyed the visit. So that's my spiel.
And if I may, just quickly, I've asked or requested Jeff Mayfield to come to attend our meetings. I've written letters to other people from the DOD and the DHS to come and just give us a briefing, and all those letters have been denied or rejected, or I've had no response, and I don't think it's very respectful for the DHS not to have the courtesy to come in and update the people of Otero County on what the future of this is. How long are they planning on keeping them out there?
I was told that it's going to be a matter of months, not years, that they're going to shut that down.
And where are they sending them? And I don't know. I have questions, and we have an opportunity to go meet with them, but I don't think it's fair. I think they should come and meet with us, because like with you go out there and you ask them the question, and you try to relate to us what you remember, and you relate your experience, but I think that it's better if they come and they're present in our meeting.
I think you should go out there and just see it with your own eyes. I think it would help.
And why wouldn't they want to come and sit in the county meeting and give us maybe you have a reason why they don't want to come and
I
address the
think that
commission?
I think they're more than happy to be open and honest with you, but I think they try to avoid any type of political theater or any drama.
They're in the middle of a political theater. They got that's all they're doing out there with all these Afghans and stuff. It's
Yeah.
all politics, you know.
Yeah, I think you should contact them and go for a visit.
But
I
you
think
say
you'd
that they
appreciate
don't
it.
walk around base, but that's not what I've been told by people that work out there on base. They say they're all over the place.
I don't think that's true. I
Well,
mean, I would be
these people must
surprised.
be lying to me.
Well, I'm not saying that, but what I witnessed with my own eyes were the Afghans that walked in that community. They walked out there in that area, but I didn't see one single one on base. Not one.
Maybe
So,
they'll send a few more in.
He told me that they can walk off, we're coming back to a different story.
Yeah, I know, but if we have Al Qaeda or if we have Taliban that are infiltrated in this community out there, which there's a very high possibility that could happen. If those guys are on a jihad mission, they're not going to worry about coming back on base. They're going to be gone. And there's nothing that our military has in place right now to keep a band of 8 or 10 men from just walking off the base, you know?
I asked him about that. He said they were checked, vetted like 4 times, from fingerprints till facial photos, if they've been involved in any kind of terrorist activity.
Sure.
They would not ever be
Sure.
here.
And that's what they told me whenever Pamela and Philby and I were out at Fort Bliss. I asked them the same thing, how did you vet these guys? And they said, oh, we fingerprinted them and we gave them facial expressions or facial recognition or whatever. That's not vetting, that's processing. Vetting is to find out who these people are, where they're from, and what ties they have. And that wasn't done. It was mass confusion. The Biden administration just wanted to fill those airplanes up for a photo op to say they're getting people out of the country, and they don't know the backgrounds on these people. They don't have the same technology in there to trace people back like we do here, you know. So I think you're not going to sell me on the Afghan thing. I think it was a horrible decision, and I don't agree with the way they're handling it. Just me, my opinion.
well, I think our military's handling it the best. I think it's a bad situation, and they're handling it the best that they can.
Sure, yeah, amen. I'm sure you're right.
David, one of the reasons why you may not get so many calls is they have U.S. Marshals everywhere out there. I figured it would be the state police, but I didn't see a state policeman anywhere, but the U.S. Marshals are everywhere.
Yeah, you know, when we all got together, we kind of put together a SOAPD, Tularosa, State Police. We were all put teams together where we would have somebody on call all the time to respond out there. And we sent this proposal to the governor's office via state police. And she nixed everybody out of it except for state police. So she brought in a 6-man crew of state police to handle all those calls out there. So as of today, we have not taken a single call out there.
Well, that's a good thing, though.
Yeah, not all bad.
What? Pamela?
Okay, I want to remind you that the capital outlay hearing before the legislature is December 8th at 10 a.m. And I believe Gerald pulled the straw for that. Vicki, I know you said you wanted to participate. We will be doing it in room 101 here.
Okay.
Virtually, or I can send you the call-in information that you can do it from wherever you'd like. But I'll send you that and then you have the option. As you recall, we hired a contractor to work on the data for redistricting after the census, which is required. They don't have the data yet. We were supposed to get it maybe by this Friday. In order to adopt that, we need to pass an ordinance. We will have to have a public hearing with 2 weeks' notice for advertising. I didn't put it on the agenda and schedule it for the next commission meeting because I'm hesitant to know if we're really going to have the data, because without that, RB can't finish the ordinance. So as soon as we have that, we're going to be reaching out to you to schedule that. We do have to do it before December 31st.
Okay.
So we'll try to work with everybody's schedules. And
What was it for again? I missed it at the beginning.
Every 10 years when they do the census, the state
Oh.
requires us to redistrict, to look at populations and make sure all the districts are fairly
Yeah.
separated,
Sure.
and right populations in each, so that's coming up. But like I said, we can't schedule it yet.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
For me, you're the last and final one.
Yep. Well, about to finish the second full week in the job, and spent the last 2 weeks just trying to get familiar with everything and get to know as many people as possible and start making connections, networking, and just figuring out the job. And it's going well. I'm happy to be here and happy to work on some of the stuff we got going on. And just have more to report as time goes by.
Sounds good.
All right, that's the end of that, so I'll make a motion for adjournment.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This is all the copies of
Okay,
what
what
Gary brought in.
Gary brought.
Yeah.